You know, Ron and Ron, I don't think anyone purchased this particular videotape to see some cheap, powdered-up broads and some wacky violence, okay? They bought this tape for one reason alone, and that's to see the greatest box office attraction in entertainment today, Fez Marie Whatley. Let's face some facts. I am the heart, I am the soul, I am the jibs of this show. I make the Ron and Ron show. I fucking rule. And trust me, the show, it makes me Fez. Does it make you gay if you dig Key West? Does it make you gay if you wear a dress? Does it make you gay like Ron and Ron says? Hell no, man, it makes you Fez. Does it make you gay if your love for men is growing? Does it make you gay if your favorite job is blowing? Does it make you gay to have a crush on Ron Diaz? Hell no, man, it makes you Fez. To be the boy toy. It makes you Fez to be acting so coy. It makes you Fez to do the Fezatorial. It makes you Fez to be so damn adorable. Does it make you gay to get a blood test? Does it make you gay thinking Liberace's the best? Does it make you gay like Ron and Ron says? Hell no, man, it makes you Fez. Does it make you gay to eat a man-sized snack? Does it make you gay to deliver love round back? Does it make you gay to get your ears pierced? Does it make you gay to be singing so fierce? It makes me Fez to drive the fellas crazy. It makes me Fez to date the U.S. Navy. It makes me Fez when the boys call me Mammy. It makes me Fez when this song wins a Grammy.
It makes you Fez.
It makes me Fez.
It makes you Fez.
It makes me Fez.
It makes you Fez.
It makes me Fez.
It makes you Fez.
Like Ron and Ron says. Hey man, it makes me Fez. Growl. An open letter from Fez Marie Whatley to his mother. Dear Mother, just wanted to take a few moments to thank you for all you've done for me. Thank you, Mother, for your little reminders, especially for reminding me constantly of how long and torturous my birth was for you, and how a back alley abortion would have been a lot simpler and a lot less painful. Thank you, Mother, for all the male role models you provided for me, especially when Father was out of town. Oh, one male role model after another came through our back door during the night. One child should never have been so blessed by having so many new uncles. And thanks so much, Mother, for providing balanced meals. Not a breakfast, lunch, or dinner went by without some form of chocolate. Again, my entire 5'4", nearly 350-pound frame thanks you. And thank you, Mother, for letting me know things were okay. Like telling me it was all right to go skinny dipping with the scoutmaster, Mr. Higgins, who lived down the lane. You were right again, Mom. He showed me every inch of what it's like to be a man. Thank you for teaching me object lessons, like when you use that whiskey bottle to break that baby bird's neck to show me that flying really is not safe. Or playing the song Ode to Billy Joe by the legendary Bobby Gentry over and over again in order to develop in me a healthy respect and terrorizing fear of bridges. Thank you for teaching me about love, Mother, by sending me out into the yard with a bucket of cold water every time our beagles felt amorous. I still use things I learned from those beagles today. Thank you, Mother, for my social skills. My, how I learned to get along with the other boys who had cool lunch boxes like Star Wars, Dukes of Hazzard or Sheriff Lobo, while I was provided a Barbara Mandrell and the Mandrell Sisters lunchbox to carry my lunch in, a lunch that consisted of leftover hors d'oeuvres that you had swiped from a happy hour buffet the evening before. And finally, Mother, thank you so much, and most of all, for not coddling to any of my emotional needs, and not bogging me down with a lot of affection. So much so that now, any human touch literally feels like hot acid ripping through my skin. Thank you again, Mother, and goodbye.
With a Fezatorial. Well, the king of pop now claims to be a papa himself, having somehow impregnated his nurse with that spotted little tallywhacker of his. Now, I could save everyone some time and just rerun the Fezatorial I did when Madonna became a parent, and every time you hear the word Madonna, simply substitute it with the phrase king of pop, Vitiligo boy, or Lord of the Unzipped Flies. But I won't do that. I'm a journalist, and I'm here to explain to Michael why he shouldn't try raising this child. First of all, Jacko, I'm afraid it's just another one of your fads. Michael, I'm sorry, but you just don't stick with things. Hell, your face is proof of that, love. How can you possibly commit a lifetime to a child when you can't even settle on a nose? Then, of course, there were the accusations of child molesting. I mean, forget calling your son Michael Jackson Jr. and just go ahead and name him either victim or plaintiff, because that's what the courts are going to end up calling him anyway. But I'm not here to judge, man. In fact, the only difference between what you did and anyone else in this room is that you got caught. We know you love children more than you should, Michael, and I'm afraid your own little one is going to get jealous of how much you give other kids. One day he'll come to you and ask, Daddy, do you like singing for those other children more than me? Or, Daddy, do you like taking those other children to amusement parks more than me? Or, Daddy, do you like taking baths with those other children more than me? How are you going to answer those questions, Michael? Let's just face it. It won't be easy growing up being the son of Michael Jackson. I mean, for one thing, your kid will never win one of those my dad can beat up your dad arguments, even with Richard Simmons' kid. Okay, now I'm not even basing this in reality, I know. But, Michael Jackson, will your child be able to grow up normal? Or will he be raised by a staff of servants? I remember growing up in Mobile, Alabama, which I believe is Spanish for land of fire. Anywho, every day Mother sent our nanny, Tiki Bob, to pick me up at Land of Fire Elementary School. He was a delightful nanny who taught me how to whittle things of teak and to appreciate the unique flavor of grain alcohol. He told me it would put hair on my chest. Well, he must have poured it down my back and across my shoulders. In fact, come to think of it, I must have sat in a puddle of it. But my point is, I longed for a real family and childhood. Can you provide that, Michael Jackson? When your child misbehaves as a cry for attention, will you just beat it? Just beat it? You think about this, King of Pop, and in the meantime, we'll just open up an orphanage for these star babies who are going to end up unwanted and ignored. We're right here, kids, and the doors are open. We're the Ron and Ron Show. We're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. That has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Attention Kmart shoppers, there's currently a flashing blue light special going on where you'll find great bargains on a Fezatorial. Well. Even though the Masters tournament is over, professional golf is still making the headlines. This time, due to golfing great Fuzzy Zoeller literally making off-colored remarks about young Tiger Woods. And now everyone's going crazy like it's an all-you-can-eat fried clams night at Barnacle Bill's. Fuzzy's attempt at humor even cost him his golf sponsorship. And it's not like he had some huge, cool corporation backing him up, man, like a Nike or a Barnacle Bills. No, Fuzzy got dumped by Kmart, which puts him considerably down on the food chain in this world. Actually, I don't understand how golf sponsorships are rewarded. But I do realize that Fuzzy must have been at the end of whatever line there was. I mean, even a golfer sponsored by Massengill would have every right to taunt Fuzzy. But I think Kmart was wrong for dropping Fuzzy Zoeller, and they're definitely overreacting to Fuzzy's comments about black stereotypes. After all, Tiger Woods is only 1/4 African American. Fuzzy would also have to do a white trash joke, a Chinese laundry joke, throw in some Thailand slurs, and do a bit on how American Indians love their firewater to have completely insulted this one-man rainbow coalition. And now, Kmart, you've banned Fuzzy from your stores. Ouch, said sarcastically. That has to hurt. Gee, maybe you can also get him banned from ever staying in a Motel 6 again. Or get a restraining order that keeps Fuzzy from ever driving a really crappy Trans Am. Again, said with sarcasm. Kmart, you've now ruined Fuzzy Zoeller's life. Now that he's banned from your stores, where's he going to buy that ceramic elf he really wanted for his lawn? Where's his wife going to get a pretty little fluorescent pink pantsuit at? Oh, sweet discounts. You kicked Fuzzy out of the only place where you can still pick up a Dukes of Hazzard beanbag chair. But not to worry, Fuzzy Zoeller. I'm sure we can come up with another golf sponsor with every bit as much clout as Kmart. There's always the Wagon Wheel Flea Market, or I'm sure someone in Hayes' neighborhood is having another garage sale this weekend. I say professional golf should quit worrying about Fuzzy and Tiger and take care of some more important things, like losing the stupid golfer nicknames. I've already talked to Jack the Golden Bear Nicholas and Lee Super Mech Trevino, and they seem to agree. However, still no word from Chi-Chi. My problem is that this is not the first time that Kmart has pulled this stunt. I remember growing up in Mobile, Alabama, home of Mount Flushmore, the third largest working toilet in America. Anywho, I remember as a child going to Kmart, mainly because my family wasn't good enough to get into the Walmart, but also to see a new young hotshot golfer named Tiki Bob, who was making quite a name for himself on the miniature golf circuit. Well, much to my disappointment, when I arrived, they told me my golfing hero Tiki Bob had been banned from the store and his sponsorship pulled. And much to my embarrassment, I found out it wasn't because of any racial slurs. It was because of a nasty incident in their children's wading pool department that involved Tiki Bob, my mother, and the repeated phrase, more on the balls. You see what I'm saying? Fuzzy Zoeller made what some people feel is a mistake. Let's not make it too, Kmart. Give Fuzzy back his sponsorship, man, so that all golfers can once again stand united, along with the guys on this, the Ron and Ron Show, where we welcome home Vader and proclaim that we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Killer Andrew Cunanan, come out dead with your face off. This is a Fezatorial. Well, like the Miami Beach PD said, Andrew Philip Cunanan's reign of gay Filipino terror is over. Ending, of course, with Cunanan taking himself out faster than a good dose of Vagisil takes out one of my yeast infections. And with the same result, relief, yet a little sorrow. But now that this crisis is over, everyone's saying that it's time to heal, and let's get everything back to normal. And while, yes, I hope to quickly get back into my routine here at the Ron and Ron Show studios. By the way, I'd like to take this time to thank the very manly Chuck Watley for filling in for me during my leave of absence. Oh, that Chuck Watley, him loves his punani. And, of course, also our 26th President, Teddy Roosevelt. The job you did was bully. But you will pardon me if I don't care for things to get back to normal. I'd like to think that we learned something from Andrew Cunanan's cross-country cabaret of killing. And we'll use the lessons we've been taught to make sure this sort of thing doesn't happen again. First of all, let's immediately sink all houseboats. Hey, we got one of the FBI's 10 most wanted on a houseboat. Let's start relocating every houseboat to the bottom of the ocean and see how long the other 9 can hold their breath. Besides, these houseboats are hideous. They look like someone put a giant lunchbox on a big raft. In fact, one reason why I was tuned into the Cunanan coverage was I was trying to see if there was a giant thermos inside. Next, let's be a little more careful about the Filipinos we let into this country so that we don't get another Andrew Filipino Cunanan running around America. Now, I'm not saying ethnic cleansing, as proven as it is to work. And I'm not saying ban all Filipinos, just the gay male prostitute ones. In fact, we should just set up a little citizenship test at the U.S.-Philippines border where every Filipino guy has to bone some broad right there to prove he's not a security risk. And she doesn't even have to enjoy it. He just has to get his little Filipino nut off. Next on my list, let's protect future possible victims. Let's move these fashion designers out of Milan, New York, and South Beach and put them in places where their celebrity and hipness will go completely unnoticed. I suggest putting all fashion designers in different locations throughout Canada, a place where wearing whatever part of the elk you didn't eat for dinner is considered high fashion. And speaking of moving, until everyone feels a little more comfortable, let's just move Miami South Beach gay scene. I say for now, we just all meet at Hayes' place. I would suggest my own home, but it's being tented and bug bombed this week. I may have ticks. And my getting Lyme disease isn't going to help anyone. And finally, for the FBI and other law enforcement agencies, let's lose the term spree killer. I mean, don't you think calling Andrew Cunanan a spree killer just made him sound all the more gay? Which probably ticked him off even more. Spree killers sound like they should be flitting through the woods, killing their victims with sunshine and lemon drops. That's nice. Now, sure, some of these measures may seem drastic, but I just don't want to see any of us go through this again. You know, it's like when I was growing up in Mobile, Alabama, which, along with Pensacola, are known as the Siamese Twin Cities. And it was there that my own mother took a shot at a well-known local fashion designer named Tiki Bob, or as we called him, Tiki Sache. Anywho, Tiki Sache was the first to introduce the tube top to an unsuspecting Alabama. And Mother was thrilled till, of course, she tried one on and ended up looking like a tube of Jimmy Dean sausage squeezed in the middle. And even though she was able to get to her gun, the constriction had considerably thrown off her aim, and Tiki Sache was in no real danger. 3 fire trucks, 2 paramedics, and a jaws of life later, Mother was free of the tube top and back to her old self. But see, not all these stories have happy endings, much like the Andrew Cunanan story. And I just want to make it safe for the children to walk the streets again, swinging their hips, shaking their little heinies. I'm sorry, my point. Oh, yes, here at the Ron and Ron Show, when a community is in need, you can depend on us. Why? I'll tell you why. Because we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you.
The National Football League wants to bring back instant replay for the playoffs. Well, upon further review, it looks like a Fezatorial. Well. It seems like the NFL is finally ready to do something after the worst season of officiating ever. In fact, I haven't heard this many bad calls since Monica decided to phone up Linda Tripp to tell her about her new boyfriend, President Chubsy Ubsy. But now the NFL feels it must change the system when it's not the system that's to blame. It's these retardos wearing the black and white. And I am referring to the referees, not NWO Hollywood. On Thanksgiving, the Steelers found out firsthand during the toin cost incident that the refs don't know their heads from their tails. Well, let me help you out. Tails is the end you blow the whistle from. Ass faces. But if the NFL is so hell-bent to do something about this situation, let's weigh other options before immediately reinstating the very tedious instant replay. First of all, for example, everyone from Brett Favre to Congress have been talking about how realistic these new video games are that all the kids seem to be into. Of course, in Brett Favre's pill-popping stupor, I'm sure he believes that the Reggie White Chunky Soup label really talks. But I say rerun the play on one of these video games. The computer won't lie, and you'll get a fair decision. And if you're looking for a good one, I understand that all the kids really dig this
Atari, man. Or let's go right to the source, these lousy officials, and let's start punishing bad calls. I say if a ref is found to be in the wrong, then he needs to go sit in the stand and explain himself to that team's fans. And if he ends up getting a wedgie with his own yellow flag, then so be it. Or, better yet, let's add a little humiliation to the punishment. I say we take these refs to Lambeau Field and paint their faces all green and yellow and have them go shirtless during a freezing game and maybe play some sort of, giant styrofoam wedge of cheese on his head. I bet he'd look ridiculous sitting there. You know, this is just like when I was growing up in Mobile, Alabama, where we had good old-fashioned replay. We never used instant. But I remember that Mother was always against instant replay, ever since the big JV game. I remember Mother not allowing me to play what she called the foosball. However, I was proud as a peach when I made it to the junior varsity cheerleaders. I even remember the great cheer I came up with. It's great to be junior varsity. Well, as it happened during the championship game, a controversial call came up, and fortunately someone was filming the game. And what do you know? In the background, there was Mother and our special teams coach from New Zealand named Kiwi. Well, I guess Kiwi was showing her the fundamentals of the game, like hiking the ball, because there he was right behind her. Now, I'm no football expert, but I can tell you that Kiwi would have gotten a delay of game, because they just stayed there in that hike position without ever snapping the ball. And Mother would have been offsides for sure, the way she kept lunging forward. And later in the footage, she must have been trying out a mouthpiece, because... Wait a minute. There's no mouthpiece. Anywho, the NFL should not try to change the game of football overnight. If they have problems with those mongoloids dressed in black and white, then take care of that. And this time I do mean the members of NWO Hollywood. But for now, stick with us, because we don't need instant replay. We say it loud and proud the first time. We're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you.
The creator of Yogi Bear, Fred Flintstone, and Scooby-Doo is dead. Zoinks and Jinkies. It's time for a Fezatorial Memorial. Well. Bill Hanna, one half of the Hanna-Barbera cartoons, has died at age 90. And I haven't been this upset about a guy drawing cartoon figures since that Asian man in Times Square offered to sketch my portrait, and it turned out looking just like Morocco Mole. But what really plucks my short hairs is that I never got to properly thank the man whose animation taught us all so much. So thank you, William Hanna. Thank you for Top Cat, who taught us that eating out of a dumpster can actually be a gourmet feast if we have the right attitude. Thank you for the Flintstones, who showed us that ballet and bowling do go hand in hand, that newspapers should never be made of stone, and that you never know, your babysitter may just be Anne Margrock. Thank you, Bill, for the Jetsons, who gave us hope for the future and let us dream of a day when we'll all have a car that folds up into a briefcase and a conveyor belt that takes us right into our own office. Thanks for Scooby-Doo, who taught me that food is a reward. Wait, maybe my 350-pound body shouldn't thank you for that one. But thank you, Bill Hanna, nonetheless, for Hong Kong Phooey, who taught us all that even the janitor can be a hero, even if the janitor is a talking dog and everyone else on the show is a human. And even though Hong Kong Phooey is also a talking dog, none of the humans seem to realize that the talking dog that they knew could also be Hong Kong Phooey. Bill Hanna, you're our number one super guy. And finally, Mr. Hanna, thank you for Johnny Quest, for simply showing us that you can travel out of the country with two young boys and make it seem perfectly normal. Thank you. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, which is a lot like Bedrock, only not as modern. But it was there that my love of Hanna-Barbera cartoons flourished, thanks mostly to Mother, and of course our local animator and handyman named Bobo. On Saturday nights, when Father was away, I'd catch them in the barn talking about cartoons that they had seen that morning. Once I saw Bobo petting something on Mother's lap. He told me it was her secret squirrel. Minute. I don't even want to know why he was complaining about Snagglepuss. Anywho, William Hanna, thanks again. From the top of Grape Ape to the bottom of Inch-High Private Eye. Thanks for the joy, for the laughter, and for showing us what Curly from the Three Stooges would be like as a shark named Jabberjaw. Your fans will always remember you, because we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you.
No, Fezzy. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Rod.
Very funny. And well done.
Sean Combs changes his name. Who's your puff daddy? A Fezatorial. Well. Now that his trial is over, Sean Puffy Combs has decided it's time for a new identity. P-Diddy. And I haven't seen people this upset over a name change since that family reunion when my cousin Donald announced he was now going by the name Cher. But what really scrapes my scrote is the fact that Puffy, excuse me, P-Diddy, isn't getting the credit he deserves for this metamorphosis. Face it, Puff Daddy will always be remembered for that nightclub shootout, whereas P-Diddy hasn't shot anyone yet. And P-Diddy is such a great name. It's fun and innocent. It sounds like what you would call an accident in the bathroom. Like if your aim was off and you missed the ball, oops, I had a P-Diddy. Or it could even be the little song you hum while going. Imagine how friendly it would sound as the man at the next urinal says, "That's a clever tune. What is that?" "Oh, nothing, sir. Just a little P-Diddy I made up." In fact, I think other celebs that have gotten into trouble should consider these kind of name changes. O.J. Simpson is a name synonymous with murder. He should have changed it like P-Diddy and used something to symbolize his innocence, like glove didn't fitty or jury acquitty. Ray Lewis could have followed the example of P-Diddy and gone with didn't stab him in the ribby. John and Patsy Ramsey, maybe your P-Diddy name change could include a little confession. Daddy had a stiffy, Mama told a fibby. And Roberto Alomar, we all know your umpire trouble haunted you. Not if you had changed your name to No More Spitty. You know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where people's last names never changed, not even after they get married. Odd, but it was there that I learned that people don't always go by their given names. I remember Mother had asked to see our handyman named Bobo out in the barn. I guess she was looking for a hammer because she told him that she needed a good pounding. Well, that's when I learned that our handyman's name wasn't really Bobo. Apparently his real name was Doomy, because that's what Mother kept yelling out. Doomy, Doomy. Sometimes she'd even say, Mr. Doomy. Wait a minute. And I guess Mother's maiden name wasn't You-wanna-bitch, was it? Anywho, Puff Daddy or P. Diddy, it doesn't matter what your name is. You'll always be that same irrepressible rap mogul who was brought up on felony gun possession and bribery charges. Not only do we support P. Diddy, we love P. And we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. We're out in Fez, 877-692-1027.
Fez, I was laughing, and then the producer started talking to me, so I missed the end of it. But it sounded like a remarkable Fezatorial.
Thank you, Ronnie.
I was really enjoying it.
Good has triumphed over evil. It's the return of a Fezatorial. Well. Lower management here has finally tapped out and given us a new dump person, thus reinstating the Fezatorial. And I haven't been this thrilled to have something returned since my 16th birthday, when a boy named Jake got my undies back from a geek who charged his friends $1 to see them. That night, we sat on his dining room table eating cake, but that's another story. But what really bugs my bung is the weeks it took to settle this, thanks to the bullying tactics of a certain junior executive. Not to name names, but I mean you, Assistant Program Director Craig Schwab. Mr. Schwab, your reign of terror here is over. No longer will I or the other members of this air staff live in fear of you. We have our new dump person, and until the Bronx Zoo realizes there's a monkey missing, we'll have him for a while. But our victory is just just the beginning, Craig Schwab. Eventually, all your cruel policies will fall. The mandatory early morning calisthenics, which almost killed poor Eddie Trunk. The pop quizzes on emergency broadcast system procedures. And of course, your surprise jock inspections. For years, Craig Schwab, you've told us that around here, you're Senator Bob Kerrey and the rest of us are just a bunch of old Vietnamese women. And for a long time, I thought that was a good thing. Well, no more. And today, Mr. Craig, Senator Kerry, Schwab, we all start saying no to you. The sports guys say no. They won't cover figure skating, even though you insist on starting every hour with a Scott Hamilton update. The man's retired, for heaven's sake. And no, Craig Schwab, despite your demands, Chuck Nice will not, as you put it, whiten up his act on the Radio Chick Show. No matter how hard you lean on Opie and Anthony, they are taking a stand and not allowing you, Craig, to be a contestant in the whipped cream bikini contest. And no more will you be allowed to eat a half a dozen chalupas, take a microphone into the bathroom, and produce Don and Mike's secret sound. No more, Craig Schwab. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida. Or as Craig Schwab calls it when he's got me up against the lockers, that place he's going to send me back to in a box. But it was there that I learned about employee-boss relations. I remember Mother having all kinds of labor disputes with our handyman named Bobo. They were always going out to the barn to negotiate. And even though they would try to top each other, Mother was willing to compromise. Sometimes I'd hear her say she wanted him on top. Other times, she wanted to be on top. But Bobo knew she was the boss because several times she wanted him behind her. And then... Wait a minute. Okay, so that's what she meant when she said her employees always come first. Anywho, Assistant Program Director Craig Schwab, you sit there behind your big fancy desk, that card table you put right next to the copy machine, and you bark out your orders. Because now our staff is united like a family. From our big brothers, Opie and Anthony, to Blaine, who's more like a retarded cousin you only see at family picnics. But united nonetheless to let you know, Craig Schwab, that we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Al Sharpton is on a hunger strike. Really? Maybe he'd enjoy a nice, delicious Fezatorial. Well. The Reverend Al Sharpton has decided to quit all solid food as a protest of Navy bombing practices in Puerto Rico. And I haven't seen this many people complaining about a black man not eating since... Well, actually, I've heard a lot of complaints about black men not eating. In fact, I only knew one who would. Big Meat Douglas. But what really pokes my pie is the method Reverend Al has chosen to show his protest. Now, of course, no one wants to see Puerto Rico bombed. Hopefully, the only bombed Puerto Ricans I'll see is this weekend in Central Park after the parade. Bring your camcorders and super soakers, chicos. I'll be the one with the bullseye painted on my crotch. But with no offense to Al Sharpton, a hunger strike is not the way to go. Not to be cruel. But a fat man not eating is not scary. It's a downright relief. If you're in line at an all-you-can-eat breakfast buffet and you hear a large man say, "I'm not eating," you're not threatened, you're thrilled. Now there's sausage links for you. Sorry, Al, but a fat man refusing to eat is like Jenna Bush refusing a margarita. It's a good thing. It's like Robert Downey Jr. saying, "That's it, no more drugs till Hollywood is cleaned up. Who cares?" It's Timothy McVeigh refusing to blow up any more buildings till the government is fixed. You shouldn't be doing it anyway. A large man not eating is like Pamela Anderson saying no more sex with Tommy Lee. It doesn't matter. We all had the videotapes we ordered off the web anyway. Don't you see, Reverend Sharpton? Your hunger strike is like Bill Clinton saying no more ladies, or Al Dukes refusing to crap himself. It's Mark Chimura saying you won't see me with another underage girl until the NFL is cleaned up. It's Christopher Reeve on a horse riding strike. It's Bill Gates saying no more making money. So what? You've got plenty. It's OJ and Robert Blake getting together and saying no more wife killing. Please, a fat guy not grabbing food is refreshing, not frightening. Idiots. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where even a fast is done nice and slow. But it was there where I learned how upset people can get over a hunger strike. I remember Mother in a heated discussion about this with our handyman named Bobo. Late one evening, they had gone out to our barn, where, from what I could tell, Mother had begun a hunger strike, which was odd because she had just polished off a bucket of original recipe at supper. But I distinctly heard Bobo insist that she put something in her mouth and demanded that she swallow, and how she was going to choke on that meat and... Wait a minute. Okay, so later on I heard the word fist, not fast. Anywho, Al Sharpton, your intentions are noble. Your heart, other than some cholesterol, is good. But your plan is for crap. You want to make a statement, turn the tables on them, literally, and start eating. And I don't just mean your regular meals, I mean everything. Do a reverse hunger strike. Don't stop eating while you're in jail. After 90 days, when they have to take down a wall to get you out, you'll have their attention and our support. And you'll also hear us say, we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. I do. Shark attacks are on the rise. Hey, Sharky, how about taking a bite of a Fezatorial? Well. Shark activity is increasing at an alarming rate, and I haven't seen people this freaked out about something slimy in the water since that time I saw a young Eric Estrada walking along the shore and, well, let's just say, whipped up my own batch of tartar sauce in the ocean. But what really buzzes my honey hole is the fact that people continue to swim even though we know these creatures, that I like to call man-eaters, are in a feeding frenzy. These most recent attacks all started with an 8-year-old boy in Pensacola, Florida, where this little guy was simply playing in knee-deep water, which was glistening on his smooth tan skin. That was baked golden by the sun's summer rays, his hair tossed about by a Florida breeze, his little trunks clinging I'm sorry, my point? Oh, yes, we don't know why these sharks have decided it's human season. Who knows why animals do anything? Why do elephants have their own graveyards? Why do salmon go upstream to spawn? Why does a dog sit there panting and whimpering at a water dish that has been dry for nearly a week? We may never know. So all we can do is start taking measures to protect ourselves from sharks now. Maybe lifeguards should start issuing guns to swimmers. And no, not real guns that could hurt anyone. I mean spear guns. I also understand that a lot of these sharks like to eat us because they confuse us with seals. Fine. Either assign a seal to swim with each of us that we can use as live bait to distract the shark, or start seeding the beaches with lots and lots of seals so the sharks will be too stuffed to eat any real humans. Or I guess, to make us unappetizing to sharks, we could spread ourselves with something disgusting that the sharks wouldn't want to eat. Something really gross, like blood or fish guts. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where we had a lot of trouble with hammerheads. They weren't sharks. They were some mean inbred kids that lived down the road. When they were born, their skulls looked like someone had taken a mallet to them. You could hit one in the face with a 2x4, and those hammerhead kids would just keep coming at you. But it was there that I learned how important shark attack prevention was to some people. I remember Mother going out to our barn late at night to practice shark attack prevention with our handyman named Bobo. One night, Mother was the shark and Bobo was the victim. She came at him on her knees, you know, down low, like a shark would. And then he did all the right things. He screamed when he felt her teeth and then swatted her right in the nose, like you're supposed to. They even made it very realistic. Bobo complained about her fish smell, and that... Wait a minute. He was talking about Mama's poon. Anywho... Something's bothering these sharks, and we have no way to communicate with them. Unfortunately, we don't have a real-life Aquaman. If we did, Batman could get him for us, and he could tell us what was going on. But until then, let's let these sharks know that we two-legged land creatures are going to stick together. We should all gather at the shore and tell their fat fish faces that we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Where's Ronnie?
That was great, buddy.
Where do you go during the Friday Night Fezatorial?
The girls are drinking Planet Java. Larry and Rob and Marty are mixing drinks out there. Fez, it's a lot of fun.
I'm in here doing public service work.
Everybody out in the other room is laughing about the Fezatorial.
You're playing the foosball, aren't you?
Yeah, a little bit. But I know didn't you say something about your mom getting mixed up about something?
Yes, I did.
And something Bobo did, right?
Right.
And you're from Pinellas Park?
Yes.
Yeah, I got it.
Florida.
Yeah, I got it. It's good.
You didn't hear a word of it. Parents are arrested when a stripper performs at a high school party. Well, students, it looks like you'll be staying after class for a Fezatorial. Well. The parents of a high school football player have been arrested for hosting a party where the kids were entertained with beer, weed man, and a stripper covered in whipped cream. And I haven't seen people this upset about kids watching a dancer since that time I tried teaching some preschoolers the hokey pokey. And learned the hard way that when it comes to the hokey pokey, there's one body part you're not supposed to put in and shake it all about. But what really polishes my little pink pearl is the fact that now we find out that this stripper party is a yearly tradition for the Horace Greeley High School football team. Well, perfect. Since everyone involved seems to think this is no big deal, why not start some other Horace Greeley High traditions? How about the annual Miss Nude Freshman competition? Those of you girls no longer wearing training bras, please sign up in the school office. Homecoming is always a big night. Of course, at Horace Greeley High, the word coming is spelled with a U. That could be the night when the cheerleaders show off their new routines, including the boob pyramid. Who needs pom-poms when you've got pasties? Speaking of football, let's keep all the proud athletic traditions going. I'm sure Horace Greeley High will be going to the state finals this year for the water sports competition. Just a word of warning, though. If you do sign up for water sports at Horace Greeley, you won't be going anywhere near a pool. However, your eyes will still sting, and you'll smell funny. Oh, there's plenty of room for new traditions at Horace Greeley High, including the Prom Queen Gangbang, the annual Scat Dance, and, of course, the Dominatrix Spelling Bee, where you learn to spell photosynthesis very quickly, knowing hot wax is waiting for your nipples. But, you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where our high school tradition was not having a single adult in town that graduated from one. But it was there that I learned how important a high school education is to some people. I remember Mother being tutored nightly in our barn by our handyman named Bobo. He was helping her get her GED, but I don't think it helped, because apparently she got a lot of F's in that barn. I overheard Mother telling him that they were going to F every night. Sometimes she couldn't wait to fail his test. She'd yell, "Go ahead and give me a big hard F," or "Why don't you just F me now and get it over with?" Although it wasn't a total loss, Bobo did say she did well in the oral, and... Wait a minute. Mama kissed it. Anywho, having students lick the whipped cream off a stripper is not a healthy tradition for kids. After all, we don't know how long either the stripper or the whipped cream have been sitting out. Besides, kids should be worrying about their SATs, not their STDs. And if they want to get fired up about their football season, I've got an old-fashioned cheer we can all join in on. We're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. For you.
That was good, Fezzy.
You just came walking in.
Wow, that was something else.
Where did you go during the Fezatorial?
I just went to smoke, but from what I heard, that
You
thing...
left the building?
Yeah. But from what I heard, it was great.
All you heard was the end. All you heard was a thank you.
Yeah, but that part, it sounded like you had done a great job before it.
You've never heard one of them.
Thank you.
Not a single one. There are still good things in the world. Hey, here's one now. A Fezatorial. Well. The recent tragedies in our country have left us with many questions. In fact, I haven't had this many questions since the time I found my father and Mr. Higgins, the scoutmaster, both dressed as nurses and passed out in my tree fort. But now, with our world seeming to be completely changed forever, we have to ask, is there anything good left to enjoy? And will there ever be anything to laugh about again? My answer to both questions? It's a resounding yes. What's still good? It's good that we can still see children outside playing. Of course, due to the verdict in the people of Florida versus Fez Marie Watley, some of us can only see this from no less than 500 yards away. But I know, they're out there. What's still good, people? The simple things, like the thought of finding nude photos of your favorite actress or a WWF superstar's wife on the internet. The feeling you get when you bet the rent money on the Oakland Raiders and they cover with a last-minute touchdown. Or if you're like me, just the joy of knowing there are still Cuban men who drink too much and will pass out in your bed. Trust me, there's still boy bands, Carrot Top, and Ellen has a new sitcom. Oh, wait, sorry. That's a line from a Fezatorial I call Why We Should Abandon All Hope. But as a nation, we wonder, will anything seem funny again now that things have changed so much? Well, let me ask you, have the things we joked about really changed? After all, isn't Star Jones still really fat? Yes, she is. Isn't Anne Heche going to change her sexual preference about another 6 or 7 more times? You betcha. And you to see Joan Rivers and her daughter, Nestor the long-eared donkey, at every award show? Of course. And not only will we laugh, we will mock. As long as Michael Jackson continues his physical metamorphosis into Jack Skellington from The Nightmare Before Christmas, we will snicker at him. As long as Mariah Carey, queen of the nut bars, keeps eating with her hands off of paper plates because she can't be trusted with the dishes or silverware, we will chuckle. As long as Vinny Testaverde tries to tackle a guy who picked off one of his passes, we will laugh out loud. How many more laughs will we have? Easy. It's equal to the amount of how many more times Bill Maher will make an ass out of himself. Plenty. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where we had a name for those good things that were few and far between. We called them teeth. But it was there that I learned how much people need a good laugh. I remember whenever Mother needed a giggle, she'd go out to our barn with our handyman named Bobo. One time I saw her out there on her knees laughing. At least I think she was laughing. Her head was going up and down. She just wasn't laughing out loud. So that's when Bobo went behind her and bent her over to tickle her. Although she wasn't laughing then either. In fact, she was screaming for lube. And then... Wait a minute. He hurt Mama's bottom. Anywho, we will laugh again, and we'll do it together, and probably all while we're pointing at our producer, Al Dukes. But until we can laugh, here's something we can say together. We're here. We're queer. We will not disappear. God bless America. Thank you. Where's Ronnie? Ronnie!
Ah, that was great, Fez.
Again, you didn't even hear it.
That was good, though. Fezatorial, huh?
Yeah,
It's good to have it back.
you were on the foosball table, weren't you?
Yeah. I wasted Billy Staples. I mean, wasted him. What, are you saying something about Mother or something?
Yes, she came up. Never hear the Fezatorial.
That was a good one, though.
Thank you.
Maybe your best.
You didn't even hear it.
Look at me.
What?
You changed some things with that one. You got people thinking, using their noggin.
You don't even know what it's about.
It ain't just a hat rack up there, my friend. You got to do a little thinking with that thing.
Carpools are now mandatory. Hey, how about catching a ride with a Fezatorial? Well. Due to heavy traffic congestion, the mayor and the city have decided that commuters must now carpool into Manhattan. And I haven't seen this many people packed into a car since that drunken night after a concert when I found myself nude and crammed in my Yugo with all the members of Air Supply. We partied until I was literally all out of love. But what really torpedoes my tuna boat is the fact that in the middle of a crisis, some people are complaining about this carpooling inconvenience, when it can actually be no problema if you just take some advice. First of all, follow the rules. Every car coming into Manhattan must have a driver, which for some reason is required, and at least one other passenger. Note, a third-grade boy tied up and laying on the floor of the back seat does not qualify as a passenger. Trust me, I found out the hard way. Besides, even when gagged, they can still produce those muffled screams. And who needs that while stuck in traffic? Next, be prepared to be inspected. Make sure everything is in clear sight of the police. It'll make the roadblocks move much faster. For example, when an officer approached my vehicle, I immediately lifted my skirt and offered to let him search what I like to call the enchanted forest. I was quickly told to move on and was immediately on my way. Also, be a considerate carpool buddy. Sharing breakfast together? Good idea. Too many breakfast burritos with the windows rolled up? Bad idea. Bringing music from home to enjoy during the ride? Good idea. Bringing the best of Ray Stevens? Bad idea. Giving others a ride into the city? Good idea. Giving terrorists a ride into the city? Bad idea. Really, really bad idea. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where a carpool usually meant someone putting a liner in the bed of the El Camino up on blocks in their yard and then filling it with water for the kids to play in. But it was there that I first learned about organizing carpools. I remember Mother putting together a carpool with our handyman named Bobo. They even had a meeting about it out in our barn where Bobo had brought several of his male friends. It seemed like too many people for our car, but out in that barn, Mother said she could take every one of them. She said she could fit 3 in the front and still take 2 in the back. And then for some reason, she said that would still leave her mouth free to... Wait a minute. Mama got the gangbang. Anywho, we can all do our part by carpooling. And remember, carpooling with a friend from work? Good. Carpooling with Jason Priestley, Matthew Perry, or Nikki Taylor? Bad. And let's stop complaining and instead roll down those windows and let's hear it from more than one person in each car that we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Where's Ronnie? Where is Ronnie?
Woo! Fezatorial.
You missed it again.
Must be Friday. That's a Fezatorial.
Yes, it's a Friday night Fezatorial. Were you playing the foosball?
Yeah, I just completely whipped the hell out of that Rory.
Yeah? You missed the Fezatorial.
I hear they're good, though. I heard someone laughing. Not at that, but at something else.
The way Rory plays foosball?
Yeah. Sean, you're on Run of Fez.
Hey, Sean.
98.72 here.
Hey, 98.72.
Yeah, hey, Fez, you stole that from Al Dukes. He did the same thing on yesterday's show.
You know, I was thinking that when I heard Fezatorial. All right, thanks a lot.
We've always had a Fezatorial. Alatorial was stolen. That's the stolen property.
It seems to be the new thing. It seems to be where people are going right now.
Fezatorial?
Alatorial. It's the new craze.
People hate Al. They just despise him. This year, the Emmys are toned down. Well, they might want to turn up a Fezatorial. Well. Due to recent events, the Emmy Awards have decided to have a very somber ceremony this year. And I haven't been this unhappy about an award show since '68, when Avenel Bakley beat me out for Little Miss Orange Blossom. They never did find Avenel's body that summer. I suppose they never will. But what really grills my fur burger is the fact that here is an opportunity for these celebs to lift our spirits when all they want to do is show off their sadness. This year, there's no gowns or tuxedos. In fact, I think the King of Queens is going to be there in his UPS uniform. But no glamour means no Joan and Melissa Rivers on the red carpet. Now, honestly, I know these are tough times, but who wouldn't benefit from seeing an old lady and her talking donkey act out on the runway? We hurt. We need to mock. On stage, there's going to be a serious tone. Well, that makes sense. After all, we are honoring shows like Third Rock from the Sun and Sex and the City. Please, it's only television. Some entertainment wouldn't hurt. What we need is that guy who plays Just Jack on Will and Grace to be his silly gay self. Not Mr. Gay and Moody. If we wanted that, we could get Michael Stipe. Seriously, that guy could take the joy out of a circle jerk. So come on, Jack, really gay it up for us. Tell us you think Dennis Franz has a nice ass. Give us something. But if the Emmys insist on giving us serious, then at least give us surprises as well. It's bad enough this show refuses to be fun. Do we also have to watch Frasier and West Wing win every award? I say no. Shake it up a little. Imagine the shock and excitement as Sabrina the Teenage Witch is named Best Comedy. Stun the world. Named Seventh Heaven Best Drama. Hell, pick a show that's been off the air and recognize John Stamos for his fine work as Uncle Jesse on Full House. Just make sure you clarify it so that no one tries to accept for the Uncle Jesse on Dukes of Hazzard. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where people loved television so much they tried to build their own by drawing pictures on their radios. But it was there that I found out how important television is to some folks. I remember Mother always going out to watch TV in our barn with our handyman named Bobo. I think her favorite show was Mary Tyler Moore, because anytime I went past that barn, Mother was always yelling, "More, more, more." Although I think Mother's TV set was in bad shape, because one night I heard Bobo saying her box needed a good pounding. Even that didn't help. After he was done pounding it, he still complained about how fuzzy it was. And wait a minute. Mama had the big bush. Anywho, Emmy Awards, of course, be respectful. But also remember, you're only TV. Don't take yourself so seriously. It's not like you're the Grammys or the Blockbuster Video Awards. Look at your nominees. You've got Ray Romano up against the little kid from Malcolm in the Middle. How serious could you be? Enjoy your evening and just say it with the rest of us. We're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Are you? Where'd Ronnie go?
Fezatorial.
Here he is. You missed it again, didn't you?
That was a good one, though, huh?
I thought it was fine work. Sesame Street's Bert poses with Osama bin Laden. This show is brought to you by the letter F for Fezatorial. Well. Lovable Bert, the crotchety Muppet from Sesame Street, is now somehow appearing in anti-American Osama bin Laden posters in Pakistan. And I haven't been this upset about seeing a Muppet since that time when I was 5, when my Uncle Blackjack entertained me with his own version of Kermit the One-Eyed Frog, which turned out to be his junk with a pointy green collar around it. But what really gropes my Grover is the fact that now children will see Bert not as a friendly Muppet, but as an agent of terrorist evil. And in these suspicious times, we should stop and examine all these children's characters and what they're really saying to our kids. After all, Bert may not be the only suspect on Sesame Street. We know he never works alone, so what does Ernie know about all this? Or what about Oscar the Grouch? Lives in a trash can. He'd be quite at home in Afghanistan. Cookie Monster, hungry for cookies or hungry for power? Big Bird, a bird who can't fly on his own. Could this drive him to try taking over a plane? And of course, the Count. What is he counting? Our weapons? Our soldiers? Let's not limit this just to Sesame Street. For example, Blue's Clues. Sounds quite secretive, doesn't it? Who exactly is this dog giving clues to? The enemy? Teletubbies. Name sounds a lot like Taliban, doesn't it? However, they are British, so I am willing to give them the benefit of a doubt. Mr. Rogers. He enjoys visits to a make-believe kingdom ruled by an all-powerful monarch. What's the matter, Freddy boy? A democratic republic not good enough for you? Also, the man always has a change of clothes ready. Who you running from, Rogers? Barney. Dinosaurs once ruled the earth. I'm sure they'd love to again. How about Scooby-Doo and the gang? Always stopping some American entrepreneur from buying an old amusement park, hotel, or riverboat to fix up for his own profit. These kids seem to always be in the way of progress and the American capitalist system. Or even those adorable bananas in pajamas. Or should I say, Taliban nanas in pajamas. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where one of our town's favorite characters was the Girl Scout Cookie Monster, who was really just a guy who liked to flash the troop wearing nothing but a couple of Thin Mints as pasties. But it was there that I learned that some adults enjoyed Sesame Street as much as kids. I remember Mother actually play acting like she was in Sesame Street out in our barns with our handyman named Bobo. I guess Mother started out playing Big Bird because Bobo was complaining about her big, thick, nasty nest. So that's when she decided to be Oscar the Grouch instead because she said she really liked it in a can. He said that's fine because he was going to slam it anyway. Wait a minute. Don't be up to Mama. Anywho, these are truly days of confusion when even the Muppets are being dragged into these horrible events. And I'll bet that these Muppets long for those simple days. Days where all it took to entertain kids was to smile while some man's hand was inside of you. I know. I miss those days too. Badly. But we carry on, and we let them hear our shouts of no surrender up and down Sesame Street, as man and Muppet alike yell out, "We're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you." Where's Ronnie go? Where's
All right, the Fezatorial.
You missed it!
Well, that was a good one. Something about Bobo.
Yes? He was brought up. But you didn't hear the Fezatorial. You were out playing the foosball.
How about Mother?
Yes, I did talk about my mother. Tabloids hit by Anthrax. Inquiring minds want a Fezatorial. Well. Cases of exposure to anthrax are popping up everywhere after originally appearing in the offices of the National Enquirer. And I haven't been this nervous about opening mail since high school, when I anxiously awaited a letter of acceptance to the Delta Burke Modeling Academy, which finally did arrive with the words, "Rejected, too fat," stamped on it. But as you can see, karma and fried foods got my revenge on Miss Delta Burke. But what really pounds my poon, man, is the fact that some sicko started this with the Enquirer, which unleashed even more crimes. So let's take this back to the start to see exactly who would want to hurt the National Enquirer. Could it be someone who already has a criminal past and then had their mugshots printed in the Enquirer? People like Tim Allen, Hugh Grant, and, ooh, she's pretty, who's that? Brett Butler. Also, we got to see photos of Kelsey Grammer picking up trash and Christian Slater washing police cars doing community service. Already known felons with revenge on their minds? There are suspects who were made to look foolish by the tabloid. The Enquirer once reported that Marlon Brando tried to power his home with electric eels. Any man that brilliant could come up with this anthrax plot. Or Michael Jackson, whom the Enquirer reported this spring was found in bed with Macaulay Culkin, surrounded by stuffed animals and watching Toy Story 2. This could be his revenge, but I doubt that the king of "pop that in my mouth, Macaulay," frail as he is, has the upper arm strength to even lift an envelope. There's Anne Heche, whom the Enquirer accused of giving Robert Downey Jr. the cocaine that led to his most recent arrest and downfall. Of course, anthrax isn't really Anne Heche's style. She would simply return to the mothership and fire photon torpedoes at their offices. Or what about those who were attacked about their own physical appearance, with headlines like, "It's surgery for chubby Monica Lewinsky," or Kate Winslet, "Battle of the Bulge," where she was actually referred to as blubber. A fat girl can do a lot of damage, especially at a buffet. Who knows what would happen if one of these heifers decided to charge with anthrax? But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where we used to read a lot of rags. You see, we couldn't get newspapers or magazines, so people would literally read old pieces of cloth. But it was there that I learned how important receiving mail is to some people. I remember Mother would only open our mail out in the barn with our handyman named Bobo. He was the only person Mother trusted to go get our mail. She said he was the only one she liked getting in her box. She must have liked the way he handled envelopes, too, because one time she said he really knows how to lick it. And the only time Bobo didn't help Mother with the mail is when she got her monthly bill. And he said no way, because... Wait a minute. Mama gave Bobo the Red Wings. Anywho, someone really had it in for the National Enquirer. It must be someone they exposed, like Jesse Jackson and his 2-year-old love child. Love child. Someone should check that kid out. But until we do, everyone be careful with the mail. In fact, I'll open this one myself. It reads, "We're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you." Where's Ronnie?
Yeah!
Ronnie!
Woo! That was the Fezatorial.
You missed it again!
Come on, everybody, Fezatorial. Yeah.
Oh, save it. Harrison Ford wants an end to violent movies. I guess he's Indiana Jones in for a Fezatorial. Well. Harrison Ford now wants Hollywood to stop making films filled with gratuitous violence. And I haven't been this upset over something Harrison Ford said since that time he called me kid and told me don't get cocky. Which not only disappointed me, but also surprised me. I didn't know he called it that. But what really raised my lost arse is the fact that Harrison Ford is condemning violent films when that's what he's made his living on. How many Harrison Ford films have we sat through where something didn't blow up, there wasn't gunfire, or a stormtrooper and or Jawa wasn't killed? Not many. Now, before Harrison Ford puts his Wookiee where his mouth is, he should look back at his career and think about his body of work with the violence taken out. Gee, Harrison, would there have been sequels and prequels if Star Wars had been called Star Misunderstandings? I think not. How about the Indiana Jones series, featuring Raiders of the Lost Car Keys, Indiana Jones and the Temple of Fudge, and Indiana Jones and the Last Piece of Cake? Not exactly action thrillers. Maybe instead of Blade Runner, you should have filmed Lemonade Runner, taking refreshing drinks to thirsty replicants. And how much would audiences enjoy your character, CIA man Jack Ryan, if he were put in films called Patriot Board Games or Clear and Present Danger of Falling in Love? Please. I'm sure we would have all loved Harrison Ford in such non-violent, non-action thrillers as Air Force Fun, The Devil's Own, Swing Set, and 6 Days, 7 Nights at Disney World. Idiot. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where to this day, everyone thinks Harrison Ford is where we bought our Torino station wagon. But it was there that I learned how important this kind of entertainment is to people. Long before Harrison Ford did the film version, Mother was a huge fan of The Fugitive. She would watch it each week out in our barn with our handyman named Bobo. She even called him the one-armed man, which I didn't understand because Bobo had all his limbs. But I know one night he made his arm disappear up to his elbow, and the way Mother screamed, it must have been frightening. Wait a minute. It disappeared in the gooch. Anywho, Harrison Ford is seeking an end to violent filmmaking, and he's not alone. In his quest, he's joined forces with Drew Barrymore. Perfect. She's certainly the voice of a nation. That is, if the nation is the People's Republic of Retardia. Harrison, I say knock it off and go back to doing what you do best, swashbuckling your way into our hearts. And as we wait for you to do what lies beneath too, we'll cheer you on by saying, we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. You're welcome.
That was the Fezatorial.
As you come walking into the room, missing it again. One more time.
I'm sorry, I had some personal business out there, Fezzy.
What was your personal business?
I want to smoke.
That's not personal business, that's smoking.
What was the Fezatorial on?
It was about Harrison Ford and him wanting Hollywood to stop making violent films.
That's interesting because we're about to do movie reviews with Paul O.
Nice. Glad I could help. There's more to this World Series than just baseball. Now pitching a Fezatorial. Well. Once again, it's the Fall Classic. And once again, the New York Yankees are on their way to victory. In fact, I haven't been this excited about the prospect of taking 4 straight since that summer in '67 when I met 4 boys named Davy, Mickey, Peter, and Mike. You called them the Monkeys. I called them a dream come true. I still have a stained wool cap as a keepsake. But what really chucks my knoblock is the fact that we didn't realize how much this World Series was truly imitating life. The comparisons between baseball and what's going on in the world right now are staggering. The Yankees, they fought to come back, just like the city of New York is doing. The country and the Yankees are both in a battle to win. Both have enemies from the desert. The U.S. facing terrorists in Afghanistan. The Yanks against the Diamondbacks from Arizona. After all, doesn't Arizona look a lot like Afghanistan, except with malls? Take away the Gap, Chick-fil-A, and Starbucks, and you're sitting in a place that looks like downtown Talibanville. The terrorists struck us first. The Diamondbacks struck first, taking games 1 and 2 in the series. Coincidence? Hardly, people. Our president tells us this could be a long, drawn-out war where we need ground troops in Afghanistan. This series is already going to Game 6, possibly 7, where the Yankees will have to go to the desert of Arizona to win it all. Now this is getting really weird. Our beloved local leader, Mayor Giuliani's term, ends at the end of the year. Yankee skipper Joe Torre's contract expired November 1st. Odd. I guess in the big scheme of things, that would make Don Zimmer kind of like Governor Pataki. Or maybe more like Mayor Giuliani's big teenage son. I haven't figured that one out yet. Who leads the threat against the U.S.? A big, weird-looking guy named Osama bin Laden. Who's the threat against the Yankees winning the World Series? A big, weird-looking guy named Randy Johnson. Honestly, not to be cruel, but if anyone looks like they'd be more at home in a dank cave, it's the big unit. And finally, speaking of Osama, this piece of coincidence. Using the science of anagrams, take the letters used in the word Diamondbacks and you spell bad, sick, nomad. Sounds like Osama to me. You can also take those letters and actually spell Osama bin Dick. That is, of course, if you leave out the letter I in Dick and spell it with 2 Ds. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas, Florida, where we hosted the Small World Series, which were games played by people that just happened to bump into each other. But it was there that I learned how important baseball is to people. I remember Mother sneaking out to our barn to watch the games with our handyman named Boo-Boo. Listening at the barn door, I would actually giggle at the way those two messed up one baseball term after another. Bobo, for some reason, always complained about the nappy dugout. And I remember he'd tell Mother, face on balls instead of base on balls. And then she would call him something that rhymed with Mr. October, but I think it started with a C. What was it? Wait a minute. Bobo was Mama's Mr. Cocktober. Anywho, the similarities between the national events going on and the World Series are mind-boggling. So much so that I've come to one conclusion. Baseball is fake. Which is actually good news, for it means it's good versus evil, and in the end, good will triumph over Kurt Schilling. So let's continue to give the Bronx Bombers our support, since they're battling for so much more than just the World Series. Let them hear us out in the Arizona desert as we chant, "We're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Are you?" Ronnie, someone get Ronnie. Tell him the Fezatorial's done.
That was great, Fuzzy.
You didn't hear it? You were out in the hall.
Cocktober? Yes, I heard it. We were screaming in the hall.
You did hear it. You did. Britney Spears cursing on her new album? Looks like I better use the F word. Fezatorial. Well. Britney Spears released her new CD this week with a pre-warning to parents that it contains the words damn and hell. And I haven't seen a teenage girl this consumed with her own cussing since that time when my sister's Tourette's kicked in, and she wondered if anyone had noticed. I said it was hard to tell, considering that Grandpa's funeral had just started. But what really really pops my teen sensation is the fact that America's favorite virgin is trying to shock us with this lame attempt at cursing. Please, you say damn and hell. You're not exactly the next Two Live crew here. Honestly, I don't think you're going to put the Wu-Tang out of business. However, in the interest of fairness, I have listened to Britney Spears' new CD and found other questionable lyrics that parents should be aware of, other than this reported damn and hell. Now, on 3 separate occasions on this album, I heard the phrase, oh fudge, and other expletive terms such as darn it, H-E double hockey sticks, and jeepers creepers. This is not the Britney we know and love. She also refers to her own body on this album using such questionable terms as hiney, bra, and my privates. She says the swearing comes from a frustration with her music. Well, that frustration is quite evident in the lyrics, dag nabbit, oh my stars and garters, and put it where the sun don't shine. I wish it ended there, but this new Britney Spears CD is loaded with expletives, including the words poopy, Jiminy Christmas, hanky-panky, duty head, booger, Boston panties, my Aunt Fanny, monthly visitor, and heavens to Murgatroyd. I can't believe this is our Britney Spears. I mean criminy. Oh, great. Now she has me cussing. But, you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Port Ellisburg, Florida, where the people couldn't stand Britney Spears. In fact, they even had a mean name for her fans. What was it? They used it all the time. Oh, yes, Spears Chuckers, which is odd because they were saying that long before Britney was even born. But it was there that I learned that swearing is frowned upon. I remember Mother always telling us if we keep our mouths busy, we wouldn't have time to curse, which was good advice and probably the reason why I'm nearing 350 pounds. But I recall one night when Mother was following her own advice. She was out in the barn with our handyman named Bobo, and from what I could tell, he was keeping her mouth real busy. In fact, she complained that her jaw was getting tired, and I don't know what she wanted to say, but he refused to let her spit it out. In fact, she was going to have to swallow her... Wait a minute. Mama gave the humsky. Anywho, Britney Spears, oops, you did it again. Made an ass of yourself. Britney, you really want to shock us? Lose the top and show us the surgical scars. Trust me, it'll be more effective than swearing. But until then, let me leave you, Britney, with a few choice words of my own. We're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Will someone let Ronnie know the Fezatorial replay is over?
All right.
Thank you, Ronnie.
Fezatorial. You sure gave it to that subject, Fez.
Do you even know what the subject was?
No. But I'm sure you, no holds barred again?
No holds barred, that's right, Ronnie. In spades, mister.
I'm loving it.
In a new ad campaign against terrorism, mum's the word. Really? I thought the word was Fezatorial. Well. The State Department is going to run ads telling New Yorkers to keep it zipped in an effort to stop people from discussing info that could jeopardize national security. And I haven't seen this many people told to zip it since that time when the cops burst in on our unmarried scoutmaster teaching my troop how to start a fire by rubbing our sticks together. My first clue that something was wrong was that we weren't even in the woods. We were in a motel room just off the interstate. But what really loosens my love lips is the fact that it's hard to tell what's okay and what's not okay to talk about. Keep it zipped says don't talk about the layout of certain New York buildings. So, locations and entrances of downtown offices, not okay to talk about. However, locations and entrances of downtown men-only spas, okay to talk about. In fact, if you have any info on these, please email to dukes@wnew.com. If you know someone in the armed forces, talking about where troops are located overseas is wrong. Now discussing where Jay Leno will be located when he entertains troops in Afghanistan, that's fine. And if we could get the exact coordinates, that would be even better. If government officials are in town and you know the hotels they're staying in, say nothing. If one of those officials is Gary Condit, for God's sake, speak up. You could save a life. Let's also keep quiet about any big events going on, like that tree lighting ceremony. I say this year, we just hide that thing behind Rockefeller Center and keep our mouths shut. After all, who's going to think to look for it there? And finally, let's not discuss how tiny our new mayor actually is. I don't want some terrorist sticking Bloomy in his backpack and running off, or some hawk or other bird of prey swooping down and flying away with him. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where our phrase during the war was loose lips sink sheep. It was kind of a barnyard code of silence between lonely farm hands. But it was there that I learned how important it was to keep things to yourself. I remember one time, Mother was out in the barn with our handyman named Bobo. For some reason, he was desperately trying to get some info out of her. I don't know what it was, but he kept telling her to start opening that mouth, but she wouldn't. I guess her lips were sealed. Although I remember her complaining that it was her eyelids that got sealed shut, and something got in her ear, too. Well, wait a minute. Mama got a sticky facial. Anywho, as much as I can't believe I'm saying this, keep it zip, people. Which, by the way, only applies to the city, not surrounding rest areas. But if you do feel the need to talk, here's something we all can say. We're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Someone get Ronnie. The Fezatorial replay is over.
All right, that's the Fezatorial. Nice one, Fez.
Hi, Ron.
What was that, some kind of a nature boy?
No, it was a Fezatorial.
Huh.
You missed it again.
Was it a good one?
Damn good. People magazine names its 50 most beautiful people. Well, here's a real beauty of a Fezatorial. Well. Once again, People magazine is telling us who's the fairest of them all. And I haven't been this excited over a magazine since I was a kid, when Father would gather us around and read to us from the new Cosmo while he sat on the can. If we were lucky and he was constipated, we got to take a relationship quiz, too. But what really taunts my taint is how superficial the choices are for People magazine's most beautiful. That is why I'd like to offer some alternatives and nominate the most beautiful people on the inside. First of all, People magazine went with Laura Bush. Please, after 8 years of a first lady whose ankles look like 2 watermelons shoved into a pair of pumps, this was an easy choice. But instead of Laura Bush, I would have gone with her daughter, Jenna, whose chubby cheeks red with alcohol poisoning and all the innocence of a Texas death row member is making binge drinking fashionable again. She carries the inner charm of reckless youth that gives us all the hope that someday one of her boobs will pop out. People magazine shows Julia Roberts as one of its most beautiful. Obviously, only because of her Oscar win. Hey, if all we want is a horse with a trophy, let's include Point Given, the favorite to win this weekend's Kentucky Derby. J-Lo, Jennifer Lopez, has been named most beautiful. Gee, People magazine, please come back in from that limb. You're out a little too far. Instead, let's nominate that woman who got shot in her face that night J-Lo's boyfriend Puffy got into trouble. Talk about prettier on the inside, she'd have to be. But there is something to be said about a woman who can take a bullet in the face and still come back to testify against you. She has what I like to call Terminator beauty. And trust me, fellas, after she pockets civil case settlement money, she'll be looking a lot better. And amazingly enough, the Navy pilot whose spy plane was captured by the Chinese is among People's most beautiful. Okay, if losing a plane makes you beautiful, congratulations, John Denver. You're finally gorgeous. Why didn't we tell you when we had the chance? But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where beauty pageants were canceled after 12 consecutive years of non-human winners. There's nothing worse than women crying as a sheep wearing a tiara walks past them. But it was there that I learned about inner beauty. I remember Mother looking for beauty in all things, in nature, in music, in homemade gin, and even in our handyman named Bobo. One time I overheard them in our barn. She said that Bobo even had a beauty in his pants, and she wished that all his good was inside of her. And wait a minute. I think I may have confused the words good and wood again. Anywho, People magazine, it's easy to pick beautiful people for this year's list, like international star Chow Yun-fat. But don't overlook folks like Tyne Daly, who oddly enough in this country is known as Chow's on-fat. Remember, you only have 50 beautiful people. There are millions of uglies who are ready to say, we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Closing in on Osama bin Laden. First, we better capture a Fezatorial. Well. Cities in Afghanistan continue to fall to U.S. fighting forces as they close in on Osama bin Laden. And I haven't seen this many guys going after one man since that time me and the fellows in my Adrian Smed fan club thought we spotted Adrian coming out of a Walmart and dragged him behind the dumpsters. And trust me, it's more than a little embarrassing to apologize for grabbing the wrong guy after the gangbang's already happened. But what really humps my camel toe is the fact that one certain question has not been answered by our government about the impending capture of Osama bin Laden. And that question is, what are we going to do with his severed head? Let's face it, the United States Marine Corps is after the guy. And when they find him and lop off that turban-wearing coconut he calls a skull, Osama will literally know what it feels like to have our military breathing down his neck. But what about his severed head? What are the plans for that? Let's do something functional with it. Personally, I think that Christmas tree in Rockefeller Center could use a new tree topper. And I think Osama head would look quite Christmassy with 81 feet of spruce shoved up what's left of his neck. How about this? Every police car and fire truck in New York City gets a turn to use Osama head as a hood ornament. Open his mouth and it'll look like the siren noise is coming right out of his fat face. Of course, we could present it to our Commander-in-Chief, George W. Bush, who could use it in the Oval Office as an ashtray. The president could actually just leave it in his office for generations to come. That way, in 100 years, whoever's president could say to visiting guests, you know, there's quite a story behind this old ashtray head. If we're looking for a way for as many people as possible to see Osama head, we could bring it to the Super Bowl and let the teams use it as the official ball for the first quarter. Of course, both teams will want to call heads during the toin toss. Or there's always the Olympics, where the Osama head could replace the opening ceremony torch. Imagine as an Olympic runner comes into the stadium with Osama head on a stick and that beard burning brightly. Then there are the commercial uses. Al Snow could take it to the ring in the WWF. What does everybody want? Osama head. We could polish it up for the Dynamite bowling team. It could be just the edge the gutter balls are looking for. Or it could replace Bill Maher on Politically Incorrect. Who would know the difference? Oh, wait, never mind. That last one is from a different Fezatorial called What to Do with Osama's Ass. But, you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where one summer, over 50 people in town had their heads cut off, which was the same summer that ceiling fan sales dropped so sharply. But it was there that I learned how concerned people are about decapitation. I remember Mother out in the barn with our handyman named Bobo. She was having him remove all the ceiling fans from the property. And I guess she was pretty concerned about losing her own noggin, because she had Bobo test it. I remember seeing her kneeling down while he grabbed her from the back of the head and just worked it up and down over and over again, just bobbing it, and wait a minute. Mama tasted it. Anywho, hopefully soon we're going to have an Osama head, and we're going to have to deal with it, people. I just don't want it ending up in a museum somewhere, because then it's just going to be a case of, oh, I always meant to go to the museum and see Osama head. I just never found the time. So when we get it, let's not waste it. Maybe everyone should get a turn with it. That way we can all yell right in his dead ears that we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you.
All right, so that's the Fezatorial, Fezzy.
That's the Fezatorial, Ron.
I don't know how to tell you this.
Yes?
Coin toss. Coin toss.
What did I say?
Toin toss.
What?
You said toin toss.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
I've never heard of Fezatorial before. Are they all this incorrect?
I'm sure I said coin toss.
I didn't hear that.
I heard toin toss.
Toin toss? What's a toin toss?
Joe Pooh, what did you hear? Toin toss. Toin toss.
Toin toss?
Hawk, what did you hear?
I didn't hear anything.
Thank you, Hawk.
Flunky. Boy, it's great to have that guy. You can beat him with a rubber hose. He ain't going to sell out his fez.
That's my Hawk. 2001. What a year for Fezatorial. Well. The year 2001 is almost over, and it's been a year filled with complete insanity. In fact, I haven't seen this many nuts in a year since '83, when I worked in a Key West swimwear shop, helping guys try on Speedos. I'll never forget that summer working in a store called Bulges. But what really diapers my baby new year is the fact that 2001 has been such a year of unimaginable tragedy. So instead, let's take a moment to look at some of the other events of the past 365 days. 2001. After a hard election, the nation finally swears in George W. Bush. Oddly enough, in the same year, after missing a hard word that rhymes with election, Anne Heche finally swears off Bush. 2001. Sadly, we see Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman break up. Same year, happily, we see Eminem and Elton John get together. 2001. Danny Almonte gets caught being too old. Same year, the Bush twins get caught being too young. 2001. People being attacked left and right by hammerhead sharks. Same year, 16 people attacked by Lizzie Grubman, a hammerhead who doesn't know how to turn left and right. 2001. Al Sharpton goes to jail, refuses to eat, making his large booty go away. Same year, P-Diddy avoids jail, and his large booty, J-Lo, goes away. Also for the same reason, refusing to eat. 2001. Giants come up short in the Super Bowl. Same year, Yanks come up short in the World Series. And same year, votes come up short for Mark Green, and we elect a really short mayor, Mike Bloomberg. 2001, quite a year. From Mad Cow and Planet of the Apes coming back to Liz Taylor and the Jacksons coming back. Well, now that's just weird. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where we used to do the Steer in Review, a look back at our favorite cows. But it was there that I learned how some people feel about reminiscing. I remember Mother discussing this one New Year's out in the barn with our handyman named Bobo. He told Mother the best thing to do was to put things behind her. Actually, from what I could tell that night, the guys Bobo invited over put a lot of things behind her. But his advice was always, don't look back. One time she did, and then a donkey punch was involved, whatever that is, and... Wait a minute. Not Mama's back door. Anywho, 2001. What a year. Robert Blake loses a wife. Gary Condit loses an intern. Mariah Carey loses her mind. And we all felt the horrible losses of September 11th. So here's to a much better new year. We've earned it and deserve it. So God bless, and let the year 2002 know that we're on our way, and that we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you.
The Fezatorial, folks. The Fezatorial.
Thank you.
That was good, Fezzy.
You heard it, huh?
Not all of it.
Now, I see you just walked in as I'm wrapping up. You didn't hear it, did you?
It seemed like it was an important one.
It was the year in review, Ronnie.
Right.
I covered an entire year in that one, and you missed it.
Well, I'll catch one next year.
Next year? All right, we have a Friday Fezatorial coming up.
Oh, I can't wait to hear that one.
This one, a sad one, Ronnie.
Oh, no, what is it?
Yeah, Fezatorial Memorial to Buddy Clinton, the dog of former President Bill Clinton and Senator Hillary Clinton.
You don't want to miss this, folks. All coming up next, 102.7 WNEW. It's the Ron and Fez Show.
Ron and Fez, 102.7 WNEW.
For President Clinton's buddy, a Fezatorial Memorial. Well. Former President Clinton's beloved chocolate Labrador Retriever, Buddy, was recently taken from us after trying to play fetch with a moving car on Route 117. And I haven't been this upset about a dog involved in a car accident since last July, when it took me hours to find out if Lizzie Grubman was all right. She was fine. Her nose was still wet. But what really gnaws on my raw hide is the fact that people will only remember Buddy for the way he died, thinking he could somehow catch a Buick in his mouth like a Frisbee. After all, Buddy is just another coincidental death for the Clintons. And it shows that... What's that? Oh, it's just Vincent Foster beating on the lid of his coffin in disagreement. But let us remember the good times of Buddy Clinton, first dog. Like how he first arrived at the White House as a puppy, just weeks before we found out about Monica Lewinsky. Great. We had 3 weeks of looking at a black lab before spending the next year staring at white flab. But those were great pictures. The president and his dog. He was always panning and sniffing around and occasionally humping whatever got close to him. And there was Buddy right next to him the entire time he was doing it. Remember that great look on Buddy's face as he would start to drool looking at Hillary Clinton's ankles? You could almost see him imagining her legs looking like 2 big pork chops, just like they do in the cartoons. Buddy the dog was great for security, too, especially when the Clintons weren't concerned about Chelsea going off to college. The Secret Service put Buddy in a Stanford sweatshirt, and he made the perfect decoy. No one knew the difference. And, of course, the loyalty. Anytime Bill soiled the Oval Office carpet, there was Buddy to take the blame. Although I think it was Monica who got her nose rubbed in it. But, you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Port Ellisburg, Florida, where a dog is still a man's best friend. They just don't hang out like they used to ever since the man met the sheep. But it was there that I learned how much people really love dogs. I remember Mother out in our barn with our handyman named Bobo. Now, Bobo must have really missed his own dog because he kept having Mother bark like one. She didn't really seem to mind, though, since she was already wearing the collar and leash. But she did whimper when he gave her a bone, especially since it was in the wrong end. And then... Wait a minute. Mama's a bad doggy. Anywho. Buddy, the Clinton dog, you're unforgettable. Like the time you jumped up on Gary Condit and President Clinton simply said, "Oh, he must smell your intern on you." Buddy, we will all miss you. That is, all of us except a snickering cat named Socks, who I'm sure will be questioned by the police. Farewell, Buddy Clinton, as you now run into traffic in dog heaven, and hear us call after you by saying, "We're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you." Where'd Ronnie go?
Wow, there's a lot of glass up there.
The Fezatorial's done. You can come back in now. From surveying the pinball damage.
I missed it? How was it?
It's fine. The president chokes on a pretzel. Maybe I should cough up a Fezatorial. Well. President George W. Bush is making a full recovery from passing out after choking on a pretzel. And I haven't been this nervous about a president eating something since that time back in '87, when an already confused President Reagan got into the litter box, made himself a cake, and sat there singing "Happy Birthday to Me" with kitty litter on his chin. But what really salts my pretzel stick is the fact that nothing is being done to prevent this from happening to President Bush again. After all, here's a man who chokes on sentences like they were ballpark pranks. Steps have to be taken to keep him from choking on food. I say first, we change his menu. No more hard snacks. No more nachos, Fritos, Doritos, or any of those other delicious Latin snacks that end in O's. President Bush needs softer things to eat, like Jell-O brand gelatin jigglers, those cans of Ensure that old people drink, or really, really melted ice chips. You know, to be on the safe side, couldn't all the presidential snacks just be handled by IV? Secondly, portion control. I know the president is proud of where he's from, but does all his food have to be Texas-sized? He insists on his PB&J being cut into the shape of the Lone Star State, and he tries to eat the whole thing in one bite. Give him tinier snacks and let him pretend he's eating Rhode Island. Next, mealtime conversations. If President Bush gets upset while he's eating, he's more likely to choke again. So let's avoid topics that anger and frustrate him. Things like Osama bin Laden, Enron, and long division. Of course, we should be ready in case his choking reoccurs. Why was there no one to help the president? Where's that guy that carries the briefcase with the launch codes? Couldn't he have hit the president in the back with that briefcase to stop him from choking? Or at least been there to hold his arms up and make the president say, baby, so we knew he could breathe. And if George W. is going to keep feigning now every time he sees a pretzel or a Pringles, it's time for a change of furniture in the White House. No more of this Martha Washington, Dolly Madison, Mary Todd Lincoln crap that the president can bust his face on. Let's replace that 200-year-old stuff and get some inflatable furniture from Spencer's Gifts, or some nice soft beanbag chairs. Actually, I'd feel a whole lot better knowing the President of the United States was enjoying his meals by safely sitting in a ball pit. You know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Port Ellis Park, Florida, where if someone is choking, we do the mime lick maneuver, where you act like you're trapped in a box till someone comes to help. But it was there that I realized how scary someone choking on snacks could be. I remember Mother being out in our barn with our handyman named Boo-Boo. I overheard Mother gagging, and from what Boo-Boo was saying, apparently she was choking on a pair of nuts. She must have been really hungry, too, because she tried to get the whole sack in her mouth. But it sounded like Bobo got her a hot drink that helped her, because he said something about a tea bag being good for her, and that... Wait a minute. Mama put Bobo's sack into it. Anywho, President Bush, you gave us quite a scare with your choking and feigning. I was actually so upset that I longed for those days of the Clinton administration, where there was only the good kind of gagging in the White House. President Bush, be safe and know that we're behind you. It's the safest place to be if you start choking again. And let us all clear our own air passages and tell you we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Let Ronnie know that the Fezatorial's done. Ronnie!
Hey, we're back on the air. It's Ron and Fez.
You missed the Fezatorial, didn't you?
I thought it was coming up.
It was coming up when we went to the last commercial break. Mike Tyson is fighting for his rights. Maybe he should chew on this Fezatorial. Well. Iron Mike Tyson has once again bit the hand, or at least the foot, of the sport that feeds him by chomping down on Lennox Lewis's ankle. In fact, I haven't seen an athlete this upset about being bit since New Year's 1987, the night before the big game, when I ended up in the backseat with a young college quarterback who somehow ended up with a large hickey. The next day, lacking any concentration, he threw 5 interceptions, lost the Fiesta Bowl and the national championship to Penn State. I think we all know who I'm talking about, don't we? Vinny. But what really eats my everlast is the fact that due to this latest melee and biting incident, the sports world is once again furious with Mike Tyson. Why? Because he's a fighter who gets into fights? That's what he's supposed to do. Would you be angry with an Olympic swimmer who spends all day in the pool? I think not. And again, Mike Tyson is accused of being an animal. Well, if fighting, mating with unwilling partners, marking your territory, and rubbing your butt across the rug when it itches makes you an animal, then put a collar on me and feed me kibbles and bits. No, seriously, do it. Mike Tyson isn't an animal. He's just intense. And don't all champions have that same intensity? Athletes like Michael Jordan, Brett Favre, and Luke from the Bushwhackers. It's their intensity that makes these gifted performers into sports legends. If you don't believe me, let me say 2 words. Hockey Dad. Talk about intense. Maybe if everyday people in the business world had Mike Tyson's intensity, Kmart wouldn't be bankrupt right now. Instead, the big K workers would have gone over and bitten the ears right off the Walmart employees and taught them to fear the blue light. Fear it! Let's face it, Iron Mike Tyson has been blessed by God Almighty himself with a demonic, violent anger, hatred, and torment that we humans just don't understand. And to not let him use this blind rage against his fellow man would be a waste of gifts sent right from heaven. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where we had a double-jointed kid who once bit his own ear off. But there I go, bragging again. But it was there that I realized how much the sport of boxing meant to people, including my own mother, who I found out was taking boxing lessons out in our barn from our handyman named The Bo. He was teaching Mother the subtle art of bobbing and weaving. But when I peeked in, they were only working on the bobbing part. And she was doing that real good. But, just like Mike Tyson, she had to be warned against the use of teeth. And then he said, wait a minute. Mama went down for more than just the count. Anywho, let's not make such a big deal about fighting. After all, other sports don't. The WNBA is full of munching, and no one says a word about it. So let's leave Mike Tyson alone and let him do what he does best. Destroy himself and other people. And let him know that he doesn't have to F us till we love him. We already do. And that we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Let Ronnie know that the Fezatorial is over. Rosie O'Donnell comes out in her new book. Well, please turn to the page marked Fezatorial. Well. Rosie O'Donnell has decided to finally discuss her sexuality in her upcoming book. And I haven't seen people this upset about a new book since I put out my tell-all memoir about my summer with the youngest Gibb brother entitled Anus and Andy. But what really flings my koosh ball is the fact that Rosie O'Donnell somehow feels the need to tell the world she's gay when the world, and I'm sure most parts of the solar system, already knew. Please, Rosie, this is like George Alexander announcing that he might be losing his hair. This is like OJ telling us he has troubles with women. It's like Andrea Yates calling us from prison to let us know she doesn't care for children. Rosie, no announcement is necessary. It's like Ted Nugent telling us he's got a thing for hunting. It's Robin Williams revealing his body hair problem. It's Shrek yelling out to the world that he's green. Come on, Rosie. You announcing you're gay is like Ali Sheedy announcing she's getting up from the dinner table to puke. We already knew it. It's like Billy Staples telling us he can't handle his rum and coke. No, Billy, I didn't call you. Billy, I'm doing the Fezatorial. Would you get the hell out of here? Here, Billy, get the beer. Get the beer, Billy. It rolled under the couch. Good boy. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. Rosie admitting you're a lesbian is like Kathy Lee Gifford finally admitting that she has 2 kids. It's Roger Clinton saying to us, do you know who my brother is? Yes! It's like Christopher Reeve saying, you probably haven't noticed, but it's Muhammad Ali telling us he slowed down a bit. It's Left Eye informing us that she doesn't treat other people's property very well. It's Vanna White announcing that she knows the alphabet. For heaven's sakes, Rosie, it's like Natalie Wood contacting John Edwards to tell us that she wasn't a very good swimmer. It's completely unnecessary. But, you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where we had a name for people who wrote books. We called them authors. I mean, really, we weren't complete morons. But it was there that I learned how important books are to people. I remember Mother going to the barn to give reading lessons to a handyman named Boo-Boo. Mother would start off by reading to him. From what I could tell, Boo-Boo must have held the book close to his lap, and Mother would get down on her knees real close to read it. Their favorites were pop-up books. One time I heard Mother complaining that she wasn't going to wait all night for that thing to pop up. Once it popped up and actually squirted her. And that... Wait a minute. Mama had sticky pages. Anywho, Rosie O'Donnell, there's no need for you to shock us by revealing that you're gay. Next thing you know, you'll be telling us you have a weight problem. Rosie, you don't have to say a word. We like you no matter what. So send Caroline Ray back to her toll booth collecting money from billy goats that want to cross her bridge and keep your show. And Rosie, remember, we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Have Ronnie come back in, please. Fezatorial's over. Michael Jackson wants to start a new holiday. Really? How about Fezatorial Day? Well. Michael Jackson now wants us to take one day out of the year to honor kids and call it Children's Day. And I haven't seen people this upset about a new holiday since the time when I was 12 and insisted on celebrating Liberace's birthday. I was caught in the backyard eating a cake and tickling my own ivory. But what really steams up my little man in the mirror is the fact that Michael Jackson, a person with his track record with children, wants one day a year where he can legally tell them to close their eyes and get a big surprise. We know what you're up to, Michael Jackson. You want a holiday where you can have plenty of kids over to the ranch and sit back and enjoy them looking for the gifts you've hidden in your slacks. Well, Michael, what's your next idea? National Bathe with a Toddler Day? It's wrong. Michael Jackson says he just wants to help kids everywhere. That's why next he'll want National Child Colon Screening Day. Michael, every day at your house is National Child Colon Screening Day. Maybe Children's Day isn't enough for you, Mike. Maybe you'd also like to add National Massage and Orphan Day, or National Kindergarten Hot Tub Day, or even National Invite a Kid to Vegas for the Weekend Day. Why stop there, Michael Jackson, when there's National Underoo Sniffing Day, or National Ride with a Stranger Day, or even National Kool-Aid Body Shots Day. Trust me, Michael Jackson, the government is never going to pass National First Batches Day, or National High School Pube Inspection Day, or National Read Forum Magazine to Your Child Day. Idiot. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where one Christmas my Uncle Blackjack tried to do something special for kids. He called it Paints for Tots. He's still doing time. But it was there that I learned how important even silly little holidays are to people. I remember Mother going out to our barn to celebrate Arbor Day with our handyman named Bobo. For some reason, I guess they were going to put a tree in our barn because Bobo said he was going to plant her right there. And Mother said she needed some wood now. The odd thing is when she came back in with sap on her face, and wait a minute. Mama picked Bobo's nuts. Anywho, Michael Jackson, you want to be starting something? Well, it won't be Children's Day, or as you like to call it, National Don't Tell Anyone Day. Just sit back on your ranch and wait for your presents to arrive for National Pasty Face Weirdos Day. And just know that every single day, we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Hey, you. Let Ronnie know that the Fezatorial is over. Ronnie, you missed it.
All right, Fezatorial.
You didn't hear it.
I've heard about them, though. I heard they're great.
Well, thank you for that much.
And I think once the Iranians will hear what you just told them, they're going to be...
I didn't say anything to the Iranians. It was about Michael Jackson. Bring up Iran. Canadian controversy at the Winter Games. I guess they need an Olympic-sized Fezatorial. Well. The Canadian Olympic figure skating team is screaming foul after first losing the gold, then having to share it with an inferior team from Russia. And I haven't seen this many upset Canadians since that summer when the bands Rush and Triumph started fighting over me. They both wanted me on their tour buses. That night, I drove away with the Guess Who. I say better the devil you know. But what really rides my Zamboni is the fact that these Canadian crybabies are pitching such an Olympic fit just because for 2 seconds they were on the losing side of a sports scandal. Sure, the Canucks got cheated, but it's not like they haven't cheated in the past. I'm referring to great Canadian athletes like Ben Johnson, stripped of his '88 gold medal and then banned for life. Or the Canadian snowboarder from the '98 Games, stripped of his gold medal for smoking the weed, man. Or perhaps worse of all, Canadian strongman Dino Bravo, who, at the 1988 Royal Rumble, faked setting the world bench press record with the help of Jesse Ventura, governor of Minnesota, or as it's known, Southern Canada. Sure, there's allegations of the French judge giving into pressure. But there's a shock. When the German figure skating team took the ice, the French judge immediately threw up her arms and surrendered. But that doesn't change the fact that most Canadians are bastard people that don't deserve our sympathy. For example, Canadian Dan Aykroyd. You're alive, but American John Belushi isn't. Why is that? Where is the justice? William Shatner, you saved the galaxy on TV and let your wife bob for vodka bottles on the bottom of your pool. Where were you then, Captain Canuck? Eugene Levy, why won't you ever look anyone straight in the eye? Leslie Nielsen won't make a film unless it co-stars his very best friend, alleged wife and waiter killer O.J. Simpson. How about Canadians Matthew Perry and Jason Priestley? Their driving is as bad as their acting. Remember, friends don't let Canadians drive at all. I know what you're saying to me. Hey, gorgeous, aren't there any nice Canadians? How about that well-mannered, intelligent Alex Trebek from Jeopardy? Well, let me say to you, the answer is this popular game show host was accused 3 years ago of roughing up an airport security employee. Who is Alex Trebek? Correct. Trebek, you try that Canadian crap today, and you're considered a terrorist. So as you can see, this goes way beyond the Olympics. Canadians are awful and shouldn't be trusted, and that includes probably the greatest Canadian performer of all time, Corey Hart. Why do you wear those sunglasses at night? Canada, you got what you deserve at the Olympics. It's payback for everything you've inflicted on us over the years. You don't believe me? I'll say 2 words. Tom Green. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where we only had public figure skating, open only to celebrities and politicians. But it was there that I learned how important these Winter Olympics are to people. I remember Mother always sneaking out to our barn to watch the Winter Games with our handyman named Boo Boo, which was odd considering we didn't have a TV out there. But they were passionate about the competition. I overheard Mother saying how Boo Boo disliked the skiing events because he hated the going down part. Mother's favorite was the luge. She was begging for the luge. Get me some luge, she'd yell. Or, I need some luge. Or, you're killing me. Would you please use some luge? Come to think of it, I think she was saying lube, not luge. And then... Wait a minute. Why, Mama? Hey, why? Anywho, did Canada get screwed by not winning in the first place? Yes. Did they deserve it? You betcha. Are all Canadians bad? No. Most are nice, meager, little, helpful creatures, like Paul Schaefer and Michael J. Fox. They're practically hobbits. But every once in a while, a Canuck will run amok and tear through our bushes, cut their hair, and knock out their own teeth. Won't they, Margot Kidder? But for now, let the games continue as we all face north and let Canada know that we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Let Ronnie know the Fezatorial is done. And he missed it again. What, eh? Black History Month comes to an end. 28 days and 1 Fezatorial. Well. Another Black History Month has come and gone. And I haven't seen 28 days seem this long since I had to sit through the Sandra Bullock rehab movie, 28 Days. You know, I've always wondered how many people who saw that crap fest actually started drinking afterwards. just to kill the pain. But what really Maya's my Angelou is the fact that people will now judge Black History Month on whether it was successful or not, when, like any other month, it's simply a combination of highlights and lowlights. For example, highlight: Alicia Keys arrives by limo at the Grammys and ties a record with 5 wins. Lowlight: Jason Williams allegedly shoots a guy who drives a limo, adding to his police record, and is facing 5 years. Highlight: film history is made when the Oscars nominate 2 African Americans for Best Actor. Lowlight: home film history is made when R. Kelly allegedly makes a video having sex with 2 women, one of them reportedly underage. As you can see, this Black History Month can't be defined in just black and white. For instance, lowlight: James Brown on trial for sexual harassment after being accused of grabbing a female employee and giving her a pair of zebra-striped panties. Highlight: James Brown cleared of all charges, and it only cost him $40,000 in damages and the cost of some zebra-striped panties. He feels good, she feels better. Lowlight during Black History Month: Oakland Raiders' Darrell Russell is charged with drugging and raping a woman. Police say they have film of the incident. Highlight during Black History Month: the film Black Hawk Down spends 3 weeks at number 1. Okay, now I'm just stretching to come up with highlights. But wait, here's one. Highlight: Michael Jordan and his wife decide to stay together, and she doesn't take a bite of his $40 million. Lowlight: Mike Tyson takes a bite of Lennox Lewis's ankle, and it costs him $20 million after Vegas refuses to reinstate him. But also, Iron Mike is cleared of charges that he raped a Las Vegas woman, punched a Hawaiian woman, and sodomized a New York woman. And I'm just not sure if these are highlights or lowlights. But, you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Port Ellis Park, Florida, where we always celebrated Snack History Month, a 30-day salute to Bugle's brand corn snacks. But it was there that I learned how important Black History Month is to some people. In fact, Mother often discussed it out in the barn with our handyman named Boo-Boo. Mother was adamant about opening doors for the black community. She'd tell Bobo to open up her black door and put it in the black door, and how she liked it in the black door. You know, now that I think about it, she may have said back door. And that... Wait a minute. Mama's hiney got an owie. Anywho, congratulations, everyone, on a great Black History Month. Sure, there's always going to be the occasional rape, biting melee, and dead limo driver. But on the bright side, LL Cool J returned to the big screen and rollerball, so it really does all even out. So we can all celebrate Black History Month and know that there's one thing that truly unites us. The fact that we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Let Ronnie know the Fezatorial is now done.
All right. Fezatorial.
You missed it.
I could hear it from out there. That whole Letterman going to ABC situation, huh?
It was nothing to do with Letterman or ABC. It was a wrap-up of Black History Month.
Hey, I Got Money says he doesn't go to ABC.
Jason Williams charged with killing a limo driver. Maybe I should take a shot at a Fezatorial. Well. Former NBA star Jason Williams has been charged with reckless manslaughter after he allegedly shot and killed his limo driver. And I haven't seen people this upset about a basketball player and an accidental shooting since that time I met Spud Webb, got overly excited, and let one fly at him. If he had been taller, he wouldn't have taken it in the forehead. Fortunately, he had a 2. But what really dunks my balls, shatters my backboard, drives to my basket, and bounces off my rim are the allegations that Jason Williams not only is responsible for this shooting, but also tried to make it look like a suicide. After the limo driver took a 12-gauge shotgun blast to the chest from across the room, charges say Jason Williams and his friends tried to put the limo driver's finger and palm prints on the gun. Well, way to go, Brainiac. The only way that would have worked is if the limo driver had a reach the size of Rodan. Moron. Jason Williams, let me guess, not up for Mensa membership this year? I'm surprised Jason Williams didn't try other ways of making this look like a suicide. Why not tell the police it was an intentional drug overdose, and then just pour the pills inside that giant hole in his chest? Idiot. Here's an idea, brainy smurf. You wanted a scene that looked like a suicide? Just slit the limo driver's wrist. Oh, wait. The police wouldn't even notice those wounds compared to the giant hole in his chest. I'm surprised Jason Williams didn't take the body up on the roof and just start moving its jaw to mouth the words, "I swear I'll jump and try to land, making a giant hole in my chest." Jason Williams, this happened at a party, so people wouldn't believe that the man drank himself to death. Just keep pouring liquor down his throat and hope it doesn't come out that giant hole in his chest. Or take him out in the garage, shut the door, and leave the limo running. We'd think the victim asphyxiated himself in his own car. That is, if you remember to run the hose from the exhaust pipe to the giant hole in his chest. What a botched plan, bonehead. Why not just tell authorities that the limo driver was on a hunger strike and actually starved himself to death? Gee, he really lost a lot of weight, especially in his chest, where there's a giant hole. What a boob. You know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where we have a high rate of suicide, pigs taking their own lives. But it was there that I learned how not to panic in these types of Jason Williams situations. I remember Mother going out to the barn with our handyman named Boo Boo. And I guess they were role-playing what to do in case someone got shot in the chest. Because I heard Boo Boo saying he wanted to let her have it right on the chest. And how's that feel on your chest? And then Mother saying, unload it on my chest. And then, wait a minute. Mama got teeth. Anywho, Jason Williams, if these charges are true, you're slowly committing suicide by means of stupidity. I'm surprised you didn't tell the cops the limo driver was just the unfortunate victim of a shark attack. Or use his dead hand to write a suicide note, thinking that would look authentic. I just hope the trial is televised. I dare any witness to say these things with a straight face. But we will be there to watch and hope that justice is served. Why? Because we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Someone tell Ronnie the Fezatorial is over. Ronnie, you missed it.
All right.
You missed the Fezatorial again. Every Friday you miss it.
Trust me, I don't miss it. No, you did a good job, Fez. You did a good job. You took a...
Thank you.
You took somebody down a peg or two, didn't you, big man? Yeah.
Yes, I did. You don't even know who.
You speak for the working man. Let me just put it that way, Fez. Those Fezatorials mean a lot to the blue-collar, hard-hat guy out there.
What's that
trying to make a buck with all the fat cats taking a bite out of his paycheck with the big brother and the government, that whole situation. You got Uncle Sugar taking care of his own. Yeah, I love the Fezatorials. This week, you taught us a lesson that it's the little guy that keeps this country going.
Okay, yeah. It was about Jason Williams. You didn't even hear it.
You see him as a blue-collar, hard-hat guy? I don't.
No, I do not. Thank you.
All right, so maybe you missed one with the Fezatorial, but most of the times you hit the bullseye there, big guy. You speak for the little guy.
All right.
The guy who's really the real American, really.
You don't have to listen to them.
But they're great.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm only hearing most of them secondhand.
Right.
Somebody said your mom got TF'd? Down there in Pinellas Park, Florida.
Now,
is that even a real place?
Yes.
Pinellas Park, Florida. It just doesn't sound real.
You did hear it.
No, I heard about it.
Terrorists get their passports approved. Great. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled Fezatorial. Well. 2 of the terrorists involved in the 9/11 attacks have been approved by the Immigration Department to be in our country with student visas. And I haven't seen this much uproar over a visa since that time Father got his credit card bill showing a charge for 8 different Preschoolers Gone Wild videos that I ordered. Nothing could be further from the truth. I only ordered 3. Naptime Nasties, recess romp, and something called kindergarten. But what really deports my little alien is the fact that the Immigration and Naturalization Service could make such a stupid and totally inexcusable mistake. If this wasn't so pathetic and tragic, it would be laughable. Not to mention, how are we supposed to feel safe knowing federal agencies are admitting known terrorists into the country? You federal boneheads, you've done it again. What's next? Government clearance for Osama bin Laden to work in the Pentagon? How about approving Andrea Yates to run a foster home? I'm surprised the federal government hasn't sent the Unabomber Ted Kaczynski a notice saying he passed his civil service exam and could start with the U.S. Postal Service next week. The government we're depending on to protect us now can't be making these mistakes, like giving a small business loan to the guys who sell Darryl Strawberry as crack, or giving a pilot's license to the kid who flew into a Tampa office building, or just going ahead and granting full citizenship to Manuel Noriega, Saddam Hussein, and Pol Pot. After this government screw-up, I wouldn't be surprised to see Mark David Chapman get a gun permit, Hockey Dad to get a grant to start a local youth hockey league, or Lisa Left Eye Lopes to be named Fulton County Fire Marshal in Atlanta. Something has to be done to fix this government problem before Richard Reed, the shoe bomber, is cleared to work airport security, before Paula Poundstone gets a building permit to build the first ever girls-only daycare center, and before Willie Nelson starts getting tax refund checks from the IRS. Idiots. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where our city government ran smoothly thanks to our mayor. And by mayor, I mean M-A-R-E, a cute little female pony, which due to a ballot screw-up and a massive write-in campaign, was actually elected our mayor. M-A-Y-O-R. But it was there that I learned how important immigration is to some people. I remember Mother discussing this issue out in the barn with our handyman named Boo Boo, who was an immigrant, and I didn't even know it. But I found out when I heard Mother telling him how bad she wanted him in her country, and how she wanted him to experience her country, and feel her country, and taste her country. In fact, she was so excited, she wasn't even saying the whole word country. She was just saying her... Wait a minute. Mama's cooch. No, Mama's cooch. No. Anywho, the INS ought to be ashamed of itself. After all, this is the same government agency that kicked out that cute little Cuban boy, Elian Gonzalez, while admitting known murderers to America. It's unforgivable. Because trust me, if there's one thing this country needs, it's more cute little Cuban boys. INS, we are citizens here, and we should need protection from our own government. And as citizens, we will stand together and tell you, we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Let Ronnie know the Fezatorial is done. Ronnie.
All right, the Fezatorial.
You missed it again.
I heard it out there, Fezzy. Pretty good. You sure showed those fat cats in baseball that without the true fans, they wouldn't even have a game.
It had it had nothing to do with baseball. You didn't even hear it.
Well, it's really, I mean, you can't afford to take a family anymore.
It had nothing to do with the price of baseball tickets.
You wanna probably do one on that.
Maybe I will. Schools are sending letters to fat kids' parents. They must be hungry for a Fezatorial. Well. Schools in Pennsylvania and Florida have begun sending out letters to parents warning them that their children are too fat. And I haven't seen parents this upset about a letter from school since that time my mom and dad received a notice saying I wouldn't be allowed to return to classes until I promised to drop art. Not the class, but Art Jeffries, the vice principal. But what really straddles my stretch marks is the fact that these fat kids, who have always been the target of other students, are now being targeted by the teachers as well. After all, if you want to send a letter home to the parents, why not pick the fat kids? You know there's no way he could run home and beat the mailman. By the way, hopefully the schools were smart enough to mail these letters home. You give it to one of these chubsy-ubsies to deliver, and the parents won't be able to read it, covered in jam, cheese whiz, and sausage gravy. But my question is, how do you say in a letter that someone's kid is so fat that the bus has to ride him to school without it sounding insensitive? Do you disguise it in their list of school supplies? Let's see. Fat little Billy will need a notebook, pencils, and a reinforced titanium steel desk. Also, crayons, glue, and stomach staples. And finally, scissors, paints, and a Richter scale in case he runs in gym class. There's no way to be nice about this. I guess they could try to hide it in a regular permission slip. Dear parent, we are showing a film in class on Friday, and we need your signed permission to show it. On your child's huge fat ass. Or, with your permission, the students will be taking a day-long field trip next week. They will be traveling to the other side of your enormous child. Probably the best thing for parents to do would be to look for warning signs before your child gets his or her fat letter. For example, in his room. Instead of Pokemon or Dragon Ball Z, are there posters of Emerald Lagasse and Malta Mario? Is her dinner plate as clean after she eats as it was before the meal even started? And when you give your child his allowance, does he agree to just take the entire amount in Skittles, fruit-flavored candies? Taste the rainbow. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, a place that put the city in obesity. But it was there that I learned how self-conscious people are about their weight. I remember Mother discussing weight issues out in the barn with our handyman named Boo Boo. I overheard Mother griping about their diets, because she complained that he never wanted to eat, and she was the one who always went down in weight, I guess. Then she let him have it for trying to sneak food, or as she put it, slip his meat in around back, and then... Wait a minute. Mama's bum-bum got a boo-boo. Anywho, don't kids have enough trouble being fat without teachers sending home letters announcing it? And the sad, ironic thing is, you know these teachers are using these elementary school rikishis to lick the envelopes of their own fat kid letters. Because those kids think anything tastes good. It's wrong. These sumo-sized second graders need to be treated better. If not, every one of these baby butter beans is going to grow up with low self-esteem. So let's send a message back to the schools and let them know that we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Could someone let Ronnie know the Fezatorial is done? He come back in the studio now. He missed it.
Hey, Fez.
Hi, Ronnie.
What's
you
up?
missed the Fezatorial.
Really?
Yes. You miss it every Friday.
What'd you do? You take a shot at some of those fat cats in Washington, Fez?
No, just fat kids.
Oh, that's sad.
Because the letters are getting sent home now in PA and Florida.
Did you tie that in with your mom and all?
Yes, I did mention Mother.
Something sexual she did years ago?
Well, I didn't realize it at the time, but now that I think back, sure. On My Birthday by Fez Marie Watley. On my birthday, as I began yet another year-long journey around a bright yellow star I called the sun, I wonder, where is my generation's place in the history, in the plan, in the grand scheme of the cosmos? And as I enter my 20-somethings, yikes, I can't even believe how that sounds out loud, I wonder, where do I fit in here on Spaceship Earth? For I live in a different world than the one my parents knew and their parents before them. When I was born, televisions already had cable, the ozone layer already had a hole, and Phil Collins already had a solo career. I'm sorry, Mr. Older Stranger, but because of my young age, I don't know of your Vietnam, your Watergate, your Iranian hostage crisis. I celebrated the bicentennial with millions of other sperm cells. For me, the world of the older generation consists of some cracked yellowed photographs in a dusty picture book. I never knew Elvis, John Lennon, or Freddie Prinze Sr. I've only known a burned Richard Pryor, a white Michael Jackson, and a fat and bald Rob Reiner. Your world of Skylab, 3 Mile Island, and disco is as foreign to me as the days of ancient Rome. But don't resent me for not knowing. Teach me, for how can I fully appreciate the significance of the Apollo missions when I've had a space shuttle launch practically every other month since the year of my birth? I want to know of your legends, because in sports, I never saw Namath, Staubach, and Bradshaw play. I grew up only knowing the names Aikman, Favre, and Manning. To me, classic television isn't the Honeymooners, I Love Lucy, and Father Knows Best. It's Growing Pains, Night Court, and Kate and Allie. You must remember that my generation and I were raised on a heavy diet of boy bands and Britney Spears. People my age know Jacob Dylan better than Bob Dylan, Morrissey more than Morrison, and P.O.D. better than R.E.O. Yes, at my young age, I've had the advantage of websites, cell phones, and bottled waters. But I want to know of a far-off land called the past, and learn about it, and use that knowledge for the future. So tell me of those days when you had to dial a phone, fill ice trays in order to have cool drinks, and when movies only cost $7. Because I will listen to stories about a funny man named John Belushi, and about a master puppeteer named Jim Henson, and about a girl who wouldn't eat named Karen Carpenter. I will listen and I will learn. So give me the greatest advantage someone of my generation could possibly have. The advantage of your knowledge and your experience. That's what I want on my birthday. Catholic priests are under attack. Will the congregation please rise for the reading of the Fezatorial? Well. The New York Archdiocese continues to be pressured to turn over the names of all priests that have been accused of molesting kids. And I haven't seen this many fathers in trouble since Fred and Barney started Daddy's Anonymous and left their babies in a parking lot while every father in Bedrock played cards all day. Hold it, that wasn't real. Great Kazoo, where are you? I need help. But what really rattles my rectory is the amount of charges coming out now from the alleged victims. And for all of those who have found the courage to finally speak up, I have 2 words. Tattletales! Big mouth can't keep a secret, little tattletales? Is this how we're raising children now? To be squealers? And I don't mean squealers in a good way. How are we going to teach children to be self-sufficient and handle things on their own if they're taught to go running to the police and the federal authorities every little time someone touches them inappropriately? Police, people! Doesn't trust mean anything in this country anymore? Seriously, if you can't even trust a little child from backstabbing you, then I weep for the future. And now that these so-called victims are adults, and we know they can't be trusted to keep things to themselves, how can we trust them to do their jobs? In a store, do you really want someone who betrayed the trust of a priest, a man of God, handling your credit card? No, thank you. Do you want someone who can't keep a secret working with our military? Of course not. He'll just break down, start crying, and let Al-Qaeda know all our plans because he's been haunted so long that he just had to tell somebody. Shut up. And could you trust one of these little squealers to be your doctor? Not with their big mouths. One visit, and then the next day it's in the paper that you've got a crotch rash that won't go away and an ass pull-up the size of an Idaho potato. Trust me, it happens. Weren't these children taught anything by their parents? Weren't they taught about trust? Weren't they taught to respect the church? Weren't they taught not to put things in their mouths when they don't know where they've been? I mean, it's not like we're talking about retarded children here, because that would be wrong. We're talking about kids that even in their late teens were still having relationships with bad priests. Come on! How many times do you have to touch a hot stove to realize it's hot? How many times do you have to get bit by a dog before you realize you shouldn't pet it? How many times do you have to walk home funny from Sunday school before you quit dropping your pants? Idiots! But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where we had an agnostic family move into town, so we burned a question mark on their lawn. Thank you, Uncle Milty. But it was there that I learned how important religion is to some people. I remember Mother having private church services out in our barn with our handyman named Boo-Boo. Usually it was just the two of them. But I remember one Sunday when Mother said she had a monthly visitor. That was the same day that I guess they talked about Moses, because Boo-Boo said he was going to use his staff to part that Red Sea. And then... Wait a minute. Mama had a Sunday Bloody Sunday. Anywho, who are we going to trust in this mess with the Catholic Church? Holy men who have dedicated their lives to God, or a bunch of rat-fink kids who would probably turn in their own parents for abusing them? If these accusers are allowed to continue opening their pie holes, telling secrets that, by the way, they promised to keep, soon we won't be able to trust anyone. Not priests, not scout leaders, not even overly affectionate uncles well into their 40s that never married. I say it's time we speak up and drown out the blabbermouths that are ruining church for all of us, and let them know that we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Could someone let Ronnie know that the Fezatorial is done, please? Ronnie!
Oh. How you doing, Fez?
You missed the Fezatorial, didn't you?
There's a huge party in our green room right now. Sheepy is holding court at this point.
Sheepy?
Yeah. But everybody was just gathered around the speakers and enjoying the Fezatorial.
Oh, well, nice. Thank you.
Believe me, the administration better change some of their ideas about the Middle East after that Fezatorial.
It had nothing to do with the Bush administration or the Middle East.
Really?
Not one blessed thing.
What was it about?
It was about the Catholic Church and the priests that are in trouble.
Wow.
Marburg advertising marijuana. Time to light up a big fat Fezatorial. Well. New York Mayor Michael Bloomberg has become the poster boy for legalizing marijuana. And I haven't seen this much controversy over a newspaper ad since that time our paper published a list of the sexual predators living in our area. And I took out a full-page ad on the opposite page welcoming them. I'm sorry, I could have sworn that list was part of the personals. But really, Bert, my Maui Wowie, it's the fact that just because someone of prominence has a past indiscretion, it doesn't mean that they can be used to push someone else's agenda. This pro-marijuana group is using our pothead mayor to further their case. You know, Darryl Strawberry was a prominent baseball player, but she be used on boards asking to legalize coke and hose? Should the sugar industry be allowed to use Rosie O'Donnell in their ads simply because she consumes more cane sugar and than the states of New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut combined? Should groups lobbying to raise the legal blood alcohol limit for driving use George W. Bush in their ad? After all, he had a DUI and went on to become President of the United States of America. Or could we use the president's daughters to start a campaign to lower the drinkage? Just perfect. Use a picture of Jenna enjoying a 10-gallon Texas margarita with her side teeth unknowingly popped out. How hard would it be to get that photo? Mike Tyson put his teeth into more than Dracula, but that doesn't mean the American Dental Association should be allowed to start a I Want to Bite Like Mike campaign to get kids to the dentist. Just because someone is in the news, does that make them fair game for advertising a cause? Following that logic, Jason Williams could find himself in anti-gun ads, or at the least, part of a campaign to get limo drivers better pay. Young Danny Almonte's photo could be used in an effort to clean up Little League Baseball, which could lead to New York not getting very best illegal immigrants for its youth teams. And Oprah was once sued by ranchers, but now the way she's beefed back up, she could actually end up being the spokesmodel of the entire cattle industry. It's just not fair. After all, most of her weight is from the starches. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where I used to get 25 cents a word for newspaper ads. And that was just for reading them to people that didn't know how. But it was there that I learned how people feel about having their pictures. I remember Mother going out to the barn for a photo shoot with our handyman named Bobo. Mother wanted her picture taken, but I guess Bobo only snapped photos that's around the phone. I heard him say he got a great beaver shot, which he must have taken down by the lake because he said he got a nice one of the man in the boat, too. Of course, the shoot ended when he wanted pictures of our pros and told Mother, let's get one of those old melons. She was really upset. Wait a minute. Those were Mama's boobies. Anywho. Yes, Mayor Bloomberg digs the weed, man. And yes, smoking grass is the only way that tiny little man can feel hot. But Mike Bloomberg is working hard for us. 3 hours a day, 2 days a week, and he deserves some respect. And who cares if he takes 5-day weekends away from the city just as for his gun? We still support him, now more than ever. So let's take out our own ad that says we're behind Mike Bloomberg and that we're here, we're queer, we will not appear in my Fezatorial. Thank you. Can someone tell Ronnie that the Fezatorial's done? French, you mind getting Ron, please?
Ronnie.
Oh, hi, Frenchie.
Fezatorial's done.
Frenchie, is it okay to come back in?
Yeah, Fezzy's finished now.
I won't listen.
Don't give signals.
No longer listening to the Fezatorial for one reason, Fezzy.
Why?
It seems like you took Cancer Girl away from me, and she's now your favorite.
I don't know how that happened. I try to be as cold and cruel as anyone.
You don't come off that way.
OJ is now advising Beretta. There should be a killer Fezatorial. Well. Acquitted murderer O.J. Simpson is now the Dear Abby of Hollywood homicides, offering his help to Robert Blake. And I haven't seen anyone this unqualified to give advice since 1999, when Darryl Strawberry was named a national drug abuse spokesman. He thought he was supposed to endorse it. His brain is broken. But what really pulls my pubes is the fact that O.J. Simpson thinks a dead wife and waiter make him an expert on the Beretta situation. Perhaps we should compare cases. Both were stars in the 70s. Both played a cop at one point. And both had a parrot that repeated everything they said. Beretta's was named Fred, and O.J.'s was named A.C. Cowlings. Both had wives that were murdered. Both wives were blonde. O.J.'s wife was gorgeous, and Beretta's looked more like Shrek in a wig. Is that significant to the case? We're not sure yet. Both murders involved waiters. Beretta asked a waiter to please find his gun. And a waiter asked O.J., please, lose the knife. After the Simpson murder, everyone followed O.J.'s Bronco. After the other murder, no one wanted to go near Beretta's car. Ew. Both had helpless infants waiting at home who couldn't feed or take care of themselves. Beretta's was an 11-month-old baby. O.J.'s, a 35-year-old mooch named Kato Kalin. And finally, in the days after the murders, Beretta's son Noah became furious and stopped by Larry King, while O.J.'s fat son Jason became furious that during the Bronco chase, his dad didn't stop by Burger King. Would it have been too much to bring home onion rings and a strawberry shake? We may never know. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where when a woman is murdered, they immediately line up her husband, brother, and cousin, which makes it easy to pick a suspect since there's only one guy. But it was there that I learned how easy it is to become suspicious of people. One time, I even suspected Mother of plotting a murder with our handyman named Bobo. I was listening to them at the barn door when I heard Mother pleading with Bobo to pull out. At first he agreed, but then he said he was ready to unload and asked Mother where it should be, the chest or the face, and then he... Wait a minute. And I bet no one had pinned a crime on her when she claimed to have been fingered. Anywho, O.J. Simpson, perhaps you should keep your advice to yourself, especially when it starts off with you saying, I remember when I killed my wife, Nicole. And Beretta, you should just follow your own advice. Don't go to bed with no price on your head. Don't do the crime if you can't do the time. Don't marry the bitch if the trigger finger starts to itch. And one more I like to call, we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. For Left Eye, a Fezatorial memorial. Well. Lisa Left Eye Lopes of the famed singing group TLC has died in a tragic car accident in the greater Honduras. And I haven't been this upset about losing a crazy girl since my nutty neighbor, Hello Patty, was taken away for a while after she tried to give her cat a bath. in a dishwasher, in someone else's apartment, with someone else's cat. But what really T-buzzes my chili is the fact that Left Eye will only be remembered as that wacky arsonist who torched Andre Rison's $1 million mansion by getting mad at his shoes and lighting them on fire in the bathtub. Afterward, she was locked up in a halfway house nut hut for fear she'd pull a General Sherman and burn down the rest of Atlanta. Now, yes, Left Eye was a cashew away from being totally nuts. And yes, on her worst days, she could make Phil Hartman's wife look sane. But let's not forget that Left Eye had so much to teach us through her music and the songs of TLC. Just listen to the lyrics of their mega hit Waterfalls. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Please stick to the rivers and the lakes that you're used to. Now, whatever that means, I'm sure it's good advice. It's probably advice Left Eye herself should have listened to. Because if she had stuck to the places she's used to, people wouldn't be trying to get her body through customs right now from a third world Central American country where Cheetos are considered money. Left Eye, we can still learn from you and one of your early hits, Baby, Baby, Baby. The song reads, oh, baby, 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 I've got so much love in me. Ooh, baby, 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 'cause if you're gonna get me off, you got to love me deep. What beautiful words. It teaches a guy how to treat a young lady that obviously can't feel any pleasure unless it's banging into her pancreas. That song also says the lines, a nickel got to be true, 'cause otherwise this B ain't got no time for you. Now, I don't get the part about the nickel, but I know what it's like to be a B and to be really short on time. And perhaps most important, the message we can learn from the TLC song, No Scrubs. Listen to the lyrics. I don't want no scrub. A scrub is a guy that can't get no love from me, hanging out the passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to holler at me. So wise. That taught me that I don't have to answer every booty call that rings my phone. I don't have to put up with some chum who thinks he's all that and just wants to get all up in there in my stank. 'Cause you are tripping if you think I am some cluck just backing that ass up for some wannabe player. That is whack, and this is one shorty who can buy her own 40, and you will give me my propers, aight? Sweet Lord, now I don't even know what I'm talking about. But, you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellasburg, Florida, where, oddly enough, I was known as Left Eye, due to having one upper leg strangely larger than the other. But it was there that I learned how hard it is to start a singing career. I remember Mother rehearsing her act out in the barn with our handyman named Boo-Boo. And as I look back, I noticed some real similarities between Mother and TLC. TLC had waterfalls, and Bobo had Mother trying something called water sports, which he must have been confident about because he said it would have #1 all over it. And he even gave Mother a similar nickname, Wet Eye, which he said stung a little bit at first, and wait a minute. Mama got the pee-pee on her. Anywho, Left Eye, you will be missed. I still had so much to learn about you. Like how to pronounce your last name. Was it Lopez or was it Lopes? Now the world may never even know. But we still have your wisdom. Like in the TLC song, Silly Ho, where you say, ain't never been that chicken head to wake up in your bed. And I ain't never been no silly ho. We know, Left Eye, you weren't a silly hoe. A crazy biatch, yes. Silly hoe, never. And from those of us, Left Eye, who thought we were just silly hoes, till you set us straight, we say this. We're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Will someone please tell Ronnie the Fezatorial's done? To come back in the studio?
All right. Fez, that was good.
You missed it. You didn't hear a bit of it. You missed the Fezatorial.
Didn't you say TLC had a new album coming out or something?
It was a Fezatorial memorial to Left Eye.
Left Eye is dead?
Yes, Left Eye Lisa Lopez died in a car crash in Honduras.
Well, they should have put it on the radio or TV today.
They did.
She was cute.
I just put it on the radio.
What the hell was she doing in Honduras?
I have no idea. They said that she found some sort of peace in visiting Honduras. She finally found a place where she could relax.
Yeah.
Sounds suspicious to me.
Very suspicious at best.
7 people in the car. She was the only one killed.
Yeah.
Mike Piazza denies gay rumors. He might want to catch a Fezatorial. Well. The New York Mets' Mike Piazza has publicly addressed rumors about his sexuality, stating that these rumors are indeed false. And I haven't been this upset about a rumor since the one about Tom Cruise. Not the one about him being gay, but the one about him making a sequel to his '83 film, All the Right Moves. Seriously, that movie sucks so bad, they should call it Eyes Wide Shut. But what really slides into my home plate is the fact that Mike Piazza felt he had to defend himself against such a ridiculous rumor. Every time some jealous idiots see a guy living a better life than they are, they try to play the gay card, which, by the way, I believe is the Queen of Diamonds. It happens to all the studs. In fact, you probably won't believe this, but it even happened to me, Johnny Chickbanger. And I say let people think what they want. Besides, who are you going to believe? Me or a couple of Cuban boys seen running from my hotel room bleeding from the... Now, in Mike Piazza's case, he just needs to change a few things, and these rumors will go away. First of all, Mike, maybe you need to move to a new position with the Mets. After all, you spend the whole game crouched behind another guy's booty, pardon my French, and people are going to talk. I say move to the outfield. That way you're not out there kneeling and squatting and dangling your fingers in front of your crotch like you're just begging for it. Hey, if your goal was to make me moist, mission accomplished. But a little dignity, please. Next, Mike, I'm sorry, but if we're going to stop the rumors, you got to change that last name. Piazza is too sing-songy. It sounds like a gay Italian board game. Piazza, you need a name that sounds tough. Look at people like John Wayne and Chuck Connors. Those are tough names. Or Clint Eastwood, which, other than the wood part, doesn't sound gay at all. Also, and most importantly, Mike Piazza, you've got to deflect attention away from yourself. Redirect these gay rumors. Hey, we've heard some things about Roberto Alomar, too. Point some fingers his way. Although I'm sure Robbie Alomar is not gay. After all, we all know he's a spitter. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where, oddly enough, our rumor mill was actually in a mill where you could get gossip and flour, both at a price. But it was there that I learned how important baseball is to some people. I remember how Mother just loved the game. She'd even go play it out behind the barn with our handyman named Boo Boo. There they worked on the basics. I heard Mother say she was having a lot of trouble with his fly. But once she mastered that, she couldn't wait for him to start swinging the wood. Unfortunately, she wasn't so good with a bat. And from what I could tell, she took a couple of balls to the chin and... Wait a minute. Mama was wearing a mad goatee. Anywho, Mike Piazza, don't worry about the gay rumors. And most importantly, don't respond to them anymore. Because nothing sounds gayer than a guy telling everyone he's not gay. If you don't believe me, just listen to this.
I'm not gay.
Sure, Al. We believe you. What a turd burglar. Mike Piazza, we'll support you no matter who you're banging. And you'll still hear us in the stands cheering, we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Could someone let Ronnie know the Fezatorial's over, please? All right. You missed another one.
I got it. The whole Piazza leading us on to victory this year, huh? Let's go, Mets go. That's what I'm saying, Fezzy.
That wasn't what it was about. Celtic fans chant wife beater at Jason Kidd. Maybe I'll take a swing at a Fezatorial. Well. The New Jersey Nets' Jason Kidd was greeted in Boston at the NBA Conference Finals by fans yelling wife beater at him. And I haven't seen anyone this upset about a wife-beating chant since the time my brothers, my sister, and I started yelling it at my father. He hadn't hit anyone. We were just encouraging him to do so. But what really beats the little misses in my pants is the fact that these lousy Celtic fans chant this derogatory remark at Jason Kidd when there's really so many other things they could be chanting. If you stinky Boston fans feel the need to yell things, find something else rather than bringing up Jason Kidd's January 2001 wife-beating charges in Phoenix, which, by the way, he paid a fine for, which led other guys to saving up their money for something they really wanted. You people can find something else to scream. After all, this Nets team is from New Jersey. start a you can't pump your own gas chant, or you can't turn left jug handle chant, or even a gee, aren't Jersey women really easy and wear way too much hairspray chant. Come on, there's plenty there. You don't have to pick on Jason Kidd. Taunt some of the other fine folks from New Jersey. Make fun of Bon Jovi's last CD, or the acting job he did and pay it forward. Dionne Warwick is from Jersey. Bring up her criminal record. Start a possession of marijuana chant, or just start a Jason Alexander chant. He's from New Jersey, and that's got to be embarrassing enough for anyone else who is. Jason Kidd just doesn't want the Celtic fans hurting his wife, which he really doesn't have to worry about. If she can take a right hook from him, who in Boston can hurt her? Besides, Jason Kidd's little boy is always right there in the stands where he can hear everything. So seriously, if you're going to chant something about the size of that kid's head. It looks like someone screwed a light bulb into a child's Nets jersey. Not to be cruel, but when I saw Jason Kidd's wife sitting there, I thought she was holding a balloon, not a child. Please. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where we really didn't have a lot of wife beating. I think it was the way boys were brought up there, being taught not to hit their sister. But it was there that I learned how hard it is to play basketball with someone screaming things at you. I remember Mother playing out in the barn with our handyman named Boo Boo. She said she liked to go one-on-one with him, but she taunted him the whole time. I always overheard her yelling at him to put it in and shoot it now. And then she also really liked it when it bounced off her rim. And wait a minute. He only dribbled on Mama Tiny. Anywho, Celtics fans, you chant whatever you want. People from New Jersey are insulted every day of their lives. They can take it. And when they win that NBA title and have a parade with it in some parking lot, I'm sure, we'll see who everybody's laughing at then. Although I'm sure it'll still be Jersey. But it'll be with a nice trophy. And right now, Jason Kidd, you can hear our loyal chants as we say, we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Could someone please tell Ronnie the Fezatorial's done and come back in the studio? Ronnie?
Yeah.
You missed the Fezatorial.
Oh. How was it?
It's good. It's fine.
You gotta do more of those, Fez.
I do them every Friday.
Really?
Yes, you've never heard of one.
We gotta start playing them.
We do play them.
Jeez. This is awkward.
2 high-profile court cases, 2 teenage girls, 1 Fezatorial. Well. Michael Skakel is convicted of killing a 15-year-old girl the same week that R. Kelly is indicted on child porn charges with an alleged 14-year-old girl. And I haven't been this intrigued with lusting for underage girls since, well, gee, come to think of it, I've never been intrigued with lusting for underage girls. But what really grabs my little skakels is the fact that these 2 cases are 25-plus years apart, and in that time, we still haven't learned what's proper behavior with teenage girls. Now, granted, these 2 incidents are very different. One crime was allegedly committed by R. Kelly, a hard-bodied R&B superstar with washboard abs. Whereas the other was committed by Michael Skakel, a wealthy socialite who answers the endless question, what would Porky Pig look like if he was human? Seriously, not to be cruel, but that fat alcoholic looks so bad, he looks like someone took David Crosby's old liver and dressed it in a yacht captain's suit. He's a mess. And even though the cases are different, I think both R. Kelly and Michael Skakel can learn lessons about dealing with underage girls. First of all, R. Kelly, you need to learn that you can't bang underage girls. Michael Skakel, you need to learn that you can't bang underage girls. In the head with a golf club, idiot. Michael, you need to learn you can't run a batch while sitting in a tree. Or, you need to learn that you can't run one on a girl even if you're hung like a tree. R. Kelly, you can't watch underage girls on videotape. Michael Skakel, you can't watch underage girls through their bedroom windows, you fat F. If poor Martha Moxley had looked out her window and seen your fat ass rubbing out a batch of that famous Kennedy chowder, the shock would have killed her right there. Now, R. Kelly, you need to learn that you can't invite underage girls to your home. Michael Skakel, you need to learn that you can't go and invite her to an underage girl's home and then kill her. Boys, there's plenty to be learned from these two criminal cases. Michael Skakel, you need to learn you can't put a shaft through a girl's neck. R. Kelly, you need to learn that you can't put your shaft in their other body parts. R. Kelly, you can't play whiz games with underage girls. Michael Skakel, you can't whiz yourself in a drunken stupor and then start confessing to murder. Skakel, you need to learn you can't get out of this just because you are a Kennedy. Kelly, you need to learn you can't get out of this just because you know Jane Kennedy. And Michael Skakel, you learn that you couldn't go to trial as a juvenile. And R. Kelly, you'll learn that you can't sit through your trial listening to Juvenile. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where kids had a name for underage girls. They usually called them moms. But it was there that I learned how, just like in the Michael Skakel case, people can get upset around golf equipment. I remember Mother practicing her putting out in the barn with our handyman named Boo Boo. Now, I don't know what kind of green Mother had set up out there, but I know that Boo Boo was upset about the size of her hole. He couldn't believe how big it was, and he complained about how huge and gaping it was. He said he could get 2 balls in there, not to mention his entire wood, and that... Wait a minute. Mama had a stretched out choo-choo. Anywho, Michael Skakel and R. Kelly, even though you're very different people, these cases are very similar. I don't even want to get into how prospective witnesses Robert Kennedy and Aaliyah were mysteriously silent. Nice work, boys. But it won't save you. Skakel, you're already found guilty. And R. Kelly, you're on your way to trial. So let us just say it for all the teenage girls out there that we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Please let Ronnie know the Fezatorial's done. He can come back in the studio.
Oh, that was good, Fez.
You missed another one.
Well, I heard the music, and it sounded great.
Yes, the music's excellent.
What did you do to the Fezatorial one?
I talked about the R. Kelly child pornography case and the Michael Skakel conviction.
Timely.
Thank you. Yes, topical.
That's beautiful because
that conviction only came down this morning, Ronnie.
Right, so it proves. You're not one of these guys taking all week.
I get the job done. Father's Day is here. So who's your daddy? You are. Fezatorial. Well. It's that time of year when we celebrate fathers. And I haven't seen anyone appreciate their dads this much since last year when I ran that Moulin Rouge summer camp for boys. Those little guys were so excited when their fathers finally picked them up, they nearly forgot to take off their wigs and corsets. But what really pulls on my old papa is the fact that we just don't do enough to recognize good fathers. So today, let's honor those dads who gave their kids more than just a sperm cell. They also gave them love, which with the right guy can be the same thing. Let's honor Jason Kidd from the New Jersey Nets, who tried to teach his son that even though you go to the NBA Finals, you shouldn't get a big head about it. He'll have to teach his son this over and over again. Seriously, not to be cruel, but you know what they call that kid's hat? The Continental Airlines Arena. Let's also thank Michael Skakel, who taught his son, Baby Skakes, to appreciate nature, especially trees. In fact, that's how they potty train the little guy. They put a shrub next to the toilet. Then, just like his dad, whenever he sees foliage, he yanks his little Skakel out. But Michael Skakel taught his son more than just that. He's teaching him to be independent, at least for the next 10 years to life. And Skakel also taught his little boy that playing golf can be dangerous. That kid now knows that anytime someone in his family leaves with the golf clubs, somebody's going to get hurt. We thank Paul McCartney for teaching his daughters that they can learn to love their new mom as much as they did their dead mom that she almost immediately replaced. And I'm sure they'll love her from her head to her, well, where her toes used to be. Happy Father's Day to the father of the girl in the R. Kelly video. He always encouraged her to participate in sports. Unfortunately, it was water sports. We also salute Ozzy Osbourne, who encouraged his daughter Kelly to follow in his footsteps into show business. Although we're sure Kelly won't be biting the head off of a bat. With her appetite, she'll need something bigger, like a stork or a baby deer. And finally, special thanks to the Catholic priests, those fathers that tried to touch so many young boys' lives. and who must have thought those young boys kept their lives in their pants. But, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where fatherhood was something your dad wore to a Klan meeting. But it was there that I learned how important fathers are to people. It was one of those many, many, many times that Mother had gone out to the barn with our handyman named Boo-Boo. I was fascinated when I overheard that Boo-Boo had 2 dads. And apparently at some point, Mother grabbed his dads and hired them because she was really working his dads, who must have been scruffy because she offered to shave his dads, then offered some refreshments because she wanted to teabag his dads Wait a minute. Mama, it was Nads, not Dads. Don't kiss it, Mama. Don't kiss it. Anywho, let's all remember to say thank you this Father's Day. I want to thank my own dad, who was like a bad uncle to me. He taught me those things a kid should know. How to ride a bike, tie my shoes, and not to use too much eye makeup. The essentials. So don't just say Happy Father's Day. Let's remember to tell all our dads, we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Buddy! Little League scandal means big Fezatorial. Well. Accusations are being made that the coaches of a Kearney, New Jersey Little League team asked the players to throw a game so that another Little League team could advance in the playoffs. And I haven't seen this many little kids asked to do something they didn't want to since last weekend at my annual Ron and Festival of Pud and Pizza. Not to be confused with or considered affiliated with the Ron and Festival of Rock and Ribs. But what really drops my fly, man, is the fact that now sports scandals are actually involving kids' sports. I mean, sure, we're used to this at the professional level. NBA players with guns, steroids in baseball, Hall of Famers being cryogenically frozen against their wishes. The same old stuff. But now we're talking about children. What's next in Kearney, New Jersey? We find out the Kearney Jacks tournament was fixed? Some little girl was told not to go for foursies? Do we need to investigate the Kearney hopscotch scandal of 1992? Or how many kids in Kearney have been told to just lay down during a game of Twister? We may never know. There's rumors now that some Kearney kindergarten children were threatened with timeout if they didn't throw a game of Candyland. Also, some kids were reportedly told to purposely jump up and down even when Simon didn't say so. This could be worse than we thought, people. Are kids at different Kearney elementary schools being paid off to just be sitting ducks during dodgeball? This needs to be investigated, as well as reports that some children are being told to hide, but not to seek. This is wrong. I heard that at a Kearney picnic, children were threatened with having one of their 3 legs broken if they won the 3-legged race, and that there's actually shady dealings even with nursery school-age children. That's right, there's a crime ring around the Rosies in Kearney. We have to make sure this stops now, before kids in Kearney are told, don't spill the beans about the don't spill the beans racket. Let's do something before children who won't cooperate in games of hangman find pictures of their own faces drawn in on the hangman's body. And before some poor unsuspecting kid wakes up and finds a cootie bug head in his bed. But this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where when someone said the fix was in, that just meant your mom or your sister couldn't have any more babies. But it was there that I learned how people feel about intentionally losing a game. I remember Mother discussing this out in the barn with our handyman named Boo-Boo. He coached Mother's softball team, and they often had meetings in our barn. Actually, it was just about every night, even in the off-season. One evening, I overheard Boo-Boo telling Mother that he wanted her to blow a big game. He was yelling it over and over again. Come on, blow it. Are you going to blow it? Please, just blow it at... Wait a minute. Mama choked up on Boo-Boo's back. Oh, Mama, brush your teeth. Brush your teeth. Anywho, if these little leaguers' accusations are true and they were told to throw a game, then shame on you, Kearney, New Jersey. After all, who do these coaches think they are, stealing a child's innocence? priests? I say no. And I think we should all stand behind these kids as close as possible and let the Kearney Little League know that we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Can someone let Ronnie know the Fezatorial's done?
All right, Ron and Fez show.
You missed the Fezatorial.
Safe to turn your radios back on, ladies and gentlemen. Fezatorial's over.
It's always safe to turn them on.
I'm only kidding you. That was a good one, Fez.
Thank you. You didn't even hear it. Felony charges against Alan Iverson are tossed out. Maybe I better toss out a Fezatorial. Well. A Philadelphia judge has decided to drop all felony charges against 76ers star Alan Iverson. And I haven't seen anything drop this fast since that time I found myself in Billy Ray Cyrus's dressing room. And my pants dropped faster than he did from the music charts. But what really bangs my trouser gavel is the fact that the same judge that dropped the serious charges against Alan Iverson admits that he is, in fact, a huge Alan Iverson fan. Please, people, how can a judge objectively look at a case when he's daydreaming about going one-on-one with the defendant? Now, even if the evidence does point towards dropping the charges against Iverson, this judge's love for the Sixers completely taints the decision. This judge should remove himself from the case and be replaced by a judge who just happens to be a Nets fan. That's fair, because even if Alan Iverson is convicted of the two remaining lesser charges, how can we be sure this biased judge will give him a proper sentence? If convicted, Alan Iverson will probably be sentenced to spending a weekend with the judge, shooting hoops and throwing naked women out of houses. That'll teach him. Maybe the judge will just give Alan Iverson some community service, where Iverson must spend one evening a month at the judge's home signing jerseys and basketballs for him. Why not sentence Alan Iverson to use his influence to get the judge's own sneaker deal, or a walk-on role in either the next Space Jam or Little Bow Wow basketball movie? I'm sure he's a fair judge. He'll probably just sentence Alan Iverson to a mandatory appearance at his son's school for show and tell. Or it could be just that Alan Iverson is ordered to call the judge after getting back from away games, just so the judge knows he got home okay. If next season we see this judge being introduced on the court with the rest of the team, or singing the national anthem to start a game, or wearing his hair in Alan Iverson braids, we're gonna know something's up. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where one-on-one was a phrase referring to the total number of a person's top and bottom teeth. But it was there that I learned how much people idolize their sports stars. I remember Mother playing hoops out in the barn with our handyman named Boo-Boo. Now, Mother considered herself a female Dr. J, and I would overhear her telling Boo-Boo that she was ready to play doctor out in the barn. He didn't mind. He said she was a great ball handler, and he even called her Dr. J, although he always put a B before the J part. And then... Wait a minute. How protected our mama? Anywho, the judge in the Alan Iverson case is biased, and he admits to it. It's wrong because you can't be fair with someone you admire. That's why I never judge Walter Hudson too harshly. Did that guy eat? And that's why a message must be sent to that courtroom, that justice must be done, and that we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Someone please let Ronnie know that the Fezatorial replay is done. He missed it. He come back to the studio.
They seem like they come around every 15, 20 minutes.
They do not.
These always know when you play them?
This is the Fezatorial replay that we do on Monday nights.
Thought we did a replay on late Friday night.
We do. We get 3 chances.
Jeez.
And you miss every one.
I think we better look that over. Seems like a lot for a Fezatorial.
You haven't heard any of them.
Seems like I don't have to worry about it. Be one coming right back around.
You won't have another one till Friday.
Let's call it the Ron and Fezatorial show.
Oh, wait, we have Friday off. Barney the Dinosaur gets updated. I love you, you love me, you'll love Fezatorial. Well. Barney the Purple Dinosaur is being revamped for his return to children's television. And I haven't seen people this excited about a chubby, smiling dinosaur making a comeback since they announced Liza Minnelli was getting a new show. Her theme song should be, You Love Me, I Love Booze. But what really baby bops my Barney is the fact that TV bigwigs, man, are trying to change a children's classic by updating it for 2002. This would be like taking that adorable child star of the 70s, Michael Jackson, and trying to modernize him by bleaching his skin and having him touch boys. It just doesn't work. Now, there hasn't been a new Barney episode made in over 5 years, and we have to ask ourselves, do we really want to bring Barney into the 21st century? Do we want a Barney that's involved in insider trading or the Enron scandal? Do we want a Barney that starts kidnapping children in Utah, Texas, and other states? Do we want a Barney with a triple X tattoo on the back of his neck? I say no. How do these TV head honchos expect to make Sweet Barney more relevant to the year 2002? Have him appear in an R. Kelly video? Maybe they could just have Barney stuck in a flooded mine shaft for 77 hours. Or just have him wear a shoe bomb. That won't scare children, will it? By the way, that was sarcasm. It would indeed scare children. Perhaps they could modernize Barney by bringing him into the world of reality television. Make Barney and the kids eat rats like on Survivor. Or he has to find a bride like on The Bachelor. Or they just simply film his home life where he's always arguing with his fat kids Jack and Kelly. Personally, people, I don't want to see a 21st century Barney where he kills an intern, chokes on a pretzel, or marries a one-legged model half his age. And I know kids don't want a Barney that gets an Anthrax letter in the mail, or marries and divorces J-Lo, or shows up on an FBI video wearing a cowboy pimp hat discussing a coke deal. It's wrong, idiots. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where my Uncle Blackjack did a local children's puppet show, till that fateful day when they came back from commercials too early, and he was caught with something other than his hand inside the puppet. Not many children slept that night. But it was there that I learned that people of all ages love children's television. I remember Mother discussing kid shows out in our barn with our handyman named Boo Boo. Now, I'm not sure if it was Barney, but I always heard Mother tell Boo Boo how she couldn't wait to see the big purple beast and how she had to have it and couldn't wait to turn him on, which was weird because we didn't have a TV in the barn. And wait a minute. Mama liked the pants, Barney. Anywho, modernizing Barney could be a big mistake, unless, of course, it's something cool, like Barney gets bit by a radioactive spider and then starts playing slam ball. But other than that, it's wrong. Let's face it, Barney the Dinosaur is one big purple puss, and we should keep him that way. We should let the big cheeses at the network know that, and while we're at it, we'll also let them know that we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Hey, you! Let Ronnie please know that the Friday Fezatorial is done. He can come back in the studio. He missed it. You missed it, Ronnie.
I missed it?
You missed the Friday Fezatorial.
How was it?
It's great. It's just great.
What'd you do it on, Fezzy? Did you do it on J-Lo and Ben Affleck and their love affair?
No, but that wouldn't be a bad topic because I am sick to death of J-Lo and Ben Affleck.
Instinct's Lance Bass thrown out of the Russian space program. Gee, time to launch a Fezatorial. Well. Boy band idiot Lance Bass will not be going into space after failing to come up with the $20 million he needed to sponsor his trip. And I haven't seen this big a failure in Russia since Yakov Smirnov bombed at a comedy club in Chernobyl. I told him it's hard for people to laugh while their skin's melting off. What a country, what a moron. But what really aborts my mission is the fact that Lance Bass did all this to get attention when he obviously had no chance of going into space. This is like Bobby Brady bragging that he knew Joe Namath when he really didn't.
Except there's one slight difference between Lance Bass and Bobby Brady. Bobby Brady eventually came up with Broadway Joe. What did you come up with, Lance Bass? Oh, yes, a new way to make yourself look like a complete tool. So now what are you going to do, Lance? Or should I say, not do? Since you achieved your goal of not going into space, maybe next you could not climb Mount Everest. Or maybe not try out for the NBA. Or just simply not go over Niagara Falls in a barrel. See, Lance, when you're not going to do things, anything is possible not to do. You could also not do a solo album. That would be great when it doesn't come out. You could also not do a movie. That would keep you pretty busy till it's not released. Or you could always not go back to school and not get your degree. I would be so proud of you for not doing that. And of course, there's always charity work. Lance, you could not visit some sick kids. Not save the rainforest, or not feed the homeless. Listen, there's plenty out there not for you to do. Lance Bass, you had a better chance of becoming a natural blonde than getting into outer space. Like any other liar, you opened up your fat trap, said you were going to be an astronaut, and then didn't know how to get out of it. And now somehow, you look dumber than Eminem fighting with a hand puppet. Nice job, idiot. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where joining the space program meant going to the dentist, where he figured out what to do with the leftover space from your missing teeth. But it was there that I learned how important the space program is to some people. I remember Mother talking about this out in the barn with our handyman named Boo Boo. I think he actually wanted to join the space program. He told Mother there was some really dark space he wanted to explore, but she was worried that he'd run into some roids. I guess she meant asteroids, but he really wanted it, although I can't think of the word he used. Astronaut? No. Cosmonaut? No. Oh yeah, balloon knot. And then... Wait a minute. Bobo screwed the pooch, and the pooch was Mama. Anywho, when music historians look back at what killed the boy band craze, what will they find? That the fans simply grew up? That the boy bands were replaced by the Swedish rock invasion led by the Hives? Or could it be that boy bands lost the little credibility they did have when a Mongoloid told all his friends and the rest of the world he was going to be a spaceman, and then didn't get any closer to space than me standing on top of my 4-piece sectional sofa? Yeah, the last one sounds right to me. Lance Bass, don't waste any more of our time, because we won't listen to you again. And next time you come up with one of these schemes, Lucy, we'll simply tell you that we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Please let Ronnie know that the Friday Fezatorial is done.
Hey, Fezzy,
You missed the Friday Fezatorial.
well, let's run it. I want to hear it. What's it about this week?
We just ran it, and it was about Lance Bass
Well, that's current.
and the fact that he's been...
What are you, just on the instinct bandwagon now?
No, the fact that this week he got kicked out of the Russian space program.
Really?
Yes.
That ought to be funny. Let's, you didn't drag your mom into it, did you?
She came up.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons I can't stand that thing.
She was mentioned. The U.S. against Iraq. First, let's bomb them with a Fezatorial. Well. President Bush is looking for support to do an Iraq attack on Saddam Hussein. And I haven't seen America ready to go after someone with a braid and mustache this bad since the media frenzy surrounding Monica Lewinsky. Although Saddam's a little less jolly. But what really scuds my missile is the fact that the president feels he needs to justify going after dickless in the desert Saddam Hussein when he's already got every reason to go after Iraq. Reason number one, they suck. Seriously, this is a country that is always trying to buy and build weapons of mass destruction. I'm sure Saddam Hussein is constantly calling information looking for the number of an Anthrax store. He mowed lawns this summer trying to save money to buy a nuke. And if Saddam sent away for sea monkeys, it would only be because he thought he could turn them into an army of super sea monkey soldiers. Ass face. And Saddam loves chemical weapons, too. The man's probably spent years and millions of dollars trying to come up with the perfect deadly mix of Coca-Cola and Pop Rock. Brainiac. Reason number 2. Saddam Hussein in the membrane has a history of torturing dissidents, invading Kuwait, which, by the way, Kuwait must make you the Mongoloid of the Middle East. How did you get taken over by Iraq? Was their goat bigger than yours? Is it because they wear pants instead of fitted sheets? Tell me how Iraq won this battle of the jobbers. Also, Saddam has put thousands of Kurds to death. Now, I'm not exactly sure what a Kurd is, but I would imagine it's a lot like a Smurf. And people, that's just wrong. And reason number 3, Saddam Hussein himself, the guy who put the dick in dictator, has the nerve to call himself a president. Iraq could actually take lessons from Florida on how to run an election. That's how effed up they are. It's not an election, Saddam, when the only name on the ballot begins with who and ends in sane. That's no choice at all. It's like asking kids what kind of ice cream they want, chocolate or spanking. Not to mention, Saddam, how stupid you look walking around in an army uniform. There's nothing more pathetic than a guy squeezing into a uniform he's too old for. It's like Iraq is being run by Don Zimmer. It's like Barney Fife is the butcher of Baghdad. It's like one of those old scoutmasters that still wears the short pants, shirt, and neckerchief and really gives you the creeps. F***ing idiot. But, you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where Baghdad is what we called father after we caught him walking the streets posing as a bag lady. But it was there that I learned how people were affected by Saddam Hussein. I remember Mother discussing this out in our barn with our handyman named Bobo. Apparently, Bobo was really influenced by Saddam. I believe he was even following his teachings because he said he was really into sodomy. And he hoped Mother was into sodomy, too. In fact, he said if Mother was into sodomy, he would really get behind her. And I think, wait a minute. Mama was like a camel. She got humped. Anywho, Saddam Hussein, we've got every reason to turn your country into our latest super Walmart. Our president doesn't need to ask anyone's permission, except maybe his dad's. But Saddam, time is running out for you. If you don't believe me, check your watch. It's on the hand you don't wipe with. And soon, we'll be partying like it's 1991. Again, you'll be hearing the sweet sounds of our smart bombs and all of America saying, we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Someone let Ronnie know the Fezatorial's done. Ronnie, you missed the Fezatorial.
Oh, yeah, did you do a Fezatorial on that car down there in Alligator Alley?
No, I didn't do one on the car in Alligator Alley that got pulled over for suspected terrorism.
You got to start being current with these things, Fezzy.
I am current. That was about the possible attack on Iraq that's coming up.
It's 10 years old.
It's a new attack.
You. To the rest of us, it's 10 years old.
It's happening again. It's Fashion Week in New York. Next up, here's a gorgeous little number we like to call a Fezatorial. Well. Fashion Week has arrived in New York City, and I haven't seen this many skinny women prancing around since the time I judged that Karen Carpenter look-alike contest. Coming in second that day, a young Callista Flockhart. She might have won, too, if only she could have bulked up. But what really yanks on my culottes is the fact that there are some people not getting the recognition they deserve despite making their own fashion statements. So let's congratulate them. Congratulations to Rosie O'Donnell for embracing the 80s, not only in her hairstyle, but also her waist size. By the way, Rosie, Wendy's called. They don't have anything larger than Biggie size, so please quit asking. Congratulations to Yasser Arafat, not only for your old look of wearing a Mulberry Street tablecloth as a hat for 34 years, but also for your new look of wearing an Israeli tank up your ass. Congratulations to the Kansas City Royals, who will become the first Major League Baseball team to start wearing Kevlar. Speaking of sports, congratulations to Herm Edwards for his NFL head coach look. Way to go, Hermie. You almost fooled us into thinking you were one. Congratulations to Ben Affleck for his new look, carrying that Latin bag around on his arm. Oh, wait, that's J-Lo. Also, congratulations to Anna Nicole Smith for her bold fashion statement. It's hard to describe, but it looks like someone put a sweatsuit on that girl puffin' stuff. You know, HR's sister? Not to be cruel, But Anna Nicole's TV ratings are sagging nearly as bad as her ass. And finally, congratulations to Mayor Bloomberg for doing so much with a size small. Seriously, that suit is so tiny, if he put on a red floppy hat, we could call him Ernie Keebler. Mr. Mayor, your taste in clothes is uncommonly good. An idiot. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where my cousin Tina was a runway model. And by that, I mean she actually modeled runways for airports. She was that big. But it was there that I learned how much people are really into fashion. I remember Mother going out to the barn to discuss it with our fashion designer and handyman named Bobo. Now, Bobo said he was going to teach Mother all about style. And she was unsure at first because she didn't know if she liked his style. But he wouldn't take no for an answer and just kept pounding her with his style. Now, what did he call it? Oh, yeah, doggy. And wait a minute. Mama was his little bow wow. Anywho, New York Fashion Week is giving us all some great looks, like the look Star Jones was getting when we saw her checking out the new line of thongs. So let's remember, people, the clothes make the man Hatton, and let him hear it up and down the runway, that we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Hey, someone let Ronnie know that the Fezatorial replay's over. He missed another one. Yoko Ono sues her former assistant. Gee, Yoko, imagine a Fezatorial. Well. John Lennon's wife, Yoko Ono, has successfully sued a former assistant for breaking his confidentiality agreement. And I haven't seen a wife of one of the Beatles this hopping mad since that time Paul McCartney's kids hid their new stepmother's fake leg. You know, when Paul said he was marrying a leggy model, I had no idea he meant just one leggy. But what really mows my strawberry fields is the fact that this assistant must now settle in court which of his personal photographs he has to turn over to Yoko Ono. So in the interest of fairness, Mrs. Livingston, let's try to figure out which of the photos you can keep. Yoko, you can definitely keep any photos in which you appear nude. After all, people want to learn about John Lennon, not open a book and see a female version of Pat Morita naked. Also, let's go ahead, Yoko, and say you can keep any swimwear photos, too, because I have the feeling there isn't a bikini big enough to cover your natural kelp. We'll also give Yoko any pictures of her first getting up in the morning, yeesh, and any of her going to bed at night. In fact, just let Yoko have any pictures of herself in bed altogether. Seeing her in bed might make me afraid to get in mine at night. Any shots of Yoko in the bathtub, she keeps. Any shots where she's directly facing the camera, she can have. Any picture where she's sitting and there's a chance that her legs might not be crossed, go ahead and throw those all on her pile. Let's give Yoko any photos of her laughing and any photos of her crying. We're not going to be able to tell the difference anyway. Yoko, you can keep the pictures in which you're eating any kind of food, because that would just gnarl us. Also, let Yoko keep the photos where she appears with any pets or other animals. They're just going to confuse people anyway. Yoko also gets to keep any snapshots where she's sleeveless, backless, or pantsless. That's a definite. Yoko, go ahead and keep any shots of you singing, because even though it's a photograph, I know we'd still be able to hear you. Also, keep any childhood photos of yourself, Yoko, especially the ones taken during that awkward age 10 through 70. And above all else, let Yoko keep any photograph of her nursing her son, Sean. By the way, Sean, boy, did you luck out in the gene lottery. You got your mom's voice and your dad's eyesight. Nice job, idiot. But it was there that I learned how much John Lennon meant to people. I remember Mother discussing this out in our barn with our handyman and local Beatles fan named Boo. I remember Mother's favorite song was Come Together. She was always saying that to Boo. I think she even wanted them to perform it. She'd yell at him, come together. She'd get mad if they couldn't do it, and she'd really get furious if he did it first. Now, she wasn't much of a singer, but all she wanted them to do was come together. And, wait a minute. Mama was talking about naughty feelings. I wish I was a nowhere man. Anywho, Yoko Ono, congratulations, you've won your suit. But remember, John Lennon also belongs to the world. And some of these photos we'd love to keep. Like any where you happen to be wearing a big hat that covers most of your face. Or maybe even one where you're wearing a paper bag on your head. And definitely the one where you're running from your village naked, covered in napalm. Remember, Yoko, all you need is love. And all we need to say is that we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Hey, you. Someone let Ronnie know the Friday Fezatorial's done. He got back in the studio and he missed it.
Hey, Fez.
Ronnie, you missed the Friday Fezatorial.
Well, you run them constantly, don't you?
It will run again.
Oh, no problem then. I'll catch it then.
No, you won't. You always miss it.
I'll catch it one of the 14 times it's going to run over the next couple days.
This isn't MTV. Carl McCall's letter writing controversy. Let's read one. It starts, Dear Fezatorial. Well. State Controller and candidate for governor Carl McCall is accused of using his position in over 60 letters to try to get jobs for friends and family members. And I haven't seen anyone this upset over some mail since the time I sent that fan letter to Macaulay Culkin. He totally took the part about tying him up and making soup out of his skin the wrong way. But what really fills my mailbox is the fact that people view this as doing something wrong when they don't realize how much we really owe to nepotism in this country. Just think what we would miss out on if we didn't have influential people helping out their pathetic, no-talent loser relatives. If that was the case, we'd have no Clint Howard, the unattractive little brother of Academy Award winner Ron Howard. Without Richie Cunningham totally supporting his giant-headed sideshow freak of a brother with dozens of bit parts, we would have missed out on great Clint Howard performances like the prom kid in Night Shift, the mean nursing home attendant in Cocoon, and of course, wedding guest number 3 in Splash. We need nepotism. How else would this country have been introduced to the mediocre singing talents of Frank Stallone? Not to mention his 1999 bomb TV series, Movie Stars, in which he co-starred with Patrick Swayze's brother Don and the less-than-great Joey Travolta. Without family influence, we lose so much. Imagine if we only had Alec Baldwin. We wouldn't have gotten William in Sliver. We wouldn't have gotten Steven in The Usual Suspects. And we might not have gotten Daniel in That Hotel Room Odin. See? We would have missed all the good stuff. We need to thank those proud family members that put their shame and embarrassment behind them and got their relatives in the business. Thank you, Martin Sheen. Without you, your sons Charlie and Emilio probably wouldn't have gone into acting and eventually gave us great films like Hot Shots and Hot Shots Part 2, not to mention the Mighty Ducks franchise, and of course their combined effort, Men at Work, where they played garbage men. John Voight, thank you for giving us one of today's favorite nut bars, your daughter Angelina Jolie, who kept us entertained by wearing her husband's blood and adopting Cambodian babies. And thanks to Miss Judy Garland, who without her influence, her daughter Liza would just be another old souse hooked on booze and pills with enough eye makeup to make Tammy Faye Baker look plain. All right, I'll admit that probably would have happened even without a famous mother. But people, without nepotism in this world, we don't get all of the Murray brothers, all the Wayans brothers. People, we don't get Jim Belushi. And folks, without relatives helping each other work, we never would have gotten Matt Damon and his beautiful wife, Ben Affleck. Idiot. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where they banned men from hiring their own sisters. The town didn't think husbands and wives should work together. But it was there that I learned how important family influence is to some people. I remember Mother discussing this out in our barn with our handyman and local anti-nepotism crusader, Boo-Boo. I guess Boo-Boo had accused Mother of using her family connections to get a job, because I overheard him asking over and over again, "Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy?" She finally confessed that it was him, which I found odd because he wasn't Grandpa, although he was the one spanking her and... Wait a minute. Mama, that's not Papa. Anywho, people, let's not be too hard on Carl McCall. Yes, it does look like he used influence to find his relatives some jobs. But is that so wrong? We didn't mind it when TV producer Aaron Spelling got his daughter work. Because face it, thanks to her dad, Tori Spelling is more than just a troll face with huge breast implants and a jawbone that makes Sergeant Slaughter jealous. She's also a B-grade celebrity. Let's make that B-. So people, let's show this country that families can stick together and let them listen when we say, we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Someone tell Ronnie the Fezatorial replay's done. He missed it. Mayor Bloomberg wants to ban smoking. Maybe I better light up a Fezatorial. Well. Mayor Bloomberg is asking for a complete ban on smoking in all bars and restaurants. And I haven't seen anyone this upset about some smoke since that time my parents smelled smoke coming out of my bedroom. They were so relieved when they found out that the smoke wasn't coming from cigarettes, but instead from some candles that the Scoutmaster, Mr. Higgins, was using to pour wax on my nips. Boy, did they look foolish that Christmas. But what really lights my ciggy butt is the fact that Mayor Bloomberg is using all the health risks of smoking as his basis to ban it in bars. Well, if that's the argument, Mini-Mayor, alcohol has health risks too, so I guess we also need to ban drinking in bars. Moron. Mayor Tiny, maybe we shouldn't stop there. Plenty of people die in car accidents each year, so let's also ban cars on the streets and in parking garages as well. It makes as much sense, nut boy. Shorty, I understand your intentions, but where does it stop? Do you know how many people die in hospitals each year? Should we ban hospitals too? Mayor Smallfry, you claim you want to ban smoking in all bars and restaurants because it can lead to things like heart disease. Well, guess what? So does cheese. Should we ban that in restaurants? Next thing you know, gangsters are going to be hijacking truckloads of cheddar, and we're only going to be able to get black market Velveeta. No offense, Earl. Same goes for butter. Just because something isn't healthy doesn't mean it should be illegal, no matter how good and creamy it is. Although when it does come to butter, much like a cigarette addiction, I am up to 2 cartons a day, man. Somebody help me. Hobbit Mayor, I know you only want to protect us, but you have to know when to draw the line. There are thousands of people injured each year in the bathtub, but you can't ban them, or else this town would stink like Vinny Testaverde playing Miami. Mr. Mayor, the Honorable Stuart Little, smoking in bars is just something people have always done. It's as natural as smiling at a baby, smelling a pretty flower, or stopping at a highway rest area to enjoy the glory hole. We all do it. It's nothing to panic about. Short idiot. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where bars finally had to put a ban on people smoking hams. Trust me, on a hot day in Florida, you didn't want people dragging around their own pork. But it was there that I learned how personally people took their smoking. I remember Mother always sneaking out to the barn to have a cigarette with our handyman and local smoker named Boo Boo. Sometimes the two of them would have smoking parties and even invite the neighbors, like the Winston brothers that lived down the road. Which was odd because Winston was the brand of cigarette Mother enjoyed. They said she always had a Winston in her mouth out in that barn, and that she could fit 2 or 3 Winstons in her mouth at a time. But by the time the Winston brothers would leave, she'd be hacking and spitting and... Wait a minute. Mama, they walked a mile for your camel. Toe. Anywho, Bloomy, I appreciate you wanting to protect the citizens, but at the cost of personal freedoms, what protection is that? I also appreciate you taking this to the City Council for public debate where it can be discussed intelligently without name-calling. Thank you, Papa Smurf. But listen to the people, Willow. Hear their voices muffled by their emphysema-filled lungs as they say, we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Hey, you. Somebody please tell Ronnie the Fezatorial is over. He missed it. He missed it again. Rosie O'Donnell's magazine starts laying off workers. Well, she just got a lifetime subscription to Fezatorial. Well. Now that Rosie O'Donnell has bailed on her magazine, Rosie, the publishers have laid off 120 workers. And I haven't seen anyone this upset about being fired since the time my big brother Corky lost his lawn service job. Mainly for mowing Dale Earnhardt's number 3 into people's front yards, but also for his habit of watering their flowers without using a hose, if you know what I mean. With a 12-pack and an already overactive bladder, who needed running water? But what really sends a letter to my editor is the fact that at a time when this nation is trying to get back on its feet, 120 people have to lose their job because someone riled up mighty Joanne Young, Rosie O'Donnell. She gets her back hair in a wad, and now people are standing in the unemployment line. Rosie, did you ever stop and think of the folks that you've hurt by walking out on your magazine and your responsibilities? Did you think about the 12 pizza delivery boys now out of work? The guys who worked round-the-clock shifts making sure your face was stuffed with stuffed crust. You cost people their jobs, Rosie, like the cleaning ladies at your magazine, who were constantly in your office vacuuming up a non-stop storm of Pringles crumbs, peanut M&Ms, and Starburst wrappers. Not to mention the 6-foot hoagie you hid behind the couch so no one would find it. Ro, don't forget the people who worked so hard for you, like the photographers who spent hours and hours using satellite imaging to map and photograph your giant head so they could get it on the cover of your magazine. That's millions of dollars in government technology wasted. You're putting a lot of people out of work, Rosie, from the furniture repair guys who fix the hydraulics you blew out on your desk chair every other day to the office carpet cleaners. And by carpet cleaners, I mean the lesbian biker gang you hung out with. Rosie, you have to consider these people like the models you hired for your magazine. Not to appear in it, but to simply march back and forth in front of your desk while you whistled, grabbed your crotch, and yelled things like, "Do fries come with that shake?" Little did your staff know you were actually asking for fries and a shake. Fat idiot. But, you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Park, Florida, where the town's favorite subscription was to White People magazine.
White people are so scared of black people.
Thank you, Ani. But it was there that I learned how losing a job can really affect someone. I remember Mother discussing this out in our barn with our handyman and local magazine entrepreneur named Boo Boo. He had started his own magazine that he called Tractors and Hoes. I guess it was about farm equipment, but he asked Mother to pose for it. She would be the hose part. But next thing you know, he laid her off. I heard him. He said he laid her off the roof of the barn. He laid her off the back porch. He laid her off the hood of my dad's car. He laid her everywhere, and... Wait a minute. He took a picture of Mama's cha-cha. Anywho, Rosie O'Donnell, with your tantrums and antics, you have cost 120 people their jobs. Who's next? Those 3 young actors you hired to play your children? Seriously, every season on your show you got a new kid. I swear, I thought if you were on one more year, Cousin Oliver, the Jinx, would come live with you. Rosie, you have to understand that your decisions affect people, much like your nutty hairdo. It was your choice, but the rest of us have to look at it. And frankly, if it gets any shorter, you're going to start being mistaken for James Gandolfini. So, Rosie, consider the consequences of your actions and listen to that little voice inside your melon head. The one that says, "We're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you." We're Ronnie Fez. Where's Ronnie? He missed the Fezatorial. Ronnie missed it. Let him know it's over. Ronnie! Thank you, Hawk.
Sorry, Fez, is it about to start?
No, you missed the whole Fezatorial. In fact, in his drunken stupor during the power hour, Hawk left a note for you on your chair.
Well, let me see.
He wrote a note and left it on your seat.
You missed the Fezatorial, he wrote.
It says, "Love Hawk." Baseball unveils its most memorable moments. Really? Because here's an unforgettable Fezatorial. Well. At this year's World Series, Major League Baseball announced the most memorable moments of its history. And I haven't seen anyone in baseball with this much trouble remembering since the time I had lunch with Don Zimmer. The man ate 3 plates of pork chops that day. Not because he was hungry, but just because he kept forgetting that he had already ordered. By his 8th shrimp cocktail, he finally said to me, Yogi, I'm full. But what really takes my mound is the fact that Major League Baseball took the easy way out with its most memorable moments by picking great achievements, when there are other moments in baseball that may not be as historical, but are just as memorable. Let's compare. Baseball picks Cal Ripken breaking Lou Gehrig's streak of consecutive games played as numero uno. Did they even consider the Mets' streak of consecutive games played while being high? Or is smoking that much weed and playing that many games not considered an achievement anymore, man? And if so, our priorities be whack, and it's got me bugging. Baseball's number 2, Hank Aaron breaks Babe Ruth's all-time home run record. Now missing from that list, David Cohn breaks the all-time run-a-batch record in the bullpen, a record he achieved single-handedly. Number 3, Jackie Robinson breaks the color barrier in the major leagues. Monumental? Of course. But was it really as memorable as Fritz Peterson and Mike Hekich breaking the wife-swapping barrier in the major leagues? Oh, probably not. 4th was Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa going after Roger Maris's single-season home run record. That was fun, I'll admit it. But was it as exciting as Darryl Strawberry going after Steve Howe's 7 drug-related suspensions record? I still believe in you, Darryl, and I think you can come back and break it. 5th was Lou Gehrig's retirement speech. Memorable? Sure. But I don't think I'll ever forget John Rocker's 7-train speech. And neither will most minorities, single mothers, or AIDS patients. And what could have been more memorable than Mike Piazza's I am a heterosexual speech? You know, Mike, usually when you are, you don't have to call a press conference to announce it. Pete Rose passing Ty Cobb as the all-time hit leader was number 6. Fine, but let's not forget Bobby Cox for his most hits across his wife's big pie hole. Or that hag has-been Tawny Katane for the hit she got off on her husband, Chuck Finley. Chuck, next time that 80s witch starts fighting with you in the car, just hit the horn. And hit it with that pound of makeup she calls a face. Number 7 was Ted Williams being the last man to post a 400 average. That's as memorable as being the first major leaguer to have his head frozen? Again, people, priorities. Number 8, Joe DiMaggio hitting in 56 straight games. Nice, but what about Louis Polonia hitting on a 14-year-old girl? Number 9, that memorable image of Kirk Gibson's pinch hit home run sending L.A. onto a World Series upset. For me, a more memorable image is umpire John Hurstbeck wiping a big Puerto Rican loogie off his face, courtesy of Roberto Alomar. And finally, number 10, Nolan Ryan pitching his 7th no-hitter. Right, that's more impressive than Doc Ellis's 1970 no-hitter while on acid. Try topping that, Nolan Ryan. The worst hallucinogenic you've been on is Tylenol PM. F***ing hick idiot. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where a doubleheader is what we called the conjoined Pruitt twins that lived down the road. But it was there that I learned how important baseball is to some people. I remember how Mother just loved the game. She'd even go play it out behind the barn with our handyman and local baseball coach named Boo Boo. There they worked on the basics. I heard Mother say she was having a lot of trouble with his fly. But once she mastered that, she couldn't wait for him to start swinging the wood. Unfortunately, she wasn't so good with a bat, and from what I could tell, she took a couple of balls to the chin when he started throwing some junk at... Wait a minute. Mama was wearing a Nad goatee! Anywho, baseball, it's easy to pick those shining, glory-filled moments to look back on. But unless that list includes Dave Winfield killing a seagull, the ball through Bill Buckner's legs, and Ruben Rivera rifling through Derek Jeter's underwear drawer in the clubhouse, it's incomplete. And those memories mean about as much as El Duque's birth certificate. So listen to the fans, especially when they say, "We're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you." Ronnie?
Yeah.
You missed the whole thing.
It's over?
Yes, it's over.
What was it about again?
It's all about baseball's most memorable moments that they announced at the series.
Oh, did you bring up Dusty Baker's kid?
Dusty Baker's kid is a lunatic. Hello, I'm Fez Watley from the Ron and Fez Show, and this Halloween you'll find out that the scariest things aren't what you see on the news or read in the paper, and it's not those ghosts and goblins outside your door. No, the scariest things can be inside your own mind. So this Halloween, sit back and enjoy some Scary Thoughts by Fez Marie Watley. Scary thoughts like the thought of Star Jones streaking across the court at a Knicks game. The thought that Vinny Testaverde might never ever retire. The thought that if we go to war with Iraq, the same thing will happen that happened during the last Gulf War. Toy Matinee will put out an album, and we'll have to hear about Jenny Ledge all over again. The thought of having to try on bicycle shorts. The thought of waking up and finding Sarah Jessica Parker's head next to me in bed. The thought that Valerie Harper might return to network television. The thought that one day a judge will take a Cub Scout's word against mine. The thought that we're down to 2 Beatles, and yet we still have all the Dixie Chicks. The thought of reading. The thought that there could someday be a movie called The Tuxedo 2. The thought of Paula Poundstone playing the Sharon Stone part in Basic Instinct. The thought of Buzz Burbank's wife finding out. The thought of finding myself in a no-win game of quarters with Nick Nolte and the Bush twins. The thought that if Walter Mondale gets back into politics, so will Geraldine Ferraro. The thought that now voters seem to like dead candidates better than the live ones. The thought of George Clooney ever giving a presidential inauguration speech. The thought that someday Lizzie Grubman will get out and be back on the street. The thought of Jared from Subway putting his weight back on, leaving no hope for the rest of us. The thought that eventually Black Earl will realize that Ronnie and I aren't his real parents. The thought of lonely convicts no longer finding me desirable. The thought that Americans might start to believe that, yes, Alex Trebek does have all the answers. The thought that sodas might one day only come in the diet variety. The thought of MTV eventually running a season of The Real World at Ellis Park, Florida. The thought of finding out after I'm dead that there was no Zeus, no Mount Olympus, that it was all just some sort of lie or even a myth. The thought that people in this country might try to right the wrong and injustice from the last presidential election and next time legitimately elect George W. Bush. The thought of one day being introduced to my new boss, Mr. Harry Albus. The thought of these computers actually catching on, and I end up left out in the cold. The thought of Horatio Sands staying on Saturday Night Live even longer than Tim Meadows did. The thought of shopping with Winona Ryder and her saying, "Here, hold this," while she runs off, and I get caught holding the goods. The thought of how scary it would be if Charles was in charge, if Tony Danza was the boss, and if we did, in fact, leave it all to the beaver. And the thought of, after all the jokes, one dark night, Rosie O'Donnell, Kelly Osbourne, and Heather Mills get me alone in a dark alley for just 5 minutes. I'm Fez Watley, and those are some of my scary thoughts. Let Ronnie know the Scary Thoughts is over. He can come back in the studio. Ronnie, you missed my scary Halloween special.
Yeah, I didn't, wasn't able to hear that. A lot of people coming through the lobby now.
You said you were going to listen.
That's my scary thought. Actually sitting through one of those things.
I never get a treat. Only a trick. Michael Jackson dangles his kid off a balcony. Maybe I should drop a Fezatorial. Well. While Michael Jackson is again living off the wall, his kid was barely living off the balcony, 70 feet above a German street. And I haven't seen people this upset about someone holding a child since that time when I couldn't make a babysitting job and sent Superstar in my place. Holding the baby? Good. Holding the baby too tight? No good. But what really makes me want to beat it is the fact that now we're finally seeing what kind of parent Michael Jackson really is. Let's face it, these three kids would be better off being raised by Pee Wee Herman and Ed Rooney, with Paula Poundstone as their full-time nanny and Gary Glitter and Victor Salva as the wacky neighbors. So after this public display of irresponsibility, recklessness, and using his baby like Tommy Smothers uses a Duncan yo-yo, my question is, how do we know? How do we know what's going on in private? We've already seen him dangling his baby off a balcony in front of his other kids. How do we know he's not dangling worse things in front of their faces at home? How do we know? How do we know Michael Jackson can handle being a single parent? Not that the oldest two, Prince Michael Jackson Jr. and Paris Michael Reggie Jackson Jr., would be better off with their mom, Debbie Rowe. This fat nurse sells white babies faster than Martha Stewart sells bad stock. Fortunately, though, Michael doesn't have to do it alone. I'm sure the Elephant Man's bones comes over to help all the time. But again, how do we know? How do we know these kids are going to be safe? Michael Jackson can't even open a can of Pepsi without lighting his hair on fire. How do we know? How do we know Michael Jackson isn't going to fall back into his painkiller habit? Oh, that's right. His best friends are Liz Taylor and Liza Minnelli. No chance of any pills being around. Please. How do we know? How do we know these kids are even his? And that this isn't some new weird collection as Michael Jackson tries to organize the Neverland chapter of NAMBLA? How do we know? And worst of all, how do we know that these children aren't being subjected to the same plastic surgeries that their father had? How do we know that their noses aren't getting smaller while their bungs are getting bigger? How do we know? After all, isn't it ironic now that Michael Jackson is no longer black that his kids started wearing hoods and sheets over their heads? Pasty-faced f***ing idiot. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where, unfortunately, according to my brother Corky, any part of town where he saw some brothers was known as Jacksonville. But it was there that I learned how nervous people get about dropping things. I remember Mother being very anxious about this out in our barn with our handyman and local klutz named Bobo. Apparently, Bobo was always dropping things on Mother. One time she was very upset, and all he did was drop some bread on her, because I heard her screaming that he dropped a loaf on her chest. And you know, even though it wasn't raining, she insisted on him cleaning up all the mud, which was odd because... Wait a minute. Mama was singing scat. Stinky Mama. Anywho, Michael Jackson, you need to be investigated. Anyone who held on to Webster tighter than his own kid should be. Because how do we know? How do we know when you're dancing at home that you're only grabbing your own crotch? You only wear one glove. How do we know where that other hand's been? And worst of all, how do we know you're not letting Aunt LaToya babysit? How do we know? Michael Jackson, you want to be starting something? We'll finish it. And next time you hang a baby off a balcony, you'll hear us saying that we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Someone let Ronnie know the Friday Fezatorial's done. He missed it. Ronnie.
That's it?
That's it. You missed the Friday Fezatorial.
I wanted to listen to it. I turned on the radio and I just heard some old lady yelling, "How do we know?" over and over.
That was me.
I must have been on the wrong station.
No, that was us. That's the Fezatorial.
It couldn't have been. All I heard was, "How do we know? How do we know?" It was awful.
That was the Fezatorial. That was it.
It couldn't have been.
Yes.
This was a really squeaky-voiced old lady.
That was me. I'm the squeaky-voiced old lady. 2002, what a year for Fezatorial. Well. The year 2002 is almost over, and it's been a year filled with complete insanity. In fact, I haven't seen this many nuts in a year since '83, when I worked in a Key West swimwear shop, helping guys try on Speedos. I'll never forget that summer working in a store called Bulges. But what really spanks my baby New Year is how many memorable moments were crammed into what seemed like a very short year. A year I like to call 2002. 2002, where Winona was found guilty, the Pennsylvania miners were found alive, and Chandra Levy was simply found. 2002, where J-Lo will end the year with the same number of marriages under her belt as the total number of legs both of Paul McCartney's wives had. The answer? 3. 2002, where Trent Lott pissed everyone off, Britney Spears flipped everyone off, and Pee Wee Herman, well, he was just getting off. Again. 2002, a year of comings and goings. Rosie O'Donnell coming out of the closet while Billy Joel was going into rehab. 2002, where Lance Bass tried to launch into space while Stone Cold Steve Austin finally sent his big mouth wife to the moon. 2002, where tragically we lost Left Eye, George Harrison, and Jam Master Jay. And even more tragically, we still have Christina Aguilera, George Michael, and Justin Timberlake. 2002, where President Bush tried to keep his kids sober, Paula Poundstone tried to keep her kids at home, and Ozzy Osbourne tried to keep his fat kids from suing McDonald's. 2002, where Eminem wanted people to see his movie, and R. Kelly really wished people would ignore his. 2002, where Sarah Jessica Parker and Matthew Broderick had a baby, and now they have to decide if they'll raise it Jewish or equestrian. And 2002, where Liza Minnelli and Mike Piazza found something in common. They both had to publicly deny that they're involved with a gay man. By the way, that's Piazza with 2 Z's. Just dial 1010-220, f***ing idiot. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where we used to do the Steer in Review, a look back at our favorite cows. But it was there that I learned how some people feel about looking back. I remember Mother discussing this one New Year's out in our barn with our handyman named Boo-Boo. He actually told Mother the best thing to do was to just put things behind her. Actually, from what I could tell that night, the guys Boo-Boo invited over put a lot of things behind her. But his advice was always, don't look back. One time she did, and then a donkey punch was involved. Whatever that is. And then... Wait a minute. Not Mama's back door. Anywho, 2002 was a very strange year to say the least. After all, 2002 was the year where for the very first time, up on that balcony, someone finally said to Michael Jackson, "Hey, grab that kid." Now that's weird. So here's to 2002. And as for 2003 people, I've never meant it more when I say, we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Where's Ronnie? He missed the Fezatorial year in review. Ronnie?
Oh, this was the year in review?
Yes!
That's the one I wanted to see, too. That means see, but here. Because I would have been able to catch up.
You've missed 52 of them now.
Yeah, they give Trent Lotto what's not, Fezzy?
Trent Lott was mentioned in there, yes, in the year in review.
You talk about Sarah Jessica?
Sarah Jessica, yes, in the year in review. You should have heard it.
I missed it. All those big stories of the year.
Yes.
Winona get a little bit of a piece of your mind?
Winona was mentioned, yes.
Damn. Any laughs?
Sure.
All right.
Plenty. The Clintons are now New Yorkers. Welcome to a Fezatorial. Well. The former First Family are now officially living in New York. And I haven't seen people this excited about a new neighbor since the horny inmates in the next cell spotted Robert Downey Jr. moving in. Now, I know what you people want to ask me. You're thinking, hey, gorgeous, what can we do to make the Clintons feel more welcomed? I say the best way is just to be friends with the Clintons. Let's face it, these folks have been hanging out with Hollywood's elite since '92. People like Steven Spielberg, Tom Hanks, and the irrepressible Screech. But now the Clintons are as worthless as Callista Flockhart at an all-you-can-eat buffet. Hollywood doesn't need them, so let's find them some New Yorkers to be pals with. Say, how about hanging out more with Rosie O'Donnell? So that Mrs. Clinton has someone to stand next to that actually makes her ankles look small. And for Chelsea, there's Caroline Kennedy Schwarzenegger, or Slossenpfeffer, or Haagen-Dazs, or whatever her new name is. They've got a lot in common. They're both daughters of presidents, and Chelsea's dad actually spunked on the same Oval Office carpet that Caroline and her brother played on as children. They've got plenty to talk about. And that leaves us with Bill. He used to hang with Hollywood stars like Denzel Washington and Alfre Woodard. Let's see, who do we have in New York to replace them? I've got it. Black Earl and Glad Bag. She's the homeless girl who begs for money wearing nothing but a plastic garbage sack. Well, at least we wouldn't have to worry about Bill ruining her dress. But, you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where we thought the word impeach was something you said after eating some cobbler. Peach. But it was there that Mother taught me how to welcome someone to the neighborhood. It was our new handyman named Bobo. It was his first night in town, and Mother begged him to come for dinner. I know she was begging him because when I found them in the barn together, she was in front of him on her knees. But he really appreciated it and even gave her some jewelry. A pearl necklace as I... Wait a minute. No wonder when she kept saying welcome, she'd forget the well part. Anywho, the president is now here full time. And a word of warning, ladies, let's stay away from Bill Clinton. He doesn't need the temptation, and besides, you know what they say. Bill Clinton's women are a lot like New York City taxi cabs. It's great when you can grab one, but once you're inside, they don't smell so nice. Instead, let's all greet the former First Family together and give them our welcome chant by saying loud and proud, we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. And that's how I feel, Ronnie.
You seem to be fired up.
Yes. Empty chemical warheads found in Iraq. Maybe I should launch a Fezatorial. Well. UN weapons inspectors have found 12 empty chemical warheads in Iraq. And I haven't seen people this upset about a discovery since the time they caught my Uncle Blackjack out by the lake making Gatorade. Not the delicious sports drink we all love, but instead the byproduct of rubbing an actual alligator the right way. But what really shoves a warhead up my bunker is the fact that even though these old weapons have been found empty, we still assume that Saddam Hussein is up to no good. And what happens when we assume? Iraq gets leveled and turned into a parking lot. I mean, after all, these 12 warheads were empty. If you went to Rosie O'Donnell's house and found 12 empty Hickory Farms boxes, would you assume that the jolly gay giant had finished off over 60 pounds of cheese logs and beef sticks? If so, it would have been the only beef stick she ever enjoyed. If you found an empty crack pipe at Whitney Houston's place, would you assume that that Rockettes' greatest love of all was smoking some of that crunch and munch, man? I hope not. What if you found an empty sheet and hood at Trent Lott's house, an empty pill bottle at Liza Minnelli's, some empty juice boxes and boys' underwear at Pete Townsend's? Would that be an admission of guilt? Mike Piazza says he's not gay, but if you found some empty Bette Midler CD cases and an empty box of ass rubbers, would that make Mike a liar? Winona Ryder's in a department store, standing next to an empty clothes rack. Does that mean we have to do another cavity search to see where she's tucked a pair of socks? An empty limo outside Jason Williams' house doesn't mean he's killed again. Sure, it's a pretty good sign, but it's not conclusive. If you sat down in a theater next to Pee Wee Herman and spotted an empty bottle of Jergens lotion, does that really mean Pee Wee's back to buttering his own popcorn? You see Ted Kennedy driving along by himself. The passenger seat is empty. Is that enough evidence to think that yet another girl's trying to swim home? Or President Ronald Reagan, sitting in his chair next to an empty litter box. Does that necessarily mean he's once again gotten it mixed up with the snack bowl? Well, yeah, probably. From great communicator to f***ing idiot. But, you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where most people think the Persian Gulf is a country club for cats. But it was there that I learned how upset people get about chemical weapons. I remember Mother discussing this out in the barn with our handyman and local weapons inspector named Boo Boo. Now, I don't know what he was inspecting out there, but when he got his nose close to it, he said that stank could wipe out the whole town. He then immediately put together a mixture of vinegar and water to combat it. For some reason, he also told Mother to keep her legs crossed from now on and... Wait a minute. Mama had a weapon of gas destruction. Anywho, Yes, Saddam Hussein was caught with weapons, but they weren't loaded. It would be like going over to Billy Staples' house and finding empty beer bottles. Would you assume he's drinking again? Oh, sweet Lord, of course you would. Now I get it. Not only does Iraq have weapons of mass destruction, but Billy's hitting the sauce again. The only difference is one of them isn't bombed yet. Saddam, your time is running out. And remember, this is no empty promise when you hear us say, we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Where's Ronnie? He missed the Friday Night Fezatorial.
What happened, Fez?
Ronnie, I was talking about those empty warheads they found in Iraq, those 12 warheads.
That's the smoking gun, Fezzy. That's why we're going to take that country down.
Oh, there's an excuse.
Yeah, why do you need an excuse? Just go do it. Stop lying to us and go do whatever you want to do.
I think it's 11 days and counting now to the deadline for the inspectors to give their reports. France and Germany wimp out on the war with Iraq. Well, you're up today. Ich bin ein Fezatorial. Well. Euro sissies, France and Germany have decided not to support the U.S. should we attack Iraq. And I haven't seen two pusses this big since the time I was working in Vegas and accidentally tripped and fell into Toady Fields and Joanne Worley's collective laps. But what really crouts my frog is the fact that Germany and France are now becoming huge distractions when this weekend all the United States should be focusing on is the Super Bowl. But who can think of football when the international coalition against Iraq is collapsing? Much like the pocket around Oakland quarterback Rich Gannon will be collapsing this Sunday against the NFL's #1 defense, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Football should be the least of things on our minds as we think about our nation's heroes traveling thousands of miles to be victorious. Just like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who have traveled 3,000 miles to San Diego's Qualcomm Stadium for a Super Bowl victory. Thanks for the game. You're Qualcomm. It seems sad to even be concerned about football when we see our allies, France and Germany, running away from this war like a couple of scared twins, as opposed to Buccaneer cornerback Rondé Barber, the even better-looking twin of New York Giant Tiki Barber, who ran triumphantly 92 yards, returning an interception for a touchdown against the Philadelphia Eagles with just 3:12 left in the fourth quarter in the NFC Championship game. But if France and Germany are going to be cowards, that's fine. We'll kick Saddam Hussein out of Iraq ourselves. Similar to the way Tampa Bay Buccaneer kicker and Argentine sensation Martin Gramatica kicks field goals and extra points with such dead-on precision that we simply call him Automatica. Germany, I'm ashamed of you. France pussing out on a war, I can understand. To this day, people in France can't raise their hand to ask a question without someone screaming, "See Kyle," and surrendering. But you, Germany, you love war. You're just not very good at winning one. So here's a chance to join a winning team, the Allied Coalition, just like Joe Jaravicious, who left the New York Giants to join the National Football Conference champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and whose 71-yard reception sparked the Bucs on to victory against the Eagles. France and Germany, just think of the scowl on Saddam Hussein's face if he knew the world was coming to chucky him out of Iraq. I'm sure it would be the same scrunched-up mean face that Tampa Bay Buccaneer head coach John Gruden makes every time his punter Tom Tupa racks up another 6-yard punt. F***ing punting idiot. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, just 18.84 miles away from the home of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Raymond James Stadium. But it was there that I learned that people have different views about someone backing out. I remember one Sunday afternoon when Mother was out in the barn with our handyman and local person of French and German descent named Boo Boo. And I actually recall Mother making him promise that he'd pull out. And he wasn't even in a war. And when he didn't pull out, she was furious. She was as mad as John McKay, first Buccaneer head coach whose team started the franchise history with an 0-26 record. And then... Wait a minute. He got Mama sticky like Salmon Brothers barbecue sauce. Anywho, France and Germany, if you want to be cowards and back out of your duty to the world to stop Saddam Hussein, That's fine. Don't worry. We've got plenty of help, like Warren Sapp, John Lynch, Brian Kelly, Defensive Player of the Year Derek Brooks, and my dog, Simeon Rice. Sweet Lord, I don't even know what I'm talking about now. But all I know is whether it's in Baghdad or San Diego, you're going to hear us cheering, we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Go Bucks. Where's Ronnie? He missed the Friday Night Fezatorial. Ronnie?
Yeah, Fez.
You missed the Fezatorial.
Oh, no, really?
Yes. I wanted you to hear this one. Finally, it was a chance for me to talk about the war and not this Super Bowl that I'm obsessed with. It's nice to get a breather from the football for once in a while.
What's the over-under with us in Iraq? Does anybody know that one?
I think it's 100 days again, just like the last war.
Yeah, but that one we actually didn't finish. Want to be a little more difficult to actually go through those cities? Won't that slow us down a little bit?
When we march into Baghdad?
All right, we got to take a break here, Fez.
All right, the Friday Fezatorial will be up next, Ronnie.
Is that right? You're doing one of these now?
Yes, I do them every week, Ronnie.
I have missed them, but this should be exciting.
Now's your chance. This one is going to be talking about O.J. Simpson and, of course, his daughter.
O.J. Simpson, that's current.
And what happened the other day, his daughter having to call 911 on him.
All right, we'll take a listen to that. We'll be right back, Boris.
Bye. OJ's fat daughter calls 911. I better make an emergency. Fezatorial. Well. 911 has gotten yet another call from The Simpsons. This time, it's OJ's teenage plus-size daughter, Sydney, calling during an argument with her homicidal Hall of Fame father. And I haven't seen people this upset about someone calling for help since the time my special needs neighbor, Hello Patty, was screaming because she thought her apartment was flooding. Turns out, she simply forgot she was in the tub taking a bath. But what really slits my throat and kills my waiter friend is the fact that a fat girl calls 911 and people are acting like it was just an argument and no big deal. Well, let me just say, Sydney Simpson, who was named after the city she most resembles in size, did the right thing. It doesn't matter if she was in danger or not. Actually, the only thing in danger was the chair she was sitting on. Her father was angry, and what happens when Daddy gets mad, Sydney? That's right. People get their heads cut off. Now, I know the 911 emergency number should not be abused. Of course, this kid probably calls 911 when she's out of Chips Ahoy. But we're talking about O.J. Simpson here. And Sydney, you should not hesitate to call people for help. Psycho said if you and your father's arguments are getting out of hand, call for help. Being that upset, I'm surprised she called 911 and not Papa John's Pizza. And you shouldn't wait till things are bad to get help. If you see Daddy with a knife cutting a sandwich, get help. Although if he's got the sandwich in front of her, OJ's probably the one in danger. If Daddy's talking mean to a waiter, get help. They're probably arguing about Cindy violating the spirit of the all-you-can-eat policy. If Uncle Cato shows up needing a place to stay, get help. Although you can probably sleep comfortably in your lunchbox. If you see Daddy putting on gloves, get help. Most likely he's putting them on at dinner time to keep his fingers from getting bit when he reaches for the fries. If you notice Daddy is watching a lot of episodes of Homicide, Murder, She Wrote, or Beretta, get help. Like he could see the TV with that kid's fat ass in the way. Or if Daddy starts calling your Barbie dolls Nicole, get help. Although I don't think Sydney has toys. Instead of a teddy bear, she sleeps with a hoagie. Poor little girl. That f***ing idiot. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where in emergency we called 711, thinking that if we could just get a hold of the 7-Eleven, a big gulp and a moon pie would solve everything. But it was there that I learned how fascinated people were with O.J. Simpson. I remember Mother discussing him out in our barn with our handyman and local waiter killer named Boo-Boo. They'd sneak out there on Sundays and cheer for O.J., although Bobo wasn't much of a football fan. He'd even mix up O.J.'s name. Sometimes he'd be screaming B.J. at Mother instead of O.J. And I swear he was dyslexic, because other times instead of O.J., he was just interested in being J.O.'d. And then... Wait a minute. Mama touched it. Dirty Mama. Dirty Mama. Hey, Anywho, we may not know exactly what caused O.J. Simpson's daughter to call 911, but we do have some answers. We now know that O.J. is still making the women in his life miserable. We now know that there's still plenty of fighting going on in the Simpson family. And we now know what Rikishi would look like as a 17-year-old girl. So just know this, O.J., that the next phone call may be from us, and it may be us calling you to tell you that we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Hey, where's Ronnie? That was the Friday Fezatorial, and he missed it. Ronnie?
Yes.
You missed the Friday Fezatorial.
I heard it was some OJ thing, and I was on the phone.
It was not a rerun. It was about OJ, but it was brand new tonight. And tattoos his face. Maybe I should needle him with a Fezatorial. Well. In preparation for his upcoming fight, Iron Mike Tyson has marked up his face with a tribal warrior tattoo. And I haven't seen people this upset about someone decorating their mug since that time in Cub Scouts, when our den mother, Mr. Jenkins, did some face painting with us. The problem was, he didn't use paint, although it was glossy and peeled right off after it dried. But what really inks my kisser is the fact that not only does Mike Tyson now look like the Ultimate Warrior's dumber cousin, he feels he needs these gimmicks to intimidate his opponent. And it looks like this is only the beginning. What's next, Mike Tyson? You've already taken a spirograph to your own face, so what's your next move? Screwing devil horns in your head? It would look scary, but then you'd have to cut holes in your headgear when you're sparring. Hey, here's a frightening look you could try, Mike. How about popping out one of your good eyes and putting in one of those Terminator red light bulb eyes? Talk about intimidating. Everyone's scared of the Terminator. In fact, you could even go one better and replace your eye with one of those laser pointers that were all the rage. That way, you could scare your opponent and aim exactly where you want to punch him at the same time. What if you got a plastic surgeon to put in one of those Joker smiles? Wait till they get a load of this boxer. That would be pretty sinister. Although Ruth Buzzy has one, and no one really seems to be scared of her. But you know what is scary, Mike Tyson? Snakes. Snakes are damn scary. How about going for a whole Medusa look and getting snake hair? Would you like snake hair, Mike? Or what about some sort of hook hand? It worked for Aquaman when he wanted to look tougher, and after the match, you could cut off your own gloves. Let's see, something intimidating. We could always weld a Darth Vader mask to your skull. Or better yet, what if we just gave you a shark head? Actually replace your own melon with a shark. Talk about scary. Who's not afraid of a shark? Besides, you're already biting people anyway. Shark head may be the way to go, but just remember to have a lot of extra water bottles in your corner. Or if all this seems way too much or too complex, Iron Mike, we could always just go with more tattoos. Like simply tattooing across your forehead the words, idiot. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where we had one guy who did both tattoos and embroidery. That is until the day he got the orders mixed up and got ink on my father's new T-shirt and sewed in the words, #1 Dad on his chest. We ended up spending the rest of Father's birthday pulling red thread out of his man-teats. But it was there that I learned how seriously fighters take their boxing. I remember Mother diligently training for a career in boxing out in the barn with our handyman and local trainer named Boo-Boo. Mother was really working out in order to drop enough pounds to join the women's super heavyweight division. And Boo-Boo was not only her trainer, but also her cut man. And he had his hands full. Several times I overheard him out in the barn telling Mother what a big cut she had, how it was a real nasty-looking cut, and how sometimes he didn't even want to go near her huge gaping cut. But you know, now that I remember, I don't think he said cut. I think he said, wait a minute. That was her mama's boo-boo. That was her hoo-hoo. Anywho, Iron Mike Tyson, I know you're looking for any edge to get back on top of the fight game. And if you think the way to do that is to look scarier, more power to you. Right now, with that much eye makeup on, you almost look like Christina Aguilera. And I can't think of anything scarier than that. So congrats, big man. You pulled it off. But listen, Etch-a-Sketch Face, your real fans will always support you whether you disfigure yourself or not. And we'll be rooting for you on Saturday night, and you'll hear us cheering that We're here. We're queer. We will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Where's Ronnie? He missed the Friday Night Fezatorial. An all-new one. Ronnie?
How are you?
Good. You missed the Friday Night Fezatorial.
Yeah, what was it about?
It was about Iron Mike Tyson and his new face tattoo.
Wow, are you the last one on this?
I am not the last one on it. It's Friday night. That's when the Fezatorial gets done. The fight's not till tomorrow. I think it's quite topical.
Topical yesterday. Tonight, it's old news.
Oh, it'll be the rage all through the weekend.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
And even Monday when we replay this one. Khalid Shaikh Mohammed captured. Should we torture him for information? I say we hold him down and give him a Fezatorial. Well. Ever since the capture of Al-Qaeda terrorist Khalid Shaikh Mohammed, questions have come up about how much force we should use on Sheikh Chubsy Ubsy. And I haven't seen people this excited about torturing a fat guy since the time we hid Billy Staples' Xanax in a place we knew he'd never look. Right next to the toothpaste. But what really searches my mountainous region is the fact that people assume that we have to work over Ali Bubba to get any info. And what happens when we assume? That's right, a fat terrorist gets his ass beat. Besides, if we really wanted to physically torture this terrorist version of Mr. Spacely, we'd just send him for a body waxing. Seriously, the guy's so hairy, he could have laid down on the floor, and we would have walked right past him thinking they had shag carpet. Or we could just come at him with a stick of deodorant. I'm sure he's never seen one, and would probably think right guard is some new weapon of mass destruction. But my point is, Khalid Milkshake Mohammed can still be tortured without us being accused of physical abuse. Tell this fat ass he's going to bed without his supper, and he'll be singing like the world's chubbiest canary. Or just dangle a Twix bar in front of him, and he'll be giving up info before you can say, delicious cookie crunch. It's the mental torture we want to focus on with Khalid Shaikh Mohammed. Sit in front of him making a cake and mixing the frosting, then refuse to let him lick the bowl. He'll go out of his terrorist mind. But if our CIA officials are intent on physical torture, there's ways to disguise it. Pass it off as exercise. Hand Cholesterol Sheikh Mohammed a thigh master and tell him to get busy. And when the cramps set in, he'll be getting Charlie camels so bad, he'll beg to talk. Take him to a gym and insist on him doing the rope climb. That rope strikes terror in the heart of fat kids everywhere. Or give Sheikh Slim Fast a change of clothes and hand him a pair of those tight bicycle shorts. Talk about torture. Make him sit for interrogations in one of those coffee shop or diner booths. Fat people hate those damn things. Or perhaps the way to go with the torture is the humiliation route. Send Khalid Shamu Mohammed to the beach and make him walk around with his shirt off. He'll be crying for a towel the whole time he's leading you to Bin Laden. Or simply mentally torment him with fat jokes. My personal suggestions would include Fatty 2x4, too fat to start a holy war, or Hey Khalid, why don't you change what you're wearing and slip into something more comfortable, like Afghanistan? Or there's always the old snap. Khalid, you're so fat when you step on a rainbow, you make Skittles. The classics always work best. Fat idiot. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Ellisburg, Florida, where we had a special word for torture. We called it math. But it was there that I learned how important resisting torture was to people. I remember Mother training out in our barn with our handyman and local interrogation expert named Bobo. He was teaching her how not to give up information in case she was ever captured. And unless it was the San Diego Zoo, I don't know exactly who she was worried about getting her. But a lot of times, I would hear him telling her to start opening her mouth. Then, when she did have something she wanted to spit out, he would tell her not to. It was very confusing, because whatever she had, he told her to swallow it. And with all the gagging she must have... Wait a minute. Mama's lips were sealed. That was devil juice. Anywho, trust me, I'm all in favor of torturing this fat-ass Khalid Shaikh Mohammed. I would love to see his lard-ass strike through the city streets like he was a fat or hairy or Mussolini, if that's possible. But what's nice to know is that we don't even need the threat to make him squeal. Just start frying some bacon in the other room, and the smell alone will drive him nuts. I know. He's Islamic. He doesn't eat bacon. Right. Take a look at this camel clown and tell me he hasn't enjoyed a pork chop or two. He puts the ham in Shaikh Mohammed. And soon, the rest of Al-Qaeda will hear us closing in on them, and the voice they'll hear is us saying, we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you.
Where'd Roddy go? He missed the Friday Fezatorial. Roddy? You were out of the room. You missed the Fezatorial.
Well, won't you play it 6 more times in the next 3 days?
No, I won't. It may replay tonight if people are lucky, and then again on Monday.
We'll be right back with a Fezatorial where Fez will take a long look at these reporters and give them a piece of his mind.
Oh, I'm not doing the Friday Fezatorial on the reporters, Ronnie.
Why not?
Because it's a different topic.
Seems perfect.
I know it seems perfect, but my Fezatorial tonight will be about how the Oscars are toning it down because of war.
Who cares about that? Do it on what's going on with the reporters.
It's already done. It'll be up next, and you'll enjoy it.
Let me see it.
Hey, that's my Fezatorial. That's my news and comment.
Do a new one. Be ready at the end of these spots. It's going to be fabulous, folks. We're running Fez.
Awesome. The Oscars get toned down for war, and the winner is the Fezatorial. Well. Due to the war going on in Iraq, the Academy Awards have decided to have a more serious ceremony this year. And I haven't been this unhappy about an award show since '68, when Avenel Harmon beat me out for Little Miss Orange Blossom. They never did find Avenel's body that summer. I suppose they never will. But what really tears open my love envelope is the fact that here is an opportunity for these celebs to lift our spirits when all they want to do is make everything even more somber. This year, there's no Barbara Walters special. So how can we laugh when we don't get to watch grandma journalism make Renee Zellweger cry? Fortunately, we'll still get Joan and Melissa Rivers. However, they'll be off the red carpet and set up in a hotel across the street. And I'm sure it's not the first time these two have sat in a lonely hotel lobby looking for someone to talk to. But these are tough times, and we can all benefit from seeing an old lady and her talking donkey act on television. On stage, there's going to be a serious tone. Well, that makes sense. After all, we are honoring films like Lord of the Rings 2. I'd hate for people at home dressed like hobbits thinking this wasn't being done with some class. The key word, though, is serious. And why wouldn't it be? Queen Latifah's nominated. I believe for that TV show she did on Fox with Tootie from Facts of Life. And, of course, there's Academy Award nominee Eminem, who, in consideration of the war, will be performing with a real Slim Sodom, Please Stand Up, Please Stand Up. Actually, these Oscars have no choice but to be serious, especially with nominees like Vegas funny man Daniel Day-Lewis, Choke Machine Ed Harris, and that really skinny guy who got nominated for The Pianist and looks a lot like a really young Katie Lang. In fact, the only way these Oscars could be livened up is if Roman Polanski shows up and brings a date. Now, the wardrobe will be toned down as well. That's fine, just as long as Big Kathy Bates wears more than she did in that hot tub scene in About Schmidt. Also, some celebs will be wearing peace doves, which is appropriate and fine. However, this year, dressing like a giant swan probably isn't. I don't want to mention any names. Bjork. And there's word that some nominees will actually be wearing small pieces of duct tape. Funny enough. But if we're going to tape something, how about the winners' mouths in some of the lesser categories? This is going to be depressing enough. I don't need the best animated documentary short feature winner taking an hour to thank the beautiful people of Cameroon who inspired him, then wants a shot of his noticeably manly wife crying as he kisses his adopted Siamese twin daughters goodnight from the stage. Best animated documentary short feature, f***ing idiot. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where if you left it to the locals, Deliverance would have won Best Picture 31 times in a row. But it was there that I learned how much people really love movies. I remember Mother having her own film awards show out in our barn with our handyman and local movie director named Boo Boo. And apparently, Mother won top honors that year because I heard Boo Boo saying he was giving her a golden award and that she really deserved it. But she still must have been nervous about winning because she left that barn dripping wet and smelled a little salty, too, which was probably from the popcorn cut. Wait a minute.
He showered Mama with compliments. The compliments from his pants.
Anywho, Academy Awards, of course, be respectful. But also, remember, you're only movies. Don't take yourself so seriously. It's not like you're the Grammys or the Blockbuster Video Awards. Look at your nominees. Lilo and Stitch aren't going to make us forget there's a war on, okay? Enjoy your evening. And just remember to include in all your acceptance speeches the fact that we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Where did Ronnie go? He missed the Friday Night Fezatorial. Ronnie.
Yeah.
You never listened to the Fezatorials. I thought you were going to check this one out.
I'm boycotting it.
Why are you boycotting the Fezatorial?
Aren't you one of the Dixie Chicks?
No, I am not a Dixie chick.
A birthday wish for little Lene by Fez Marie Watley. What do I wish for Lene on her birthday? I wish for her a world without war, without disease, without Justin Timberlake. A world where the only people starving are anorexic supermodels. A world where the only thing getting blown up is Daddy's inflatable friend, Aunt Betty. And a world where the only kids that get beat are the ones racing in the Special Olympics. What I wish for Lene is for the good Lord to grant her parents wisdom, so that her father has enough sense to stop coming to the dinner table nude, or insisting on helping her brownie troop earn a good citizenship badge by helping him wax his backside. And I wish for her mother the knowledge of when to stop with the eye makeup, so that Lene doesn't repeat her mistakes and grow up to look like a blonde lily monster. Blonde? Yeah, right. Blonde from a bottle. I wish that Lene could grow up in a country where the natural resources of this good earth are respected and appreciated. In a country where gasoline is 20 cents a gallon, thanks to our new 51st state, Iraq. A place to live in where all creatures are cared for, and where you can see bigger-than-life animals roaming along the way God intended us to, in an IMAX theater. I wish for Lene clean air, clean water, and a clean and sober Whitney Houston. I also have wishes for little Lene's future. I wish for that special man to come along who will one day take her as his bride and love her and cherish her the way her father does, except with less open-mouth kissing. For Lene's future, I wish for a chance for her to find her own way in this world, to carve out her own path and fulfill her own dreams, not the ones of her own crazy stage mother, who insists on Lene having voice lessons every day, along with 6 hours of gymnastics, so that she can become the first Olympic champion to win American Idol, thusly realizing her own mother's failed ambitions. Ambitions taken away by age and bitterness. And I have hopes and wishes for the world Lene will grow up in. I wish for leaders in this country that she can respect and admire. Not one that uses the people's house for his own private Tijuana where he can poke fat girls with cigars. And certainly not one that right now is at Lene's current reading level. I hope that Lene can grow up in a place where people can still worship any god they choose, as long as that god has a kid named Jesus. I wish for Lene to live in a world where impossible dreams can come true, where we can walk on Mars, where we can cure all sickness, and where the Redskins can get back to the Super Bowl. Listen to me, talking crazy. And Lene, I wish your generation better luck with the problems created by previous ones. I hope you can find a way to make sure that no one is homeless. Of course, in order to do this, Lene, you'll probably have to take in your own Uncle Billy Staples off the street, because Uncle Billy likes to drink too much silly juice, the kind that's for grown-ups. So, sweet child, one day when he staggers up to you at nearly 400 pounds from having sold his own stomach staples for half a Xanax, don't turn away. Take him in. But know, Lene, that we left you with some good things, too, like tiny boxes of juice, bobblehead figurines, and computer porn. Your world is the future, Lene. Enjoy all the things we only read about. Jetpacks, working cell phones, and communicating with the dead. Lucky girl, it's all ahead of you, Lene. But most of all, sweetheart, I wish you happiness. Happiness that comes from fulfillment in career and family. Happiness that comes from knowing you made a difference in the lives of others. And the happiness that will come from the satisfaction of finally putting those two hippie freaks that raised you away in a nursing home and throwing out the key. That's my birthday wish for you, little Lene. Where's Ron and Lene? They missed the Fezatorial. Ron and Lene missed it. For my meat man, Dr. Atkins, a Fezatorial memorial. Well. Diet guru Dr. Robert Atkins has gone to that big steakhouse in the sky. And I haven't been this upset about losing a guy who loves the meat since we lost Liberace. That guy really loved tickling the ivory. And he wasn't a bad piano player either. But what really grills my fur burger is the fact that Dr. Atkins, with his meat and fat diet, was always surrounded in controversy instead of getting the thanks he deserves. So thank you, meat man. Thank you for letting us know that fat is not an enemy, but just the opposite, a friend. A greasy, delicious friend that you can invite into your home and then eat. In this world, you don't get to eat a lot of your friends. Let's be thankful for the ones you can. Thank you, Meat Man, for making me feel good about myself. So many mornings I would wake up from a cheese-induced stupor. Empty cans of Cheese Whiz all around me, the bed covered in the plastic wrappers of 100 Kraft singles, and a large chunk of Monterey Pepper Jack hanging out of my mouth. And thanks to you, Dr. Atkins, I knew I had done the right thing. You took away the guilt of eating the Parmesan right out of the green can. Thank you. If only you had developed an all Kit Kat bar and Oreo diet. That was probably the only thing keeping me from giving you God status and turning my back on Christianity completely. Thank you, Meat Man, for reminding us that breakfast is the most important meal of the day. I used to dread mornings, but those 12-egg omelets and 5 pounds of bacon really turned that attitude around. Thank you, Meat Man, for a diet that treats us like humans, not rabbits. And for a diet where you could actually eat rabbits as part of some weird revenge. Thank you for recognizing the goodness in ham. I thought I was the only one that could see it. I started to think I was crazy. Crazy for ham. And thank you, Meat Man, for sticking to your guns, for not backing down from what you believed in. When people said your diet causes kidney damage, you said, hey, you want bacon on that? When critics claimed that your plan led to heart disease, you said, how about some more cheddar? And when the naysayers of the world claimed your nutritional approach caused osteoporosis, you said, that's nothing to get all bent out of shape about. Let's have some jerky. Thank you, Meat Man, because when they told you you were endangering people's health, you told them, like a gentleman, I politely disagree. You fat idiots. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where the average woman's weight is equal to that of the average European sports car, prompting the city council to suggest a city name change to Pinellas Pork, Florida. They were one vote shy. If only Councilwoman Big Pat Bailey hadn't stopped for a Dairy Queen blizzard that day and missed the vote, things could have been quite different. But it was there that I learned how much people really love meat. I remember Mother going out to the barn with our handyman and local butcher named Boo Boo. She wanted to look at his selection and check out his beef and, you know, this one is just so obvious. Let's just skip to, wait a minute. Mama ate the bad sausage. Bad mama. Anywho, Dr. Atkins, you will be missed. I just find it ironic that your last trip was in the meat wagon. But thank you, Meat Man, for giving us ribs instead of rice, gristle instead of grapefruit, and cattle instead of carrots. And every time I push back another empty plate of pork chop bones, I will think of you and smile with plenty of meat caught between my teeth, Mr. Meat Man. And hopefully you'll hear my farewell over the sound of my gnawing on a steak when I say, we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial memorial. Thank you. Where'd Ronnie go? He missed the Fezatorial memorial. Ronnie. What? You missed the Friday Night Fezatorial, and this one was the Fezatorial Memorial.
I'm a Catholic, Fezzy, not on Fridays, my friend.
This one was all about meat.
It was about Dr. Atkins, the late Dr. Atkins.
Don't worry, he'll be here.
No, he won't. He gone.
Is he in heaven?
Yeah, Dr. Atkins, he is in heaven. He thought he was doing God's work. He said God told him to wipe out diabetes by giving people steaks.
Wow. That's all God came up with for him.
Everyone has to do their part in God's plan, I guess.
Sinead O'Connor is retiring. Here's to you, Baldy. A Fezatorial farewell. Well. Controversial Irish singer Sinead O'Connor is quitting the music biz. And I haven't been this excited to see an Irish person quit since the time I was having a few too many with the late, great Tip O'Neill. And he finally decided to go to bed after what later became known as the Boston Tea Bag Party. But what really shaves my little head is the fact that Sinead O'Connor feels she has to make a huge announcement to say she doesn't want to be famous anymore. I'm sorry, Kojak. Wasn't that announcement made in 1992? Honey, if you don't want to be famous anymore, good news. Mission accomplished, pinhead. But now I'm left wondering, gee, who's going to take Sinead O'Connor's place in the world? Who's going to fill that void? Who's going to be that annoying bald foreigner we all can't stand? I guess the nation will have to turn to Patrick Stewart now. Who's going to boycott Saturday Night Live the next time Andrew Dice Clay is the host? My guess is we're going to have plenty of time to work on that one. Who's going to sit around now moaning and boring us all about their traumatic childhood? Is there any chance we could get Louis Anderson to shave his head and just pretend he's a fat Sinead? Speaking of hair, who's going to be the bald chick we all make fun of now? I guess we'll just go with Star Jones. Talk about getting wiggy with it. And don't you laugh, Barbara Walters. Your hair's so thin, the phone company could use it for fiber optics. Baba Wawa. But I want to know who's going to upset the Catholics now? Thank goodness we still have the president and Bob Jones University. And I want to know who's going to be there for Chris Christopherson to hug when they get booed off stage. Maybe it's time to hug yourself, Chris. But I have other questions too, Sinead. Like, why retire from show business now when you did such a good job as Bullseye in the Daredevil movie? Oh, wait, that was Colin Farrell, wasn't it? But nonetheless, why retire? Critics say you paved the way for women like Liz Phair, Courtney Love, and Alanis Morissette. Sinead, you're responsible for each and every one of them. And when I think about that, I wonder, why are we bombing Iraq and not you? Well, Q-Ball O'Connor, I don't know what you're going to do with the rest of your life. I mean, there's only so many pictures of the Pope you could still tear up. And then what? But I do know this. I just hope that if somehow you do get into heaven, that Mr. Frank Sinatra himself is waiting there for you at the pearly gate with a cocktail in one hand and a pair of brass knucks in the other. You bald-headed f***ing idiot. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where we had a name for people who went around tearing up pictures of the Pope. We called them Southerners. But it was there that I learned how attracted some people are to bald folks. I remember Mother going out to the farm with our handyman and local Irish solo artist named Bobo. Now, I only heard two people out there, but I did notice Mother saying how glad she was to see Bobo's bald little friend. Apparently, he had just popped up. She must have liked him, too, because she bent over for the guy, even when he spit on her and... Wait a minute.
Mama got it in both eyes from the one eye.
Anywho, Sinead O'Connor, nothing compares to you. Why? Because you stink. And that's from one surly bald man to another. Enjoy your retirement, Sinead. We have for the past 10 years. And if you ever get lonely and miss us and want to come back, remember, we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Where did Ronnie go? This is the time when we play the Friday Fezatorial and he missed it again. Ronnie?
Yeah.
You missed the Friday Fezatorial, man. Again.
What was it on this time?
It was a Fezatorial farewell tonight to Sinead O'Connor.
Give me a calendar. I think somehow I've fallen into some kind of time vortex. Wow, you're cutting edge.
It's not the 1992 Sinead O'Connor I'm talking about. It's 2003 Sinead O'Connor.
she's retiring from show business.
Are you still doing swing jokes? Is that all still happening?
No, I'm not doing anything from Wayne's World. Not. Annika Sorenstram is playing golf with the boys. First thing you need to do is address the Fezatorial. Hello, Fezatorial. Well. Annika Sorenstram has joined the men on the PGA Tour, and I haven't seen anyone this upset about the game of golf since the time Tim Conway sued me, claiming I stole his Dorf idea in my own set of videos called Dink on Golf. After reviewing the tape and seeing that it was just 12 hours of me partying in Tijuana with Supermax Lee Trevino and Chichi Rodriguez, the case was dropped. But what really gives me a hole-in-one, or is that the other way around, is the fact that in the year 2003, there are still walls of prejudice that have to come down. After all, it's just golf. Women play it every day. Why is this now such a surprise? Didn't anyone notice all the women out on the course before this? This is like being shocked that a woman has decided to take up teaching or cooking. It's like being in a library and suddenly asking, hey, where did all these books come from? It's like wondering why, after years in the Senate, does Joe Lieberman want to be president? All right, actually, that is a good question. But I think we should congratulate Annika Sorenstram for helping break down the color barrier in golf and being the first white woman to compete in the PGA since John Daly. Talk about one ugly broad. Or is this more than a whitey shouldn't play here issue? Maybe it goes deeper than a hate for white women. Maybe it's a prejudice against Swedish people altogether. And if that's the case, the people that didn't want Annika Sorenstram to compete are wrong. Because it's that same anti-Swede attitude that could have kept ABBA out of music, that could have kept Bjorn Borg out of tennis, and could have kept the Berserker out of the WWF. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm needing Sweden. Or maybe this is just a prejudice against hot blondes. Personally, I thought the Golden Bear Jack Nicklaus broke down that barrier years ago. But I'm sure the fans would rather look at golfers like supermodel David Duvall, the ample-ass Phil Mickelson, and bombshell Fuzzy Zoeller than look at a beautiful Swedish woman walking the links. Seriously, we finally get a woman golfer that doesn't look like, well, for lack of a better term, a woman golfer, and everyone wants to chase her off. Golf fans should count their blessings. Usually these women look like Nathan Lane in culottes and golf shoes. And honestly, I don't think any of this controversy would have happened if golfer Vijay Singh hadn't opened up his mouth and said, I don't want to be beat by a woman. First of all, when I saw his picture in the paper, I thought it was J.J. Jackson from the old MTV days. But apparently, that was a different Vijay. And secondly, I want to congratulate Vijay Singh because with all your whining and crying and pulling out of the tournament, you have become a bigger woman on this tour than Annika Sorenstram could have hoped to have been. Nice work, Fiji, an idiot. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where the green is what we call the caddy's teeth. I'm sorry, tooth. But it was there that I learned how much women appreciate the game of golf. I remember Mother working on her skills out in the barn with our handyman and local golf pro named Boo Boo. Now, I don't know what kind of green Mother had set up out there, but I do know that Bobo was upset about the size of her hole. He couldn't believe how big it was, and he complained about how huge and gaping it was, too. He said he could get 2 balls in there, not to mention his entire wood, and... Wait a minute.
He had to put it in Mama's back 9.
Anywho, Annika Sorenstram, you golf girl, and don't let anyone's petty bigotry stop you. The people that are against you, they're probably just prejudiced against the name Annika, just because that's the same name of the kid who grows up to be Darth Vader. This is worse than prejudice. This is Sith prejudice, and it's not right. So do your best, and you'll hear us very quietly from the gallery telling you that we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Where did Ronnie and Tenacious C go? They missed the Friday Fezatorial. Ronnie, I thought you were going to check out the Fezatorial.
What was it on this week, Fez?
It was
what brought back a bad childhood memory about your mother getting hammered this week.
Annika Sorenstram did.
Oh. You know, she's already cut. She's already out.
She didn't make it, so it was no big deal anyway.
Actually, I do have a Fezatorial prepared today, Ronnie. It's about the president of Iran says he is coming to New York to speak at the UN the same day the president is, and he's challenging the president to a debate.
When is that going to happen?
I think it's September 19th.
There's going to be one nutty day in New York that the president of the United States is here, the president of Iran is going to be here. We shouldn't even leave our houses that day.
All hell could break loose at the UN.
Like Godzilla is showing up. You have someone to stop by and speak.
The president of Iran challenges George W. to a debate. Here's something they both can agree on. A Fezatorial. Well. Iran's President Mahmoud al-Jarrah, or whatever it is, says he's coming to the UN the same day President Bush is speaking and challenging him to a debate. And I haven't been this excited about an Iranian coming to town since that time I got drunk at Nikolai Volkov's birthday party and woke up the next morning spooning the Iron Sheik. But what really kicks me in the taint with a curved-toe boot is the thought of our president not answering this challenge. President Bush, this is something you have to do. You can't let this Yakov Smirnoff lookalike walk into town, throw down the gauntlet, and not accept. This is a chance to go from being a pretend cowboy to almost a real one by answering this guy calling you out. Besides, the Iranian president wants to debate Iran getting a nuclear program. Even you can win this debate, W. You know which country shouldn't get nuclear weapons? The ones promising to use them. This should be a slam dunk. But in case that's even too difficult, throw in a condition where part of the debate is also baseball trivia questions. Of course, knowing our President Bush, he'll end up leaving the UN with a whackbag.com tattoo on his arm, written in Iranian. President Bush, answer this throwdown. And if you get in trouble, hit him with that, the Ayatollah is an assahola line. That'll stop him right in his tracks. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida. Or as we called it, Little Iran. I remember our handyman and local debate coach training Mother for a debate. They'd train for hours in her bedroom. She'd have to take both sides, too. She'd start out by yelling, no, no, no. And then soon enough, she'd be screaming, yes, yes, yes. There were also times where you couldn't understand what she was saying at all. Like her mouth was full of something. Wait a minute. Great. That wasn't a debate microphone. That was a cock. Anywho, President Bush, take this Iranian's challenge to a debate. And if you need it, use that giant radio receiver you tried to hide under your jacket during the debate with John Kerry if it helps. Also, don't demand that the debate be in English. Why put yourself at a disadvantage? Step up to the plate, Mr. President. Take on the Iranian president and let the world know that as Americans, we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you.
Never mention Bobo by name anymore, huh?
I didn't mention Bobo?
No. I thought it's because we have now so many Bobos hanging around the show. I thought you did that on purpose.
No,
Did he mention it, Earl?
No, he didn't mention Bobo.
Didn't do the old Bobo.
No, I did Handyman, but forgot to name him. Stingrays being killed in revenge for the crocodile hunter. Hey, what's that in the water? It looks like a Fezatorial. Well. Ever since the crocodile hunter's horrible death, mutilated stingrays have been found on the shores of Australia. And I haven't been this upset about a giant ray since I heard Rachel Ray will be getting her own daytime talk show starting Monday. Talk about big and scary. But what really puts a poisonous barb in my bung is that people really think this is going to help. I understand being mad at stingrays, but you're never going to get rid of all of them. They're like Taylor Hicks fans. Sure, they're gross and disgusting, but there's too many to do anything about. Besides, can you really blame the cause of death? John Kennedy Jr.'s death was tragic, but do we want people shooting planes out of the sky in revenge? I'm going to go out on a limb and say no. Sonny Bono definitely went before his time. But is that any reason to start chopping down trees left and right? Please don't. Bob Crane gets his head bashed in, so now no camera person should ever use another tripod? That just doesn't make sense. Everyone misses Princess Diana, but should we blow up tunnels to help with our grief? Again, I say no. People getting rid of stingrays would be like getting rid of ham sandwiches just because of what happened to Mama Cass. It's wrong, and even though I've never said this sentence before, I'll say it now. It's not the ham's fault. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where we had a problem with a stink ray, which was just a homeless guy named Ray who smelled like a combination of burnt microwave popcorn and ass. But it was there I remember a situation with our handyman and local wildlife expert, Bobo, and a dangerous moment he had with Mother. Now, I don't know if Bobo was bitten or stung by something, but I did notice a huge swelling in his pants as Mother raced him to her bedroom. I went in to try to help, but fortunately Mother had it all well under control and was on her knees sucking the poison out. Bobo was quite aware, too, telling her to suck it, and then... Wait a minute. That wasn't poison. That was semen. Anywho, folks, if you're going to take out your frustrations on the Rays, make it the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. They're the ones that really deserve it. And you don't even have to hurt them. They're already lifeless. And let's make the crocodile hunter proud by continuing his message and letting everyone know we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Anyone see where Ronnie went?
Hey, Fezzy, that was a great Fezatorial.
Thank you.
I guess you finally showed those fat cats back in Washington. This is exactly how the common fella feels.
No, this wasn't directed towards the fat cats in Washington. It was towards stingray killers in Australia. Just the opposite.
You should have given more examples, Fez. The 17 wasn't quite enough there.
I think I really had to paint a picture for people.
Over and over, the same picture.
So they understand.
Yeah.
Also, this next week, the Pope is going to have a summit with some Muslim leaders to try to squash down this thing where they were upset with him this past week over some comments that he made.
All he's got to do is apologize. He won't do it.
Yeah, he refuses to apologize, and he just keeps saying, I'm sorry if you were offended. That was about the most apology they get out of the Pope.
He's going to stick with it. Stick by his guns.
So actually, on that topic, I have a Fezatorial this week.
Oh, good.
The Pope upsets Muslims. They're threatening retaliation. Let's pray for a Fezatorial. Well. This week, Pope Benedict XVI ticked off Islamic groups by linking Islam to violence. And I haven't seen this much trouble over something a German said since that time Heidi Klum told me I look fat in my jeans. But in all fairness, I started it. I saw her kids and said, aren't baby seals usually cute? But what really starts the holy war in my pants is the fact that now fundamentalist Islamic groups are threatening violence all over the globe. Well, that's proving the Pope wrong, brainiacs. I'm sure he'll be eating his words now that you've threatened to destroy the Vatican. Brilliant. Nothing like some bloody riots and suicide bombs to show the world they're wrong about you, you hippie peaceniks. I understand Muslims were insulted, but there's better ways to respond than saying you'll kill the Pope. Just insult him back. Do some, the Pope is so old he baptized Fred Flintstone jokes. Talk about his big hat, or with the size of those ears, there should be plenty of material there. My point is, this doesn't have to be a war, just a war of words. And as for the Pope, would you please quit teasing the retards? They obviously can't take it. It's like you're stealing their bike. They're going to freak out. And unfortunately, these particular tards have bombs strapped to their bikes. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where we had a lot of respect for religious symbols. In fact, every time a black family tried to move in, there'd be a cross waiting for them on their lawn. But it was there that I remember Mother having heated religious arguments with our handyman and local youth minister named Bobo. One night, they must have been arguing about the Bible story of Jonah being swallowed by the whale. I guess they were acting it out because I heard Bobo screaming at Mother to swallow, swallow. And I also heard a lot of gurgling when... Wait a minute. Mama was the whale that swallowed the spunk. Anywho, Islamic extremists lighten up. Oh wait, I'm saying that to the people who killed over a cartoon. I think it was the one where Muhammad tries to kick the football and Lucy pulls it away. It's a big world. Not everyone's going to like you. So instead of trying to blow them all up, take the high road and tell them, we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you.
All right, the Fezatorials in, and what were all the bets there, Fez? I didn't hear them all.
I didn't make bets during the Fezatorial.
Didn't you and Jay Moore have something going?
Yes, that was earlier.
Harry, you're on Run of Fez.
Man, this is one awesome nature boy.
Woo! That's not the nature boy.
Woo! What are the bets?
The nature boy wasn't betting. And it wasn't the nature boy, it was a Fezatorial.
Douglas, you're on Run of Fez.
Yeah, Fez, that was a wonderful catty moment. Really appreciate that. Thanks.
Yeah.
Not a catty moment. It was a Fezatorial, completely different.
Whatever happened from me getting to yell out, I hear you, Fez.
Well, there's not really...
Word up.
Yeah, there's not really a spot for that in the Fezatorial.
That was my favorite part of the Fezatorials.
No, that was the catty moments.
Mike, you're on Run of Fez.
Yeah, hey, Patty, great Fezatorial.
Yeah, it is nice to have you in here on Fezatorial Fridays.
Cool.
She always comes by and does the Fezatorial every week.
Stalker Patty doesn't do the Fezatorial.
He does.
I do. It's a Fezatorial.
I've never done that before.
Since when?
I have always done the Fezatorial. But I do have a Fezatorial today, discussing the latest situation with 7-Eleven giving up the Venezuelan oil company Citgo, no longer selling Citgo gas.
Oh, God, I'd rather hear Patty sing.
7-Eleven is ditching Citgo gasoline. Oh, thank heaven for a Fezatorial. Well, 7-Eleven convenience stores will no longer be selling Venezuelan-owned Citgo gas after Hugo Chavez called President Bush the devil. And I haven't been this excited about a change at a 7-Eleven since '92, when, for the first time in their history, they decided to change the urinal cakes in the bathrooms. You know, by the way, they're not really cake. But what really keeps my ass cheeks open 24 hours a day is that now 7-Eleven is thinking about Americans, and this could be the first of many changes to come. 7-Eleven, you're making changes at the pump. Why not inside the store, too? Let's clear out some of the car air fresheners that no one is buying. I think we can ditch the Hula Girl and the air freshener that's just a picture of hanging dice. No one's going to believe it's a real pair of dice, no matter how good it smells. And let's update that candy bar aisle. Crackle, I'm sorry, but you've had your run. You're always going to sit on the shelf as long as there's a Nestle's Crunch Bar nearby. Yes, the Big Gulp is hysterical, but do we need a drink so big that it requires a lifeguard on duty while you drink it? 7-Eleven, you can clear out some of the magazines, too. If no one has bought the January-February 01 issue of Bowhunter magazine by now, no one will. And if you want to fix something at the gas pump, start with changing the squeegee water. It's so thick now, it's like trying to clean your windshield with honey mustard. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, home of the country's first inconvenience store. It was way out of town and sold nothing anyone needed. Already scratched off lottery tickets and cigarette butts. I remember Mother always making trips to the 7-Eleven to see our handyman and local convenience store operator, Bobo. She would go for what she called their afternoon Slurpee.
One time I walked in for a Casper comic book and heard them in the back room. Bobo was really enjoying it because he was making a loud slurping noise. And Mother must have gotten a brain freeze because he had her laid down with her legs straight up in the air, and then Wait a minute. So Mother's idea of a Slurpee was getting the poon licked clean. Perfecto. Anywho, 7-Eleven, experts say a boycott of Venezuelan oil could drive up gas prices to $11 a gallon, which would actually be more in line with your $40 cans of tuna and your dishwashing liquid that goes for $75 a precious ounce. But we do appreciate the effort. And during the time it takes for us to microwave our burritos, we will be in your stores saying proudly, we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you.
All right, Fezzy, great job. You really took on the fat cats in Washington.
No, that had nothing to do with D.C.
Wow.
That was about 7-Eleven. And the fact that they're not carrying Citgo gasoline anymore.
I thought it was a Fezatorial.
It was a Fezatorial, but it wasn't against the federal government.
Hey, next week a friend of mine wants to do one of those too. His name is Ed. He wants to come in and do an editorial.
North Korea claims they have nuclear weapons. Maybe I'll test fire a Fezatorial. Well. Don't do that. All the world is concerned that North Korea may have nuclear capabilities. And I haven't seen anything this horrifying in Korea since Mike Farrell joined the cast of MASH. Unfunny ass dick. But what really ails my Kim Jong is that we're worried about some other country's weapons when there's dangers right here in America. We want North Korea to give up nukes? Great. First, can we get Yankee pitchers to give up their planes? There's a real threat. Before we tell other governments what to do, let's get farmers in California to quit selling us spinach and lettuce sprinkled in shit flakes. Forget the nuclear program. Let's get rid of the poop salad program in this country. And what's a more real danger to America? North Korea launching a missile at us? Or Jessica Simpson and Dane Cook making another madcap comedy? I say we stop the Simpson girl and her hyper friend. We want the crazy little man in North Korea to quit doing bad things? Fine. As soon as we get the crazy little man in Congress to quit sitting at his computer wearing nothing but a Martha Washington wig and messaging teenage boys, telling them, in PUD we trust. But this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where we also faced sanctions. Things we couldn't get included dental hygiene products and racial tolerance. But it was there that I remember Mother being very concerned about nuclear war and discussing it with our handyman and local arms dealer named Bobo. Would you let me do the Fezatorial?
Sorry.
They would practice drills in Bobo's bomb shelter, which was really just the back of his customized van. Those two would act out an attack, and the van would rock back and forth till Bobo finally delivered his payload. One time I heard it hit Mother's chest at... Wait a minute. That wasn't a drill. That was Mother with jizz tits. Great. Just great. Anywho. Ron, please. Sure, North Korea is a threat, just like every other country that hates us, which I think is all of them. But there's real threats in this country that must be dealt with, like Little League coaches paying players to being autistic kids in their melon heads. Once we get these things handled, then we can tell other nations, we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Hey, you! I can do it myself, Ron.
All right, there he goes, the Nature Boy.
That is not the Nature Boy, that's the Fezatorial, my weekly rant and rave.
You know what you ought to do next week is an editorial.
Why? My name's not Ed. That would be stupid.
It would be great if it was, though. Ed Wadley. Straight. Well, Fez, I enjoyed that Fezatorial. You really showed those fat cats down in Washington that the little guy isn't taking it anymore. We're not going to put up with this. We vote for you in, we can vote you out.
It wasn't about elections or taking care of the little guy. It was about North Korea.
and some of the problems we have in this country.
Let me point this out. At one point, Dave looked at his watch. They do seem like they're getting longer.
There is no way that's longer. Dave, you look at that watch again, I will break it.
No, I was not about... I just needed to know what time it was. It wasn't about the Fez Whatley thing.
You know what would make it seem faster?
What's that?
Some jokes, some gags in there. Just speed it up a little bit.
There was plenty of jokes in that Fezatorial.
It was hysterical.
It was chock full.
Bobo.
I can handle that part myself.
What do? You just say mainly the same things and you go in and change your word here and there?
No.
Is that comedy or Mad Libs?
I believe comedy. In its purest form.
You could be sued for saying that.
Child groups want to stop Madonna from adopting. Papa will preach a Fezatorial. Well. Madonna has decided to adopt an African baby. And I haven't seen this many people upset about a white woman and a little black boy since the year Michael Jackson showed up at the Grammys carrying Emmanuel Lewis like an evening bag with feet. But what really makes me want to dress you up in my love is those child aid groups trying to stop this adoption. What is the problem with the material girl? Do they really think this 1-year-old boy is going to end up in a cone bra posing in a Madonna sex book? Do they think... hang on, I'm still picturing that kid in the cone bra. But do these groups think the boy would be better off in a poverty-stricken African village with flies on his face? Madonna is rich. She could afford to put solid gold flies on his face. Now he gets to drink Perrier instead of out of a pond that's 10% water, 90% yak shit. He'll sleep in a mansion instead of a hut that may or may not be lion-proof. He's going from Kamala to Kabbalah. What could be wrong? Rosie O'Donnell orders more kids than she does pizzas. No one says anything. Angelina Jolie's putting together a kids' version of the UN with her adoptions. That's fine. And Callista Flockhart gets to adopt with no problem, and she's a woman who obviously hasn't had food in the house in the past 15 years. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida. I can do this, Ron. Where adoption was considered a 4-letter word. Not that people were against it, they were just really bad spellers. But it was there that I remember Mother discussing adoption with our handyman and local child welfare agent named Bobo. They were in her room and I overheard Mother telling him she really wanted little Bobo and couldn't wait to hold him. Then he told her to take care of his twins too. But I didn't hear any kids in there. In fact, all I heard was... Wait a minute. Those weren't babies. Those were a cock and balls. Perfect. Anywho, Ron, Madonna, bad girl, used to be. Bad actress, no doubt. Bad teeth, you betcha. But bad mother, hardly. And we stand beside her, and we let every little African baby know that we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you.
Try to do the phone gimmick. Too late. All right, Fez. Way to go. That was your Fezatorial today, huh?
That was my Fezatorial about Madonna adopting.
I think I speak for the entire listening audience when I say, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Sounds nothing like me. Limbaugh attacks Michael J. Fox. Maybe I should rush in with
a Fezatorial.
Ronnie, I can do this myself.
Oh.
Well. Radio host Rush Limbaugh went after Michael J. Fox this week, accusing him of faking his Parkinson's disease symptoms. And I haven't seen anyone that much bigger than Michael J. Fox go after him since the time he cut in front of Tina Yothers at an NBC buffet. But what really takes my backside to the future is that Rush Limbaugh would accuse Michael J. Fox of faking his symptoms. Because, of course, that would make sense. In '98, Michael J. Fox announces he has Parkinson's and later walks away from his hit TV show.
all so that 8 years later, he can get a big-hipped woman from Missouri with a bad bleach job and the fashion sense of Bruce Valanche elected to the U.S. Senate. You figured it out, Rush. You outfoxed the fox. He's not that sick. He's exploiting this for his own gain. I mean, how else would he have gotten to do 3 Stuart Little movies? Bastard. There's not a lot to gain by faking Parkinson's, Rush. It's not like faking a back pain so that you can go trick-or-treating to every doctor in West Palm Beach looking for OxyContin, and take so many of them that your eardrums eventually doze off. But what I like is that Michael J. Fox was attacked. I guess with Mr. Rogers gone, he was the most logical target. I can't wait for Rush's next show. Stevie Wonder, really blind? This man would accuse Karen Carpenter of trying to sneak sandwiches. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida. Ron, I can do it. Where family ties were the things you used to keep your retarded kids in the yard. But it was there that I remember Mother having an argument with our handyman and local conservative talk show host named Bobo. He was accusing her of going off some pill on purpose, too. She denied it, but then she kept screaming that she was late. I don't know what she could have been late for, but Wait a minute. My baby brother's really a baby Bobo. Great. Just great. Anywho, Ron, I guess there's plenty to attack Michael J. Fox about. Life with Mikey could start and stop that list, but having a neuro disorder probably shouldn't be on it at all. At least Michael J. Fox is taking the medicine he's supposed to be taking, not the stuff the maid was able to score. So let's support Michael J. Fox and let him know that we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. I can do my own thank yous, people.
All right, try to end it the way you want it to then.
All right, this has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. I do the thank yous on that.
Oh. I thought we all did.
No, because no one sounds anything like me.
All right, that was a good patatorial. This time, Fezzy, you really gave it to the fat cats in Washington. You told them a thing or two.
This was a Fezatorial where I was going after Rush Limbaugh for going after Michael J. Fox.
What was the funny voice you were doing?
That's my voice. There was no funny voice to that.
I thought it was a new gay character.
No, then no character. John Kerry botches a joke. Gee, Senator, have you heard the one about a Fezatorial? Ron, I can do this. Well. This week, John Kerry ended up apologizing for comments that some said made fun of our soldiers. And I haven't seen this bad a joke played on the troops since the time someone hung that funny sign up behind President Bush, the one that said, "Mission accomplished." But what really shaves my Sunni triangle is the reaction to this on all sides. John Kerry said it was a botched joke. First of all, hey Lurch, who asked you to do comedy for a bunch of college students? What is this, John Kerry's Tourgasm? That's why you're never introduced as Funny Man John Kerry. Secondly, Senator Frankenstein, you said it was a joke about the president, not the troops. What the hell are you doing? You've become the first person in the world not to be able to pull off a President Bush joke. Terry Schiavo was able to get off better lines than you. The president has choked out a pretzel, took a fake turkey to Iraq, and has declared the English language part of the axis of evil. And John Kerry can't pull a joke off about him? Now who's stupid? And as for the Republicans and the news media, how dare you try to make an issue out of this when over 100 soldiers died in Iraq in October? And I can be pretty sure that that had nothing to do with the comedy stylings of John Kerry. Let's face it, John Kerry now has as much to do with the outcome of this war as Madonna's Africa Baby, who, by the way, is also funnier than John Kerry. And where was all this "our troops are the best and the brightest" talk from the president when it came to Lindy England? This West Virginia pinhead could have really used some support from her commander-in-chief while she was being labeled a torture mastermind. From those photos of her, I couldn't tell which one was on the leash. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida. Ron, please. Where once I made the mistake of insulting the troops. And those Girl Scouts beat the living hell out of me. But it was there that I remember Mother getting into it over the military with our handyman and local militia leader named Bobo. Ron, one afternoon I heard them in her bedroom, and she was furious that his soldier didn't have protection, and she wanted an immediate withdrawal. Of course, Bobo said pulling out was not an option, and then she just kind of moaned on it. Wait a minute. We weren't even at war at the time. She was using military analogies to talk about getting fucked without a condom. That's excellent. Anywho. John Kerry, thanks for getting so tough now. Where were you in 2004 when the Swiftboaters were treating you like a Vietnamese mail-order bride? And President Bush? Nice comeback to Kerry's joke when you said our troops are plenty smart. Plenty smart. You've made Yale proud. Ellie Mae Clampett's pet chip cousin Bessie couldn't have said it better. But now, no matter who said what, let our troops now know that they have our support by saying, we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you. Ron, I can do that.
There it is, a Fezatorial. Well, Fezzy, you sure took Eastside Dave's girlfriend down a peg or two with your new handle you stuck on her? Dogface.
It wasn't about her, and I never called her Dogface. He's the one who has now put this label on her. Ronnie, I have my Friday Fezatorial ready.
We still doing it?
Yes, we still do the Friday Fezatorial.
All right. Well, well, well.
Razzle dazzle. It's board gossip with Eastside Dave.
Looks like it's time for another Fezatorial. And now...
Stop it right now.
What are you talking?
That's the board gossip intro.
And there's a guy named Bobo and something, and...
I do the Fezatorial.
It's so easy to do, isn't it?
No, it's not easy to do.
But it just seems like even Dave could do it.
Dave could never do this.
And yet he does.
He could somehow come up with some board rumors that I think he's making up.
Yeah, that might be the end of board gossip. It just really limped in today. It literally was moving like a Fezatorial today. It was so slow.
All right, the Fezatorial moves at lightning speed, and it's quick and it's witty.
Same thing, though. Same jokes.
And it's to the point.
Week after week.
Not always the same jokes.
Same pattern, same...
Well, there's a format to everything, sure.
Bobo, my mother... Proto Park, Florida.
You're not leaving anything for the listeners now.
They all know it.
Razzle dazzle. It's board gossip.
You're ruining the Fezatorial.
Oh, sorry. I do it the right way.
All right. Danny DeVito, Michael Richards, the drunk, the racist, and...
the Fezatorial.
Ron, I can do it myself. Well, well, well. Would you turn off the gossip music?
Sorry.
Well, well, well. In the span of a week, Danny DeVito and Michael Richards have both embarrassed themselves in public. And, Ronnie, I can't do it with the board gossip song going.
Go ahead.
And I haven't seen two people this humiliated since Kid Rock and Pam Anderson had to start giving back the wedding gifts. I hope everyone saved their receipts. But what really gives me the Jimmy legs is wondering, is one of these people worse than the other? Danny DeVito or Michael Richards? Who's the better person? Let's compare. First, their history. Danny DeVito and Michael Richards have given us two of the most memorable characters in television. DeVito's Louis De Palma on Taxi, and Michael Richards' character, Vic Nardoza, the bumbling PI from the short-lived Michael Richards show. All right, advantage, DeVito. Now, sure, Michael Richards offended Jesse Jackson with his racist tirade, but Danny DeVito and his drunken hijinks scared America's great-great-great-great-grandmother, Barbara Walters. That one goes to Kramer. Both used the N-word. In DeVito's case, it was numbnuts. In terms of offensiveness, let's just call that one a draw. Michael Richards is taller. That's one for him. Kramer went on Letterman to apologize in public.
Yeah, that really worked. It should have been part of the Will It Float segment on Letterman. It didn't. That's one for Danny. Michael Richards blamed rage for his outburst. Boring. Danny DeVito blamed People's Magazine's Sexiest Man Alive, George Clooney. Okay, now it looks like DeVito's running away with this thing. I'm no Clooney fan, but anytime you can name drop, it's an advantage. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in
Pinellas Park, Florida.
I can do it, Ron. Where Drunken Racist is also the name of our top law firm. But it was there that I remember Mother in a similar situation with our handyman and local leader for both AA and the KKK, Bobo. Mother was worried about Bobo hitting the bottle too hard again. I heard them in her bedroom. She was telling him, not so hard, not so hard. And then she was worried that the bottle was going to break and he could use a smaller one. Wait a minute. Great. Bobo wasn't drinking out of the bottle. He was using it to become Florida's version of Fatty Arbuckle. Just perfect.
Anywho.
Ron, what's worse, alcoholism or intolerance? Not all of us are like Mel Gibson and are able to balance the two so easily. Mel, by the way, defended Kramer, whereas Danny DeVito has got daytime's favorite plus-size muncher, Rosie O'Donnell, on his side. Sorry, Kramer. Funny lesbian trumps Oscar-winning anti-Semite every time. It's no contest. But maybe next time these guys have too much to drink or have had too many blacks to hate, they can blurt out something more unifying, something more helpful, something like, we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear, this is my Fezatorial.
Thank you.
Ron, I can finish that myself.
Thank you.
And that was my Fezatorial.
Is that the same one you did last week?
No.
I wonder why it sounded so familiar.
Oh, because I reminisced through it.
Yeah, about last week?
No, not about last week, about growing up in
Pinellas Park, Florida. Ray, you're on Run and Fez.
Yeah, I'm getting a little tired of these catty moments with Fez.
Yeah, they are kind of catty, Fez.
That wasn't a catty moment. That was a Fezatorial. There's a big difference.
Chris, you're on Run and Fez.
Hey, you buddy.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I love him. He's cool as Fonzie, and he's one of the better, new co-hosts rather than the old guy. But I got to tell you, that big editorial was just not as good, man. It sounded kind of gay.
Yeah.
It was not a big editorial. You will never get a big editorial on this show.
Big A!
Big A! Big A! Big A! Big A! Big A! Just dumb. Y'all realize how dumb you are?
Big A?
Big A?
Gay?
Big A.
To Britney, from K-Fez, a K-Fezatorial. Well. Britney Spears is now saying that her partying probably went too far. And I haven't seen anyone this confused on what to do next since President Bush got the new Iraq report and started coloring it. He made Syria purple. But what really has turned me into Fez-Watley chaotic is the fact that this dim-witted, sometimes bloated, often pregnant Southern girl is criticized for every move she makes. First, people didn't like her for being a stay-at-home mom. True, she wasn't good at it. That kid's head was getting bounced around like a Nerf ball, and I believe once she tied a high chair to the hood of her SUV and called it a car seat. Child Services considered relocating to her home to make it easier. But nobody wanted anything to do with Britney, the mom who just wanted to be with her kids, and apparently from the weight gain, lick the icing off of cakes. So next, Britney decided to regain her life and kick her mooching husband, sponge-off SquarePants, Kevin Federline, to the curb. She started dropping pounds instead of infants and was ready to get back in the world. And then came more criticism. Of course she's gonna go overboard partying. For the first time in 2 years, she didn't wake up to the smell of pot smoke and Dorito farts. K-Fed was gone. It's like getting rid of a bad tooth. A tooth that spent all your money, stayed up all night playing Xbox, and thought it could sing. Yes, Britney was going to celebrate. Problem is, instead of looking up some old pals, she parties with the queen of the Skanksgiving Day parade, Paris Hilton, and America's teen drinking sensation, Lindsay Lohan. And somehow in the process, Britney quit being friends with underwear. Even though everyone wanted the fun Britney back. Then again, she's apologizing like she's Michael Richards visiting Grambling. But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida. Do it. Where there were people there who threw out Britney Spears CDs. They were Spears chuckers, and Father hated them. But it was there that I remember Mother getting into it with our handyman and local pop idol named Bobo. Ron. It was at that time when Mother had dropped considerable weight. She was down to nearly 3 bills, and Bobo was concerned that she wasn't taking care of the kids. He especially wanted her to take care of his twins. I didn't even know he had kids, but he insisted she not neglect the twins and to get more on the ball. Each of them, actually, he said, and that... Wait a minute. Ron, it had nothing to do with children. I now realize at this very moment, he meant nad-licking. Anywho, Brittany, I know you're under pressure. K-Fez is even trying to get custody of the kids. That's like giving them to a rapping Andrea Yates. But stay strong and covered up. And let's show off that other pair of lips and start singing again. In fact, your first single could be called We're Here, We're Queer, We Will Not Disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Boy, you know a lot of fart jokes anymore, don't you, Fez?
I did one fart joke in there.
This seems like it's beneath you. And later in the show, you're going to be doing a Fezatorial for us.
Bringing back the Friday Fezatorial today.
Wow, you haven't done a Fezatorial in a long time.
Very long, yes.
What made you decide to bring it back?
To do what I know. To do, you know, to use that as a starting base.
All right, so you're not saying the Fezatorial is back, or the Nature Boy is back. You just want to get back into doing stuff.
Get back into the feel of myself.
How'd you feel about your Nature Boy the other day?
Like maybe went a little too long. Maybe went a little too long.
Then why am I doing this? 2 thumbs up. If that's true, how did you get 2 thumbs up?
Well, I'm going to be my worst critic.
I do that because I have both votes. So this is like if Siskel and Ebert, if only one of them got the vote. So I gave you 2 thumbs up.
Thank you.
And be ready for some of you people that still have the reel-to-reel. Be ready to roll tape because a Fezatorial is coming back a little later on in the show, and Fez is going to take on some of those fat cats down in Washington who are spending your money.
That's a different topic.
You're here for a very exciting day. Fez Whatley is bringing back the Fezatorial after, you believe, over a year, Fez.
Yes.
Why the Fezatorial?
Well, I know that it's a solid piece. I know that it's something that people enjoy. I enjoy it, you know, and it's something, you know, it's familiar territory for me. The Balloon Boy Saga. Look, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's a Fezatorial. Well, the country was captivated by the boy who ended up not being in the plastic bubble. And I haven't been this nervous about something inflatable since the time my uncle brought a blow-up doll to Thanksgiving dinner. I don't know which was worse, that he brought an inflatable date, or that we were all forced to call her our aunt. But what fills my sack with hot air is the fact that this balloon family is so shocked that any of this could have even happened. I know they feared for their son Falcon's safety, but there are things they could do to be more careful. First of all, don't name your kid Falcon. Maybe then he wouldn't think he could fly. Secondly, if you're worried that your 6-year-old could have accidentally flown off in an experimental prototype balloon, then don't keep experimental prototype balloons around the house, ass fucks. Gee, I'm worried that my kid will be eaten by a bear. I think I'll let a grizzly sleep in the kitchen. See how it works? Now we know the simple formula. Also, If you're the extreme storm-chasing family, running around with Rabbit and Philip Seymour Hoffman and stopping by Aunt Meg's place to eat giant steaks and look at her metal sculptures, then don't be surprised if Falcon does try to do something extreme. Got it, Helen Hunt and Bill Paxton? But you know, this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where we couldn't afford balloons. Instead, we had to play with heavy-set women's bloated ankles when they retained water. But it was there I remember Mother working on experimental balloons with our handyman and local inflatables expert named Bobo. I know I would wake up night after night hearing Bobo telling Mother to start blowing. Apparently some nights she'd be on her knees trying to inflate that thing. And then something would always leak out, although not a gas, usually more of a liquid, and then... Wait a minute. So Ma was giving head. Perfect. Just perfect. Anywho, Balloon family, we're all glad your kid is safe. A lot of kids who end up hiding in the attic aren't. Now, I'm only going by Anne Frank, but I think there's a pattern there. But let little Falcon know that we were all rooting for him, and that we will continue to say, we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial. Thank you.
By the way, Mikey Boy let us know that is the first Fezatorial you said in a year since December 2006.
Oh, that's like 3 years.
3 years.
Closing in, yeah.
Not quite. Not 3 years.
Time is just fucked.
Wow, that's a long time. Stryker, what do you got for us, buddy?
Fezzy, wonderful caddy moment. Best caddy moment ever.
That was a Fezatorial.
I don't think Stryker would have went in that direction.
No.
I didn't think
you wouldn't hope.
I didn't think Stryker was going to do that.
You wouldn't expect. The chip lady is revealed. Maybe I'll unveil a Fezatorial. Well, well, well. The woman who was brutally attacked by a chimpanzee went on Oprah this week to reveal her injuries. And I haven't been this upset over an animal attack since the time my uncle claimed my pet hamster went after him. According to him, this attack somehow happened in the bathroom while his pants were down. We never got the smell off that hamster. But what really chafed my cheetah is people criticizing Oprah for having the woman on her show and saying she went too far. Was it too far to show us how dangerous chimps can be? I don't think so. Sure, we can all watch Planet of the Apes 1,000 times, but we never think it could happen to us. This drove the message home. Don't think the apes are our friends. They will either bite off our body parts or hunt us down on horseback in cornfields using nets and rifles. And it's not like we haven't seen frightening, horrifying things on Oprah before. Mackenzie Phillips comes to mind. And never mind the incest, just her talking about having sex still keeps me up at night. And what's really stranger, a woman bit by a chimp or Tom Cruise jumping on a couch like one? This is Oprah, baby. It's what you get. A freak show. But this whole thing reminds me of growing up in Pinellas Park, Florida, where we had a woman known as Chimp Lady. Not because she was attacked, but because of her love of bananas and throwing dung. We just called her Grandma. But it was there that I remember Mother working with our local handyman and animal trainer named Bobo. I don't know how many animals they had out in the shed that night, but there was plenty of animal noises going on. And I know there was a pig that Bobo kept talking about, who I guess had the exact same name as Mother. Plus, I think there was a burro, because someone got a donkey punch and... Wait a minute. Mother was the pig who caught one from behind. And was punched, too. Just great. Anywho, let's face it, Chimp Lady was not exploited. She got to be on Oprah. Lucky. Do you think that any of that would have happened if she wasn't attacked? No way, sister. So let's give Chimp Lady all our support and let her know that we're here, we're queer, we will not disappear. This has been my Fezatorial.
Thank you.
XM 202, Sirius 197.
Does it make you gay if you dig Key West? Does it make you gay if you wear a dress? Does it make you gay like Ron says? Hell no, man, it makes you fez. Does it make you gay if your love for men is growing? Does it make you gay if your favorite job is blowing? Does it make you gay to have a crush on Ron Diaz? Hell no, man, it makes you fez. To be the boy toy. It makes you fez to be acting so coy. It makes you fez to do the Fezatorial. It makes you fez to be so damn adorable. Does it make you gay to get a blood test? Does it make you gay thinking Liberace's the best? Does it make you gay like Ron says? Hell no, man, it makes you fez. Does it make you gay to eat a man-sized snack? Does it make you gay to deliver love round back? Does it make you gay to get your ears pierced? Does it make you gay to be singing so fierce? It makes me fez to drive the fellas crazy. It makes me fez to date the U.S. Navy. It makes me fez when the boys call me Mammy. It makes me fez when this song wins a Grammy.
It makes you fez.
It makes me fez.
It makes you fez.
It makes me fez.
It makes you fez.
It makes me fez.
It makes you fez.
Like Ron says. Hey man, it makes me fez. Corral.